Sorry, guys. Afternoon. Good afternoon, y'all. I wanted to just come speak with y'all real quickly about sisterhood and unity because we're going to need it. Sisterhood and unity because we're going to need it. Sorry about that. I was checking my sound. Okay. Let me just pin the link in the chat for everybody, okay? So it's pinned. Please feel free to come on up, speak your piece, whether you agree, disagree, as long as you're a Black woman. That's the only criteria I have, okay? All right. So today, I actually listened to a really great live about the political environment that we live in today as Black women, right? And that was done by I always never get this shit right. RWS hashtag exposed. She is now called Matrix hashtag exposed. And I'm going to use her voice to let you hear, even though her live is still up, you can go watch it in its entirety. And I suggest you do, because let me tell you, now, I'm a person like this, right? I don't have to like a person to promote them if they're giving a message I feel is needed that Black women need to hear. Like, I'm not that limited in my thought pattern for me to be a person where if I don't like you, that you have no good qualities and there's nothing about you that I need to acknowledge that is decent. That's childish. So don't do that. Because what that does is that limits everything in life for you. Like, if there's an opportunity, how you guys used to say, don't miss your blessing. When you do silly things like that, you will miss a lot of blessings. Okay, so don't do that. So she did a live today, and her live was focused on the incident with Angel. Right, y'all know Angel, the basketball player, the young Black woman that had the issue with the young white woman. I don't know her name. Don't care to know her name. Where the entire time this Kaylee or whatever her name is, I think it is, white girl player, she was taunting the other teams as she rose in rank. So 2 days before Angel actually won, right, and she ran a championship, the same white girl was taunting Angel and her team with what white people refer to as the John Cena, you can't see me. We Black people know that comes from Tony Yayo, from a song that him and 50 Cent made years ago, that you can't see me. That's Tony Yayo. So anyway, and even John Cena, for those of you who are like wrestling fans, when they asked him about it, he even gave credit to the original creator, which was a Black male, right? So anyway, I'm pointing that out because when we're on here as Black women currently going through ridiculous crisis after ridiculous crisis with the Pearly thing, I give two shits about. I don't care about it at all, right? I do care about the Destiny dude, because he is like you call it the sheep in devil's clothes, the devil in sheep's clothing. He's one of those type of dudes. He's an issue. She's unnecessary, the Pearly woman, but she is traditional white woman when it comes to Black women. Like, she's gonna hate you. She's gonna want to be in your business. She's gonna want to control you. She wants to talk about your personal situations that are none of her business or any of society's business or anybody's business beside what goes on in that area or that space between you and that person. Because of slavery, these people feel like they are entitled to know everything about us. They feel like they are entitled to be in our business, try to dictate to us who we sleep with, who we don't, the access to people we have, the access we don't. They try to dictate all of those things. And they do it. They do it by your level of employment, your level of education, which is why I'm always stressing learn. And not just university learning where you go there for a secondary education and it's like, okay, I got my degree. I'm where I'm supposed to be. No, you have to take on a Renaissance education. You have to know lots of things going on in the world so that you could be able to deal with any and all social world events that come your way that you need to be aware of, like the American dollar situation, the World Bank situation, the oil situation, the Texas situation, the abortion situation, the fact that, did you guys know that with a matter of literally 2 days, we had a federal judge and then a state judge rule on the ability of women throughout the nation of America to be able to receive abortion pills, whether or not your state is like mine, that is a pro abortion state, right? Where you can have an abortion, you can have medication to have an abortion, your health coverage will cover it. But two judges within the span of 2 days had both the federal judge ruled against it, where we had no access to the abortion pill from with the FDA's approval, and then a state judge came along and said, no, 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 you can't do that. And right now there is no like real green light on it. It's stuck at the state judge going, hey, wait a minute, you really can't do that. Now, the reason I'm talking about these things today and coming to you in hopefully a short live, right? Because you know our lives are insane. Is to really get Black women motivated to understand that we're in this alone, okay? I know you've had people like Cherie and others trying to convince you that you can actually ally with other women. You can't. And if this angel situation did not confirm or show you that you really do not have allies with other women, I really don't know what else there is to like try to show you or tell you or explain it to you, because the whole white world got upset because the great white hope of this little girl, Candace or Carla, whatever the hell her name is, she was winning. She was on a winning streak. Then all of a sudden, the big Black boogeyman women whose job it is to be competitive inside of a competitive sport bested the little white girl who they had all their hopes and dreams riding on. So what did they do to Angel? They did the same thing they did to Hallie when they found out she was going to be the Black Mermaid. They all ran and rushed the girl, started talking about her, calling her all types of stereotypes, getting upset with her whole person just because she was the better candidate. It is what it is. Like, they have a problem with not understanding that they are not superior to Black people. They're not superior to anyone. So when you have a competition, the best person is going to win it. It's really not about a racial thing. But when you have in America institutionalized racism, which is what happened in Angel's case, right? They had a human tantrum, like, and then they went to do nationwide broadcasting trying to badmouth, bash, shame, and belittle Angel for doing her job. She's on a team that's a competitive team. She's inside a competitive sport. Competitive is the key word here. She wins the game the way she's supposed to. The same way if that little white girl's team would have gave it a little bit more effort, or her people would have been better than Angel, they would have won. But since they did not win, America decided that they would react the same way they reacted when I'm trying to think of the Black boxer's name, when he beat their great white hope and they lost their minds. They went into race riots. They killed as many Black people as they could when they saw them, just because the Black boxer beat their white boxer. I'm trying to think of his name. Oh, wow. I have his face in my head, but I cannot think of his name right now. But it also like Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson was the very first Black man boxer in America. And because he literally flaunted white women in the faces of America during the time of segregation and Jim Crow, they created an actual legal law called the Mann Act. It's the M.A. I'm coming, Asia. MANN Act. Look it up, where white people were allowed to arrest black males for taking white women across state lines, accusing them of kidnapping. Hey Asia, how you doing this afternoon? How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. So I was pretty much talking about the issue with Angel, a partial history of how our image is dragged through America, and the fact that we need like to unite in the face of the challenges that are coming to us, right? And then I wanted to expand, well, going to expand and let RSW speak a little bit, because she did a live today on exactly how that works out in the media for us, because this is important for black women to understand. Because right now we have this petition going where I'm very grateful to all of the women who have signed, and the other content creators, black female content creators, who are pushing it, because we need to have that addressed. And the most insulting thing about our petition is that we have over 2,000 signatures. And do you know they still have not picked it up on the news?
I've noticed. I'm actually on the petition right now. It's at 3560 and nothing's happened, and that's what has me worried.
No, keep going though. Keep going. Because I'm telling y'all, where I'm at, I am still trying to contact news medias, even the smallest little rinky dink. And as soon as I can to get somebody to pick it up, good. Eventually, I'm gonna try to see if I can get a few sisters and stand outside of Al Sharpton's office and ask, why isn't this being addressed? Why is it that we have what? Go
No,
ahead.
I thought about it because it's so crazy. I'm actually from NY. I'm actually from NY, and I'm actually not surprised that I'm surprised that there's not more noise happening here.
Well, you see, that's why I came to talk today, because there's not enough noise, because black women just don't care about other black women. They care more about,
The case?
huh?
You really think that's the case?
Yeah. Because I'm going to tell you, two things happened to me yesterday and then today, right? Now, I don't know if you know, but I know there was one of my subscribers on the panel with me. It was Love Wisdom. Remember the young lady that did the live with me? I think it was Friday when we had a live. We were both over a Sweet Life of Atari's live, and we were talking about, like the game and young girls and how to gear themselves with these guys. And there was a lady there who, she always attacks whenever I go on that panel, right? So we had it out yesterday yet again. But it's funny because even after the thing, and I'm not talking about him because me and him have since then made up, and we're cool. Talking about Divine, right? Because we had a good conversation yesterday on that live. But even after the thing with me and him, which really wasn't a thing as far as I'm concerned, it's just people gonna be who they are, right? But the people themselves, they could not just understand that, you got to stop attacking each other. I don't care what the differences are. And even if I'm involved in it, it is what it is. Because even as I tried to back down and like pull back out of it, she kept engaging because she does not like me. So, but because she doesn't like me, she feels like she has the right to like viscerally attack me, which makes no sense to me.
Wow. No, you know what the thing is?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be honest. I think they would rather nitpick at things that aren't important than to address this, because I think for a lot of them it's too much to handle. I think a lot. I to be honest, I hate to say it, but I don't think it's hate. I think it's just a huge avoidance of reality. I think that's our number one issue. I would say I think that's the number one issue for a lot of us, is having to face the harshness of certain things that go on within the community, especially when it comes to Black femicide, because what it does is it calls out all their sons. That's how a lot of too many of them are thinking about it. Well, the ones with children anyway. I know that the ones without maybe not so much, but I'm noticing the older ones and the ones who do have children, and especially the ones who have Black husbands, they're first and foremost, it's like, oh, it's not in their life, so they want to keep it far away. They think, I don't know. It's hard for me to pinpoint, because I don't think it's hate. I think they just don't want to deal with it. I think it's too much for a lot of them.
I didn't think I said hate, but I know I did say dislike. But
Dislike. Okay.
I know that particular woman does not like me. She's made that clear several times. And
Yeah, I try not to take like my minimal interactions that I have with one or two and just say all. But to be honest, I'm starting to see a lot of that
no,
online
that's
where
not what I'm
people are
saying.
just taking one video and saying, "Oh, all black women feel this way," or "All black women hate each other" and stuff. And
Time out. That's not
okay,
what I'm talking about. I said two different things.
okay,
I said what happened to me, two different things, and then I was talking about on the whole.
okay.
Because I'm not at all doing that. I know what happens to me is me, a isolated incident because I'm one person and everybody is everybody else. But I'm talking about the common consensus when it comes down to it outside of what happened to me. That is what I'm beginning to see because I've seen plenty people have all types of spats for no over silly stuff for no reason and let it get real engulfed because it is a black woman. But if another person did the very same thing that black women did, they wouldn't have that much energy towards them.
I noticed that too.
And so that's why I was telling the story. And just to end it, to point out my fact, and I'm using this woman as an example. I don't care about the whole thing with her specifically because I know I'm not going to change it, but I'm using it as an example. She even went as far as to lie, to complete the thing of trying to belittle and shame me the way that the black males do, but women on YouTube and period.
Mm-hmm.
Because what she did was she lied about, how you go. Now I'm notorious for this. I go all over the internet typing into other people's chats. I do that all the time. So she used me typing in the chat to say that I had disrupted Priscilla's live. The lady they call Queen Maker or whatever, that lady.
Mm-hmm.
So when I called her on it because she said, "Oh, you went over there and you disrupted her live. Everywhere you go, you like try to make a fight." I said, "That's not true." But that is what they do. They use these terminologies like that are common practice on here: narcissist, projection, you this, you that. Common stuff that is just like a catchphrase already now. That doesn't have to be the case, but it's just what people do. So when I called her on it, like, you're a liar. That's not true. That's not true at all. And what you're trying to insinuate is that I'm not, or certain people are allowed to speak and give their opinion, but others are not. You don't get to make that call. This whole setup decides that everyone is allowed to speak. So your point is invalid by default. But because you're not dealing with a fair environment where people are thinking of age appropriately, that's going to happen. Back to what you said about the women who have children and who are married to black males, where they want to disregard and dismiss the importance of black femicide, or more importantly, the hate speech that's directed towards us on YouTube. It's important because we are becoming everyone's cash cow, and it's really a serious situation because if you don't really see what's happening here is that YouTube doesn't even play as many ads as they used to because they're making money off of the hype of the hate speech and the fights and all the controversy about black women towards black women. If you haven't noticed, if you stop and really check out what's going on YouTube, you're gonna
No, I've been searching. You're 100% right on that, and that's what's been honestly making me crazy because I'm like, how are we not
because they don't want
flagging
to see
these?
it. They don't want to see it, and because it's like a couple of things. But let me say this next point, then we'll get into
Mm-hmm.
that. And the second thing is, if you notice, with this ties in or is an extension of what I was talking about with Angel. The YouTube makes money off of all the hype and the explosion about, oh, black women this, black women that, right? Okay, then you have what YouTube does now is it will strip the black women content creators only their ability to make money versus everyone else, including black males. Like with my old channel, they had completely I wasn't taking money, period, right? Because I don't take money from black women. But even if I wanted to get it just off of whatever YouTube does, they had demonetized my channel, period. And that was because people kept flagging and all that type of stuff. And they do this to many people. I'm not the only one. But the thing is, if I was a sweet, non-threatening, keyword, non-threatening black woman that was coming on YouTube, not talking about anything that was beneficial to Black women. I'm sitting up here telling you to be a fool, be used by people, be berated by people, getting killed by men. It's not a big deal. You're gonna die anyway. Life, you shouldn't live that long anyway. You're Black. You should, you live down. You're supposed to be beaten and downtrodden. You know,
Yeah.
you're not supposed to want anything in life. Why do you get upset if they kill us and our children every day? Don't worry about that. That's part of our lot in life. If I was coming on here telling you that, I would probably be the number one Black person on YouTube. Period.
Oh, you go viral. Yeah, sure, for
Right?
sure. Mm-hmm.
So when I saw that too, because I go and I look at people's pages and stuff, and I see that whenever it's Black women speaking about business, education, teaching Black women tools for whatever it is, finances, relocation, but they have very low numbers where
Yep.
YouTube is concerned, right?
And sometimes those some of them channels are even shadow banned. I'm starting to believe too.
I think so too. And then also what happens, they threaten those women more so than others with canceling their channels completely, because they did it to me, which is why I got rid of the other channel. Every time I talked about anything, like the very last time with the last channel, I spoke about Scott Adams, the dude that had made the news for going on a racist rant about Black people, and
Mm-hmm.
how no one should help Black people. They shouldn't hire them. They shouldn't do anything for them.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke about how he is an example of what they want for Black people on a whole in America for 2030, and then eventually full term us being completely destitute by 2050. Soon as my video hit YouTube, it literally was up for like one day, possibly two. They took it down. They gave me a strike. I didn't have anything in it crazy because I'm usually like really cussing, really going off. None of that. I tried to stay as calm as possible because that was my second video about him. They kept taking it down, kept talking about it violated their guidelines. This is what they keep doing specifically to Black women.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason they're doing this, which is why I came to speak today, is because there is a method to their madness, y'all. They're not just picking on us because they want to pick on us. They need us on here to generate revenue for them. Those of us like me, RWS hashtag exposed, and other people trying to tell Black women, you all you got. You really don't have no allies. You can network with whoever you want because that's real life.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes down to it, if Black males get laid off in society, right? And white America says we're not going to hire them anymore, they have Black women to fall back on, their family, whatever. Collectively, and I don't mean individually, because individually we all have families.
Mm-hmm.
Individually, who is lower than Black women that we can fall on so that if we need to be cushioned and carry through the hard times in America, who
Oh,
is
nobody.
all right? Nobody, to the extent of Slash, when we realize that all we have is each other to help support one another, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then going back to the point you made earlier before I started speaking about this, is how it beats us down mentally. So when it's beating us down mentally, we still only have each other to hold each other up, give them the moral support. If they can't or won't go get some, some therapy or even some occupational therapy to pull them up out of the rut. You,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have anybody else. There's no other people in the world that you could fall back on but another one of your own.
Right. And you know what? And to be honest, this is what kind of disappoints me about a lot of platforms that are actually supposed to be safe spaces for us. It's starting to turn into just talking about it literally just it just feels like it's just talking about everybody else all day. It doesn't feel like there's no promotion of the positive. I hate to say it, I've been on some white men's channels that have been promoting more positive shit about us than some of the things I've seen on our channels. And I'm just like, well, that shit doesn't make any sense. We have so many positive videos. We have thousands of just natural hair tutorials that we could be circulating just to show the girls that we are spreading positivity. First of all, this whole thing with loving our natural hair was started by us. Nobody had to tell us to love ourselves. We started that on our own. And
we allowed other people to come and infiltrate and break that up.
No one ever has to tell us, Asia, to love ourselves.
Yeah.
Nobody has more love for themselves than a black woman. But it's good.
That's why I hate this rhetoric of we hate ourselves the most and oh, we don't really like each other. It's not that. I think what it is that there's so much pressure being put on all of us, and out of fear of being no, because the thing is we know that we're not attacked or we don't get much pushback for coming at each other, but we get major pushback for going at anybody else that ain't us.
But that won't stop me from doing it because I ain't no.
Hello.
You can bring all the heat you want. If I got something to say, I'm gonna say it. Because the same way they have a right to disrespect us, cut us down, and cut our ass any way they want, I feel I got the same right to do it to you. That's
same.
Really, and I'm not scary. Like, unfortunately, too many of us are scary. Like, oh, I can't say nothing about Mr. Charlie. If I talk too much about Mr. Charlie, he gonna take my job. He gonna do this. He gonna do that. They plan to do that to you anyway.
And to be honest, and not even about him, I'll be honest, I find more black women to be scared to call out the bullshit of other races of women than they do. Yeah, because they make the excuse, well, oh, they're protected and all this. I'm like, so is it about, so are you giving them the respect because they're protected by their men and you're not?
I think it's a level of ignorance. And when let's backtrack to when you had said the thing about us hating each other, that you don't like that. I agree, but it is a real part of our reality, and it was taught to us from slavery, and we still have those psychological effects of that because none of us ever went into therapy, not whites or blacks, to deal with all of those mental issues that came from that trauma, incredible trauma. So we do have that because, like I said, I mean, I could think about stuff that happens to me every day with other women. I blow it off because I know they're stupid. Like people slamming doors in your face. Stupid shit. Like if you coming up behind them, you think they would give you the common courtesy of just waiting a moment to up. They do stupid shit like that. I think the other day I was trying to get out my car, and you know how when you parked, the rules of the road here is you're supposed to actually wait. If whoever's on the road is actually, they have the right of way, right? So if I'm parked and I'm opening my door, whether if it's a bicycle or a car, I'm supposed to wait. But I had more than enough time to try to get out because the person was more than halfway down the block. Soon as they saw me opening the door, of course, they sped up to be an inconvenience, right? So I let that go. But who do you think it was?
It was one of us?
Yeah. And that's the type of stuff, like I'm saying, it happens all the time. I blow it off, but this is because we don't respect each other the way that we should. We respect,
and then also ethnicity differences too. I have to say that's also plays a key factor. That we don't like. I don't know why it's talked about enough. I feel like we also have to bring that up too. That our ethnicities can make a difference too, because people from other places don't consider themselves the same, as black women over here, or don't consider themselves the same as the black women in the Caribbean or the UK. So is that division as well that people don't factor in?
It's true. But the thing about it is, we as black women, I don't know if you're ADOS. Are you ADOS?
Yeah, I'm from here.
Okay. So then what it is that we have to get to the point where we got to start utilizing our power, because we are the ultimate Black American. You know what I'm saying? Like everything in this country that every other Black person from anywhere takes advantage of is because it was your foremothers, my foremothers that was out there getting beat to death, getting put in jail and beat to death in jail and fighting for rights and everything else that allowed the Immigration Act for all the other Black people and everyone else to come to this country during the same time as the civil rights and the Black women's feminine movement. Because everybody tries to make it like it's about these white women solely. Never the case.
No.
And even though they get
in fact, our feminists call out their feminists like that. So that's why when people say that, I'm like, okay, well, you're obviously not well read, and you're just going based off what you hear from people who aren't well read themselves.
Exactly, because our feminine activism goes back to Sojourner Truth. And there was no feminine white movement before her that was actually solidified. You know what I mean? Like they may have had rallies, but until she went and put in her suit with the courts for her freedom and her children's freedom, and she did that "Ain't I a Woman," there was really no real rumble in America with anybody about women's rights. And then her women's rights, in my opinion, was more important because this is a woman who's a slave. She's not even considered a human being. She's considered an animal. And she has enough wherewithal to say, no, 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 no. You must respect my humanity. I am not an animal, even though you have written me as such in law. So it's a lot. And then when you look at later on, years from when she did that, people like Susan B. Anthony, who is supposed to be some of the trailblazers of the white feminist movement, they were some of the most racist women you could ever imagine. So
I don't even acknowledge
right
any of those.
yeah,
Sorry.
but
Yeah,
I'm
no.
bringing that up for people to understand.
Gotcha.
For people to understand, they no, they're not the overall or the overview of feminism. There were people doing stuff way before they came along. They did just what they do on TikTok and YouTube and everything. They hijacked the movement after somebody else has already started it. That is what they're known for. Same thing like this Pearly lady who came in and hijacked whatever was going on over there where she was, and now that there's fallout from that. But getting back to where we were before we digressed, right? It's important for us as Black women to exercise our power. Like, we're very powerful in America. People are afraid of our unity. I'm dead serious, Asia.
No, you're 100% right.
This is why they constantly bombard you with the separation, the divide and conquer, the pitting this one against that one,
triangulation,
all of that, because they have seen throughout the history of this country, let alone we won't even begin to discuss the history of the world, how when Black women come together as a force, they are something to reckon with. Like, there have been women that actually defeated the most mightiest freaking armies of the world in their time. And in our day, not too far off, less than 100 years ago, you had women like Shirley Chisholm, who single-handedly went and took on this entire state that I live in, bust down doors all the way up to her to run for president, the first Black woman to ever do that. So we have that power, we have that allure, we have that ability that if we came together collectively, we could change the social status of Black women. We could have the same, or if not more, respect and influence in society, where if we just say we want this nonsense on YouTube and every other social media platform to stop, we could make that happen if we came together. When people want to win elections, Asia, in this country, they look for the Black women. When people want to promote a product and they want it to be sold and have astronomical results, they come to Black women. You know what I'm talking about. When Stacey Abrams realized that Black women weren't woke enough to vote for her to get her into the governor's seat, what did she do? She used the rest of her time to turn that entire state from a Republican state to a Democratic state. That showed them Black women are nobody to play with. They know this. So
yeah, they know.
Yeah, so this is why it's important to keep us at each other's necks and not really coming together the way we should, but we got to, because they're planning on wiping us out in the sense of working by 2030. Like, and they're on their way to doing that. There's the dollar issue with America. There's the fact that they're trying to limit. You see how, Asia, a lot of these Black women stop working and a lot of their income is mostly YouTube, and they're getting it for him. Okay, they better wake up and understand that that's about to end soon. Okay,
it is. Oh yeah,
they understand. You remember when like Soldier Boy first came out on YouTube, and before that,
wow,
and nobody was really making money, and then he
was
came
no
and
monetization thing. I don't even think there was such thing at the time.
He made it happen, right? And you think about, I'm doing this for a reason. Think about how it wasn't really not no money. Then he came and he blew it out the water, and they said, "Oh shit, we can make money off of this. So now let's incorporate monetization." Boom, everybody making money. There were people on here really making a lot of real money. Then they looked at it, YouTube and other social media platforms, and said, wait a minute, hold on, slow down. These Black folks that we want to keep as a permanent underclass are making too much money to the point where we got to do something to slow that down. So then they started with the demonetization, the strikes, and all this other stuff. Because if y'all really think about the history of this platform, it has changed. It never used to have a lot of the functions that it has now when it initially was here. So as time keeps going, and they're watching the fact that, because I watch CNN, I watch all these different news outlets from all over the world, they're actually monitoring with the help of this AI that they have put onto YouTube, right? To specifically hone into every single person who has a page on YouTube, whether they're creator or not. They watch what you, they're clocking what you watch, how long you watch it, when, where, and how. They're looking at the fact that if you watch it during certain times, they assume you're at work. Otherwise, they assume you don't work. They're calculating all of this because there's coming a time very soon, because they do not want you to have complete freedom and autonomy of your own life. They have to have you dependent upon them in this system of America, right? Because us being the population, you can read about this in all types of books, right? Marx, philosophy, all types of things, right?
Have you ever heard of Munchausen?
Yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, that's what I call this system.
Right. Hey. Yes, possible. It's applicable. But they need you. They need the population to keep them with the money in their pockets. You understand what I'm saying? They need you to keep feeding the machine. So when you tell Black women, which I'm trying to tell them, you are your own answer, just waiting to be activated. YouTube is disrespectful to us. It allows disrespect. If Black women collectively, I'm not talking about content creators because they're going to be selfish. They're only going to think about, oh, I'm not going to lose my money to take a stand to do the right thing. So you don't count them out. But for all the subscribers, you need to do exactly what they did on TikTok. You need to not just take a week. You need to take a freaking month and go, you don't want to stop the disrespect towards Black women? You don't want to stop the calls for our killing, people taking our lives and our children's lives? I'll tell you what, we subscribers going to stay off of YouTube for one whole month. We going to kill your pocket to make you take us seriously. That is the only way they're going to take Black women seriously, because collectively we are a force. Everybody comes to us when they want to have promotion, free promotion at that, because we're the trendsetters of the world. Everything the American Black woman does, they do it all over the world. Everywhere you go, you see somebody trying to imitate you.
Our essence is taken, has always been taken. Right.
But
they try to make it ugly. It's ugly when we have it, when it's organic to us, but when other people take it, it's beautiful.
True, but what I mean, they could emulate. They can't take shit from us.
No, you know what I mean. I mean, that's the message that gets posed out here. Right.
But you could copy the original all you want, but you can never be as authentic as we are. Because it doesn't look natural on you, no matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you do. Like, they could get tans, whatever the case may be. You could still look at them and go, yo, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like that? Like, whatever they do, it just doesn't look natural when they're trying to imitate us, regardless. So with saying this, if Black women understood the power that they have, I'm dead serious. I really wish people would make that a challenge. Just stay off of YouTube for one whole month and let them know you're not taking the petition seriously. You're not taking our complaints, because I'm not the only woman on here who has made a video about the disrespect towards Black women. And they don't care, because they understand that Black women have become so complacent because they're allowing these dudes and everybody else. Give me a minute, Jackie. They're allowing these dudes and everyone else to beat down their self-esteem and mess with their mental health, instead of just throwing all these people away and recognizing that you're the shit. You are the shit. No matter what they say about you, they're coming here talking shit about you because they need you. If they didn't need you, they would not be doing any of that. So you need to recognize, I'm going to take my power back. You talking shit about me? Let me see YouTube survive. Any content creator preaching hate speech towards Black women, preaching death towards us. Let me see you survive if I step off this shit for a month and come back and see what damage I've done. Do you know how devastating that shit would be to these people? It would be. You saw what it did to TikTok, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody, that shit just like died. That shit died for that entire week. All those black people was gone. And that is what I'm trying to promote. If we get off of here, not for a fucking week, take an entire month, do as much damage as possible, because they're not addressing the issue. If you go for a little bit of time, they'll, oh yeah, you know, the black women wanted us to address the hate speech on YouTube and it needs to stop. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to say, and it's going to go no further than that. But if you go away for a whole month, there will literally be channels that will not be in existence when you come back. And you know why? Because some people's every bit of their lifestyle is hanging on this channel day by day by day by day. A month would be devastating to them. And I'm not saying that to do that out of vindictiveness or to sabotage people. I'm saying it because we need our voices heard, because they're ignoring our request to stop this shit. Stop disrespecting us on this platform. They're not going to stop. You know why? Because America sanctions it. So they're not going to stop. They condone it. They have been disrespecting us since our parents came here. Well, foreparents came here. And they're not going to stop because they've been doing it our entire existence here. So it's kind of
right. But the thing is, at some point, doesn't that make America complicit in genocide?
Yeah. But who's going to hold them responsible, Asia? That's the whole.
We are. We're supposed to.
We're supposed to. But when I say that, I mean, yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. You're right. Because the way we hold them responsible is that the representatives in each one of our districts for wherever we live, if you are not speaking out about not just crime, but in particular black femicide, we're not voting for you no more. You're gonna be looking for another job.
I've been saying this. I'm like, I don't understand why none of us bring up black femicide when it comes to even talking about voting or any of this shit. I'm like, that needs to be, before we talk about dating, before we talk about relationships, femicide needs to be the number one word out of every black woman's mouth right now. Because you ain't gonna have, because guess what? If you're not protected, what the hell is you being in a relationship gonna do?
Let me answer Jackie real quick.
Okay.
Asia. Let me put her thing up. I want you to comment on it too after I speak. All right. So Jackie is saying, everyone, that in regards to my example that I used about getting the attention of YouTube and the media, because I really want the media to pick this up, right? The same way they did everybody else, like Andrew Tate and etc. When he was on here disrespecting white women, hey, man, he was shut down immediately. But when black women have been on here for more than a year talking about the disrespect towards us with the Kevin Samuels, his channel is still up.
Because white women have more access and a lot of them work at these companies.
True indeed, but because they work there doesn't mean we can't affect their paycheck and their job.
No, we can. It just makes it harder. Yeah, it's just more of a battle.
No, I get you. I understand exactly what you mean, because an example of that would have been Chef Way. Remember when Chef Way was in trouble, was in the hot seat, and the white woman who was his supervisor, she decided that fuck you black women. I'm gonna stick with Chef Way. I'm on his side. I'm not on your side. Remember that?
Yeah, we flooded her office.
Right. Now she has a supervisor above her that was really about to fire both of them. But he did what was expected so that he wouldn't ruin his career and his reputation. He resigned so that he could quietly go to another location and do the same detrimental, damning work to black people wherever he relocated to. Because he's a hateful black dude. And he, truth be told, somebody should have just dealt with him. But, we ain't that real like that. So he's somewhere else now, putting black women in jail for long periods of time based off of the fact that he has some type of unresolved issues with black women, like all these dudes on here who can't just deal with themselves and leave us alone. And it's sad because nobody's really checking them, because here's how it goes, right? And I want to play RSW so y'all hear this after we talk about Jackie. They need black women to become just as like let me get the right words for this, complacent as black males. Like y'all, you hear how Cynthia G's always talking about how these black guys are comfortable with living under white supremacy and they good with being treated like slaves. She's right. And if black women showed the same behavior and attitude, nobody would have a problem with us. But do you know what type of dog's life we would be living as women if we went along with that bullshit?
But you know, the attacks wouldn't stop. They would also make fun of us for that too.
Yeah, that's why I said the dog's life. Like we would literally be rubbled or reduced back to being a slave in America because any and everybody would be abusing us whenever the fuck they felt like it.
That's why I'm gonna be honest. I used to love the days when we were referred to as angry black women. I'll be honest. I took it as a badge and honor because what that said was, okay, cool. That means that we're busting back at you when you disrespect us. Thank you for letting me know.
Let me say, Asia, I'm with you. I'm gonna let you finish, but I am angry. I'm angry. I'm happy. I'm sad. I'm every
we're human
emotion that I have the ability to invoke the range of because that's what a human being does. So you can never fault me for exercising an emotion that I humanly have the ability to possess. Go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
Oh no, you exactly 100% right, and you just pointed to what I was gonna say. Yeah, no, we're human. We're entitled to be angry. We're entitled to be pissed off. We're entitled to, in fact, we're entitled to be angry more than everybody, as far as I'm concerned, with what we have to deal with in this system and what we continuously had to deal with, not only being black but being women. Yeah. We are the only demographic that has to put that gets berated the most on both sides, as women and as black people. Exactly. So
women and being black.
Yep.
We have a double, what do they call that? Double so-called
double oppression.
Yeah, but we're not minorities, but they would refer to it as a double minority. But
yeah,
absolutely correct. So let me I'm gonna let you give your take, but let me answer Jackie. So Jackie is saying the thing with TikTok is that it's easier to spread the message because of the way the app is designed. It's a little hard to do so on YouTube due to its design. You may be right, Jackie, but my opinion is it's not really about the app or how it, to me. Technically, it's a difference because it works on a different program. You're absolutely right. But we have the ability to, as the subscriber, because I'm a subscriber too, we have the ability to jump into all the people's chats and grab people there as well and let them know, hey, yo, we're about to go on a month strike of YouTube because they're disrespecting black women. This is what we want you to do. Get on board, complete the challenge, do whatever, say whatever you got to say to make them psychologically jump on board or promote it wherever. Because the thing with the TikTok follow me back, and also when they took the strike, was because people were emotional. They were tired of the bullshit. YouTube, the issue is we have to get a large enough voice, and more importantly, a large enough number of black women to rally amongst ourselves. Because you know how black women are. Once they see enough of us doing it, they're going to come along regardless. They're going to. So if it started like, we would probably have to do it consecutively a few months to make people catch on, because the first time you do it, you right, Jackie, YouTube is going to try to shadow ban you. YouTube is going to try to downplay your channel, may even take you out of the rotation. Okay, that's fine. What YouTube can't do is they can't control the subscriber that goes from my channel to 25 other people's channels and goes, hey, let's go. And they keep doing it and keep doing it and keep jumping from black woman to black woman to black woman. You can't stop that because you do not know when we're going to go. And even if you know when we're going to go, you still, unless you're going to disable the chat, you're going to disable the links, we're always going to have a way to spread the message. It's going to have to be about the black women who are willing to participate. That's going to be the only hurdle we get over.
And and also I think a lot of us have to take offline action too, because we can't just remain online. Like we already see that comments can get deleted, people can get shadow banned, people's accounts can automatically disappear. So I feel like the more of us we work behind the scenes too will also be good. Which is why I almost want to propose, like I'm trying to see if I can propose like some kind of meetup. The thing is, I even thought about having maybe a Zoom call, like if you were comfortable with that.
Yeah, hell yeah. We could just start recruiting people, and then we could take it in stages. Like, okay, Asia, like if we try for the month, we might not get through the month because people may backpedal, right? Fine. So then the next month we try to go longer, but we keep letting people know we can use the community page or some other way, or like you said, an external way to contact each other to recruit more people. And then by doing that, you just go into people's chats and pull them out. You're gonna have to. I mean, you're gonna have to come to get them somehow. So we have to think about a way to do that. But we could spread the word through the community pages. You know what I mean? And get other content creators to help us out with the message. Because I know most of the women that are on here like me, they're not going to have a problem with that. They really are not, because they are so frustrated with the relationship conversations, the fact that Black women are being off every day, and we hear horrible stories like the other one the other day with the little boy with the alligator and his mom. We're tired of that. We're so tired of that. So go ahead, Asia. What else was you suggestion?
Yeah, no, basically it's just I do want to propose just offline meetups. Like we need to have more groups of us, coming together to talk. Like even like have you ever heard of the website called Meetup?
Yeah.
Like there's so many people that have there's so many people that create events on there just based on certain things. I'm like, why can't we just do one? Why can't we do one?
We can even use free stuff like Eventbrite and all the rest of that too.
Oh yeah.
We could pick you. We gotta pick something. Just pick. We don't gotta pick one. We can pick 2 or 3 of them, and just have everybody get on there, and whoever takes the lead, and people exchange, and they know what's going on. We have to do it, and it's gonna be like you said. Once we leave here, and it's starting, the word will get out. No, the Black people are not on because they're protesting the hate speech and the Black femicide that is allowed rampantly on YouTube. And it's starting off slow, but we're going to pick up more people and be going for longer lengths of time. Even if content creators are not with it, because we know there are going to be Black women talking about how we're stupid and how we shouldn't be doing that. We're not going to accomplish nothing. They said the same thing about everything on TikTok, right? But TikTok proved to us that it can be done. They proved to us it can be done. Jackie said, let me see what Jackie's saying. So yeah, sorry, y'all. I got my tissue stuck. Jackie, what did you say? Hold on, Jackie, I'm coming. We can do that, but we need to be careful about it and the types of people. No, Jack. This is not an exclusionary.
I'm not gonna lie, I get tired of hearing that too.
No,
because we have to be careful just walking outside every day.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, we're not doing anything but leaving here to get attention to our cause. If people want to come and they want to act stupid in whatever it is, I'm quite sure there's a way to get rid of them. What the end goal is to get at many women as possible. I'm gonna just throw the figure 1 million. Let's just say we could get 1 million Black women to get off of YouTube for that month. Do you know how much revenue YouTube would lose in advertisement, screen time, view time? They would be devastated. That would make them turn their head like, what are they doing? Do you not understand what I'm saying? With white, I'm going to just put it out there because I'm not afraid to say it. With white people, it ain't about you yelling in their face about your rights. It's about you hitting their fucking pockets till they fall on the floor. That's what it's about. They don't respect shit but you fucking with their money. Understand that.
I don't understand how we don't understand that at this point.
Yeah, it's like because the reason, be real clear, Jackie, everybody, be real clear. The only reason why all these people Black women included, but mostly black males and everybody else are allowed to come on here and have a free-for-all disrespecting black women is because they know we don't stick together to fight them and give them back the pushback that any other group of women would give them. And number two, it makes YouTube hella money to have all this so-called gender war shit going on where they don't have to run ads. They don't have to beg advertisers to put their information on YouTube so people could go, oh, yeah, I want to buy that. Oh, yeah, I want to watch that. They make money off of you and me, and we don't get no cut out of that shit. We don't get nothing out of it. So when are we going to get to the point where we go, you're going to stop using us as the cash cow? You're going to stop that shit. Hey, Maria.
Yeah. And I'm sorry. Did you
go?
And also, I saw recently. I don't know if you know about a content creator called Yanni. Real Talk with Yanni. She just did a live saying that black women got to boycott some place called Lapif Network or something. I'm not sure if I'm even pronouncing it right.
What is that?
Some kind of network, I guess, where they're talking crazy. One of those channels where they're doing nothing but talking crazy and talking down about black women.
You see how
she made a live
of us. You see that, right? I'm gonna try to find it. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm gonna try to find it.
Yeah, she just made a live saying that black women need to boycott that show, and I'm like, okay, well, that's a start, but we need more like that. And her page is huge. I think she has like 300 or something. I might be off, but I think she has over 300,000 subscribers, I believe, or over 200.
Are you one of her subscribers?
No, I just happened to come across her live, but I saw that she was doing a boycott of some kind of network. I think it's called Lapif.
I'm gonna find out. Let me see. I'm on her page now trying to find it. Is it in the channel or is it like in the body of the actual video?
I think it's like the title. I think she named it, unless she changed the name already. Hold on, let me see if I could.
Oh, you mean I see it. Boycott the Lapif show. All right, let me bring this up.
Oh, that's the name of it? Okay.
I know exactly who she's talking about, and she's 1,000% right about those creepy goddamn dudes. Those dudes are creeps. They don't have nothing nice to say about. They're gross. She's right. Let me just put that up for people to see. I think it's going to shrink you and me, but let me just put. Or did it? No, it didn't. Asia, let me find a way to put you in there. Do it like that. No, it took Yanni out. There we go. All right. Okay. So, y'all, this is what Asia's talking about. So now, the only thing we could both do, Asia, is try to contact Yanni, and I'll post this on my channel as well to let people know this is what we need to do. And I'll try to contact creators behind the scene. Well, not behind the scene. I'll just go into every place all the rest of everybody else does and try to ask them about this boycott for YouTube due to the Black women hate speech. And
I'm trying to go to like as many large platforms with like large black women platforms that I can go to. I'm trying to get like their communication to see if I can send the petition to them, because that will boost the petition like crazy because of their subscriber count.
You could try it. You talking about the hate speech that I put up, or the one we're talking
about? your petition, yours.
Well, you could try it, but because I called some of them out in the past, they might not be wanting to hear it because it's me.
Well, if they're that petty, then they don't need to be in this. Then they don't need to be doing any of this, because I'm not about to let no personal issues I have with another sister deter me from signing this damn petition or circulating it.
That's what they do. That's why I was telling that story earlier. That's what they do. That is what they do. They will throw the greater cause in the trash just because, I don't like her, or I don't want to hear what she has to say. They will do that. They will. But we're going to try anyway, okay?
Yeah.
And I have to suggest to y'all, please go to the new Black women that are here, the smaller channels. Even though they small, you never know who's watching them as well from the clouds or whatever. Don't let a subscriber count bother you. Put it everywhere you can where there's Black women that you feel would be acceptable to the idea, because you never know. You never know. The more we talk about it, the more we get it out there, the more people will react to it.
And we also have to be. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, no, go.
Oh, I was gonna say, and we also have to be aware of accounts that are disguised as Black women too, because not all these accounts are actually Black women behind them. Some of them, I hate to say it, there are other races. There's is Black men creating these accounts, and other races of women hiding behind these
Yeah,
accounts
I know
too.
that. But now I'm talking about, like, I just found 2 new Black women content creators the other day. One lady's name is A Piece of My Mind. Have you guys ever heard of her?
Mm-mm.
I'm gonna show her next. I'm gonna actually write to Yanni. Everybody that's watching this live today, please contact Yanni. I don't care how you do it. Go specifically to this video. Tell her you are going to deal with the boycott of this show. And we're also interested in boycotting YouTube for a month to get them to stop the hate speech against Black women to begin. If we don't have enough people or we don't have enough impact, then we take a longer amount of time and try to get more people to go with us and keep doing that until we get enough people off this bullshit platform to make them realize you're going to pay attention to us and you're going to find another cash cow. You're going to actually make people come on this motherfucker and work for their money. Not just come on here and talk shit about us and talk about how we stink, how ugly we are, how unfeminine we are, and all that bullshit that is coming out of somebody's imagination because you are a woman. You're born a female child, a baby. You grew up into a woman. God gives you all of the femininity, all of everything that women are supposed to have. And no man, nobody can take that away from you. And it doesn't matter what their opinion is of you, you are never going to not be who you are. So throw all of those people in the trash, believe in yourself, love yourself, and know that their opinion does not mean shit where you're concerned. People only have energy, y'all, to work on you when you give it to them. You gotta care about a motherfucker to let him disrespect you. You gotta care about what they're saying. If you don't care about what they're saying, they have no effect on you. Seriously. But you have all the effect in the world when you disrespect people by ignoring the shit out of them like they don't exist. Treat them like they're manure underneath your shoes. They will feel that harder than you could ever say something to them. Believe me when I tell you.
Oh, yeah.
When you ignore people, they cannot stand to be ignored. It drives them literally crazy. And
that's my number one tactic.
It's true. They lose their mind. Like, they do all types of things besides touching you. And sometimes they do that too to get your attention because they need it so damn bad. But thank you for bringing this up because I had no idea Yanni had did this, but I will do this definitely, and I will put this on my community page to help her with this, and I'm gonna ask her about what we're doing. Asia, what are you gonna do to like try to spread or give out that information about what you suggested about the meetup outside of YouTube? How are you gonna work on that?
Well, I wanted to see if maybe me and you could start off having a Zoom call or a Google Meets, whichever you're comfortable with. Actually, let me post my email in the back chat. It's the same as my name.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with either one. They both free as long as everything is free. I'm not trying to pay for none.
Oh no, me neither. Trust me, everything I need is going to be free of charge.
I am dead serious. I do not believe in all that stuff. Like, even like when I was showing y'all the AI, I was showing y'all the free version because they try to make people pay for everything these days. Like,
are you talking about the Chat GPT thing?
Yeah, it's like the one I showed y'all, the links I gave y'all, that's free. But if you wanted to like work harder, work faster, add other things of information into it, they literally trying to charge you like hundreds of dollars a month. It is not that serious. It really isn't.
Yep.
So, but anyway, that's me. Frugal, and I love it.
Oh yeah, you save more money that way, first of all.
It's true. And seriously, y'all, if you don't have those little apps that find like old accounts that you still paying money for that might not show up on your account, depending on whatever it is going on with your bank, you need to try it one time for 1 month just to get rid of all of the, during the free trial, right? To get rid of all of the things from the past that you forgot about, because that money adds up, believe it or not. because I know I had downloaded one of those things and I had all types of ridiculous stuff in on my account. AMC streaming, all this stuff I don't even remember like ever watching or but you know how sometimes you sign up for stuff and they catch you and then if you don't go, cancel it during the period you can, it just constantly repeats after that, renews after that. That's what was happening to me. So y'all look out for that kind of stuff because I know I can't be the only one who's doing that. I can't be. So please look out for that and be because the way life is right now, where people are trying to bounce back from COVID. I mean, industry wise, everything from housing to actual employment. People are going to be trying to lord over us.
Oh, yeah.
To make life as hard as possible. So every single way you can hold on to a dime, make a dime, do that. Because we're the only one, nobody's coming to save us. Nobody's going to be there when we need them. So we have to be in a position to be able to wiggle out of any situation we find ourselves in. So, yeah, that's what I want to say about that. But yeah, thank you for bringing this to my attention because I didn't know, but I do know those creeps. And I never watched their show. I just was aware of them through clips of other people's channels. And I'm just like, how is this kind of stuff allowed? Like, how is this allowed? But it's allowed because everybody takes advantage of us. Because we don't yell and scream and yell and complain the way every other woman does. If they would do that to Hispanic women.
Well, the thing is we do. It's just that we get shut down.
We don't yell as much. Because, like, when we complain, we don't take it to the levels and to the extent other people do. Like, we'll yell on YouTube.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
How many people going to go outside of YouTube and go to the people whose job it is to regulate YouTube?
Yep.
They're not doing that. And then when I've told them a few times, like, put up the links or whatever, I don't really, like, one or two people would say, yeah, I did that. But it should be all of us because this affects all of us. Because people got to realize, like, the world loves stereotypes. So if they think you're a bad person or the garbage that they present to try to convince the world that we are, when we go for a job interview or we go to do any other enterprise that is going to make our lives better, people are going to hesitate to deal with us. They're going to look at us like, oh, yeah, but, I heard, behind the scenes. They're not going to tell you that to your face. When when they sit together in the room and they decide, are we going to pick up this person or not? Maybe they have all of these things playing back in their head and they're like, well, I don't know. The way this person looks, they kind of remind me of this video I saw or what I heard. And this is why.
But my thing is those type of people shouldn't be in positions of power then, because that means that you can't be trusted in your position. If you're that compromised where you're watching videos all day if you're watching that type of content and you're a person that hires people, to me, I think that there should be something along the lines of that, because I guess what? I don't see I don't really hear any discrimination in hiring like that when it comes to openly like that when it comes to Black men. I still with these dudes killing each other and shooting each other.
It's just us. I don't know what that is. If I had the answer to that, we could solve all of this. It is just us. And I'm not saying that that's something that's going to be done all the time. I'm saying the possibility of that is real. It is real. And that's the reason why they promote this negative propaganda, because when you think about things, Asia, on a more long-term scale, if Black women get educated, they rise up out of poverty, they stop dealing with dysfunctional Black males, they raise up their children to be stellar citizens in America, you're on your way up the stratification to another level in society. Another level where you will have not only socioeconomic power, but you're going to have political power. You don't think these people don't know that? That is the whole thing, to keep you from attaining what they know you are able to obtain, which is why they playing with birth control. They're trying to take away your right to have medication to control your body. But the thing that they can't take away is your mind. Your mind to be able to decipher through all the nonsense that's being thrown out here towards you so that you safeguard yourself. And your primary goal and function in this life is about your health and welfare from the time you wake up every morning to the time you go into the ground. They can't stop you from doing that, no matter how many obstacles they put in your life. And the way that they keep you from getting to that point is by playing games with dark psychology. I talk about that book all the time because you got to read it. It's real. They play games, and the games that they play keep you hooked into all of the things and the schemes and the strategies they come up with to destroy your life and kill your possibility to upgrade in this world. Just think about that. There literally are places in this world where there are whole towns, cities, and villages of just Black women, not in America, but in Africa, in Asia. They have that. There are places like that. And do you know how productive those places are?
Very.
Okay. Think about just like where I'm at in New York City. If we just took Queens.
Oh, you here too?
Yeah, I live in Queens.
Oh, dope. I'm in the Bronx.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm here. So if we just took Queens, right, and we made it, well, it's big. So let's just take 2 communities in Queens, and we go, this is only for Black women only. Black women are resourceful. People like to try to say we don't have communities, but Black women are out here doing the thing. There are 2 Black women that own 2 different banks, 2 different Black banks. There are Black women out here that own hospitals, right? When they talk about they waiting for Black males to build up the community, there are Black women already out here building the community, but nobody is networking with them and pulling them into the communities all over the place. You understand what I'm saying, Asia? You got Black women out here owning grocery stores.
Yep. Owning hair salons.
They owning everything to keep. They owning everything to keep the daggone community together. But because Black women so busy being brainwashed, thinking that they need some male due to patriarchy to get this started, they're overlooking the very people who have the resources to expand all over America the way we need them to be. Those people I'm talking about, they have the banks, they have the grocery stores, they don't have the housing that you need to make it full circle. You understand what I mean? They have the money part, but in order for you to be fully self-sustaining, like, contrary to popular opinion, Black Wall Street wasn't one place in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was all of the Black communities and cities that were thriving in America, right? So the things that they had then, we don't have now, is a network of people popping up in every area that they're in, dealing with one another to make sure each one grows. That's what I'm talking about. And with this internet, that should not be a problem, but it is a problem because a lot of Black women are spending the majority of their time talking about stupidity, relationships, and guys. When if you weren't doing that, you could be talking about hooking up with somebody who's an independent contractor for whatever, so that you could start something where you live or bring it to where you're at. They have chapters for all this stuff all over the place. You just got to get involved in it. But if nobody puts it out there for Black women to learn it, how are they supposed to know about it?
That's true.
Yeah. So all right. So we're gonna do these things here. We're gonna work on what Yanni's talking about. We're gonna try to push this boycott. We need the time. We need, while we're still getting the signatures for the petition, we need to push this because we need them to stop disregarding and dismissing us. We need to do this. Black women, y'all can help as well. Wherever you live locally, reach out to all your representatives about the hate speech and the Black femicide calls on YouTube for Black women and children. You must let them know this is a problem. Believe me. And in your letter, let them know. We know they can't work miracles. You don't got to put that in your letter, but let them know if they do not take a stand on it and take it seriously, you will not be providing a vote for them when their seat is up come next election. Just let them know. And let them know you will be talking to other people in your community by word of mouth. They know how Black people work. We work by talking to each other. We do that thing, that barter thing. They know it. Make sure you bring that to their attention. In addition, y'all, every single state has their own their attorney general. And there's a Department of Justice that is supposed to handle discrimination and stuff like that. Black women are also protected under the civil rights title against discrimination. I forget what number it is. I don't know if it's Title 4, Title 7. I don't know. Take the time, go look up the Civil Rights Act, see which number it is where people cannot discriminate against you for race, origin, and all that kind of stuff. Find out what number it is. And then you make your complaints to different representatives and government offices about the hate speech on this platform. And they will have to take notice, because even if it's 3 letters from different areas of America going to people to the same office, wherever they are, and they're talking about the same topic, they're going to make the connection. This is going to be a problem. We need to address this. Y'all get what I'm saying?
That's true.
They're going to have to deal with it, because they know you're going to be sitting down seething about the fact that I brought this shit to their attention and they just disrespecting, not paying attention to shit I say. But yet when they want my vote to get back in office, they're going to be smiling in my damn face.
Mm-hmm.
That's the time you sock it to their ass. That's the time you do not vote for them. You do not.
Yeah, that's why I think presidential elections, I think we need to sit out completely.
Well, not when it's Republicans versus Democrat, because they will have your ass back in slavery. Okay? If think about what I'm saying, and this election is going to be serious, so everybody buckle up and get ready. You have racist ass Ron DeSantis running for president. You damn sure don't want him becoming president, because all it takes is for a certain amount of people in Congress and them to pass bills, and they literally can put your ass back into slavery, whether you believe it or not.
Yeah, and I think I heard one of the Kennedys is supposed to be running for. I don't know how true that is, but it's supposed to be one of Kennedy's children that are running. I don't know what his politic is, but I'll look into it.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, the Republican platform are people who do not want white people to lose their power in America. No matter how you feel about however you vote, that is the bottom line. They, in every single state, they are repealing people's rights, because this country is the people who are brown like us and other people that they call of color. You are vastly outnumbering white people, which is scaring the fuck out of them. So they're doing everything in their power so that they could be the main power above everybody else, so they don't lose the status quo of what America is today. So you got to take this seriously. This is not about what party you belong to. This is about you recognizing that these white people who are in power right now in the government, they don't want no black people or any other so-called person of color to overdo them and become higher than them, where they got to worry about having somebody put the foot on their fucking neck. That's what it's come down to. That's the reason why they did that House Bill 1020 in Mississippi. And even though I know everybody ran with the whole thing of when the one, I think it was one senator said the thing about they made a Jim Crow bill. When you literally read that House Bill 1020, it has nothing to do with Jim Crow. It has everything to do with controlling the court system. There's a small group of white men who are going to be above everyone else, who are unconstitutionally creating a little committee that's going to dictate what happens in one section of Mississippi only, which is Jacksonville, because they claim, see me doing the air quotes, right?
Mm-hmm.
The crime is so out of control. The regular courts, we feel, are not handling the crime to our satisfaction. So we're going to create a committee above that court system where we, 6, 7, 10, however many white men, are going to determine what happens to those black people by ourselves alone, where nobody else has shit to say about it. That's why that senator or whoever he was said this is Jim Crow coming back to life, because that's how it used to be in Mississippi. Mississippi is a horrible state. It's a slave for life state. It's a state where you could go to jail for the rest of your entire life. It's a state where if you go to jail, you're a convicted felon, you could lose your rights forever for all of your life. No, you can't vote. You can't do shit. That's the type of place Mississippi has been. It has always been a horrible place.
Yeah, they're still in I still consider it a Confederate state, damn near, just because of the way they operate.
And I might add, another horrible state is Texas. And I feel very sorry for all of you black women that live in Texas currently.
I thought Texas was supposed to be getting better. No?
Oh no, Texas is horrible. Texas is trying to concede from the United States and become their own country once again inside of the United States.
Wow.
I told you guys I watched I did the video the other day. I told y'all start watching the YouTube channel English version Al Jazeera, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it was on there. They feel Ron DeSantis is leading this charge too. They filled out all this paperwork. Now, how this motherfucker is doing all of this as a governor is beyond me. Because there's people above him, right?
Of course, there's always people that aren't going to be the whoever's the face is just the one who's out there the most is just the face. There's always people working behind the scenes. I never believe the one who's out in front all the time. That's a dog and pony show. We have to look at the people who are above them, who aren't being put out there. Those are the ones whose faces have to start getting circulated too. Names and face. That's what I'm all about. I'm about names and faces. I feel like there's not enough of that being called out.
Go ahead, keep going. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, but no, that's just basically where I'm at. It's like I'm about names and faces. I hate when people will be quick to say, "Oh, I'm being harassed at such and such job," or "Oh, I just got fired from such and such." I'm like, okay, well, name the person. What is the name of the company? Like, how else are you going to hold these people accountable for what they do for you if you're not saying names and faces? And it's the same way with these politicians. If you know that there's other people behind it that are participating in it, you have to out them too.
You do. I'm coming.
No, take your time.
No, I'm sorry. I was messing with a pot I had on the stove. I apologize.
No, you're right.
You're right, because he's just the governor. So you have the people above him, which are the Attorney General's office, everybody in the Attorney General's office. And then above that, you have everybody in the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's office. You have all these people above this man, up to the vice president and the president's office. So why, like you said, these people are either complacent or they are condoning what he's doing, because none of them have came out and said, okay, settle down now, settle down. You're getting too out of control. You need to remember your station. You're going above your station now. Sit down, calm down. No one's doing that to him. So clearly they are in agreement with this guy acting a damn fool like this. But what I was getting at was they want to leave and become their own country inside of America. So my thing was, I was thinking about it the other day, and I said, that's very dangerous for all the people that live in that state. And here's why. What country is right behind Texas?
Wait, say that again?
Mexico.
Oh, right. Yeah. And there's a lot of people that are going missing near like the border, I'm hearing.
Not just that, you got the cartels over there. And the thing that Texas is not thinking clearly about is, when you are your own country, you have to have military.
Your own defense. Because if the United States decides to go to war with Texas, what's going to happen?
They're going to get got, right? And most importantly, what if Mexico goes, oh, okay, you want to become your own country, you're on the border with us. You don't have all the stuff we have. You don't even have the infrastructure we have. Guess what? We'll be taking that land back. and we'll be telling you what to do right now since you're not protected by America anymore. How about that? How you think you're going to stop an entire other country from running into your state and bogarting everything you got because you want to get away from America? Do you see how stupid that is?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why I said I really don't feel bad for people whose hate leads them to do stupid ass decisions that hurt themselves. Because hey, if you want to hate that badly, then put your life on the line for it. If it's that serious.
You really hit it on the head, Asia, because they are putting their lives on the line and every single resident in that state. Because
it's the same thing to me with what I see with the dudes in this community, where they want to walk around and hate, and they're the ones getting killed at the highest rates by their own hand, by each other, but then still want to be on this bullshit about black women this, black women that, as if any of that is about to stop your body counts from going down.
They don't care because it's about the what do you call it, deflection, right?
Yeah, try to blame somebody else.
Right. It's about putting the spotlight on us to make it seem like we're worse than anything they could possibly do, despite the fact that they refuse to think that, you know, people do think for themselves. They do clearly understand that you are the ones committing crimes in their community. They see you committing crime on the news every day and night. They don't see black women half as much as they see these other people. So
yeah, and the thing is, when they do see one of us, they have to make 4, 5, 6 videos going in on that one situation just to make it seem like, oh, look, this is what all black women are doing. And mind you, it's one situation. Like that's also what I was saying earlier about where I'm starting to see a lot of people take one video and say, well, all black women think like this, or all black women think like this. But then I look at videos of black women who are introverted, who are very quiet, whose channels barely ever get spread. That's how I know it's propaganda.
Yeah, it is. It's serious propaganda. And ultimately, if we don't do the pushback that we need to do, it will hurt us economically. It really,
you know what I think would help?
What?
If we start looking into how Jewish folks got their protection, because they went through the same thing. What we going through in this country, they went through over in Nazi Germany. If you wanted to get into office, if you wanted to get a powerful position during the days of World War II, all you had to do was hate Jewish folk.
Yeah, but the difference between them and also the Asian people in this country who also went through the same thing that black people went through, I know the Asians and the Jewish people, they went to court to sue for their right to be treated like white people.
Well,
we don't have that privilege because we ain't white.
Well, not to be treated by like white people. Well, we don't have to go to court to be treated like white people. We just have to go to court and charge this country with genocide.
We can. We have to do it the opposite, but that is the reason why they have the standing that they have.
I know it's more to it. I just thought maybe some references would help with us.
You're right. It will help. But the thing is, they had an end goal. They felt like if we can't beat them, we might as well join them and assimilate into them. But as hard as we try, we could never assimilate into whiteness because
and personally, I don't want to sue.
I would never. Well, I don't have a problem with suing. I got a problem with assimilating because I feel like my person, my history, my people need to be just as respected as yours.
I don't want to assimilate into nothing. I love. First of all, I'm sorry. I love being a black woman too much.
Yeah, and that's you see what you just said right there. That's the problem with black women, in everybody else's opinion, because we love the skin that we're in, and we're not easily manipulated into thinking we're nothing, and that we should want to aspire to be white. They have a problem with that. Because black males don't have a problem with wanting to be white. Only black women do. So that makes us the target, because how dare you love yourself? No matter how many people come at you trying to tell you you're nothing, you still say, yes, I am. Because we are. We're allowed to cultivate into this society and demand you respect who we are the same way you want to make everybody respect you. No.
Yeah, I'm quick to embarrass somebody. That the thing is, what I tell black folks, the person that's trying to make you hate, what I tell black women, to the person you tell the person that's trying to make you hate yourself, put them through the ringer to make them prove it. I want you to ask them questions. Okay, well, what is it about me? Okay, well, I don't agree. Okay, well, what else? Well, what else? Well, what else?
Right.
Interrogate them, bombard them, give them a hard time every single time. They're
Yeah,
gonna get tired.
they are.
And I've done it so many times, they don't even try it with me
Because
because they know.
and it makes them look exactly what they are, stupid.
Stupid.
It makes you look stupid to try to say that the way someone was God made or entity made, universally made to come into this world, that they are not the picture of perfection when the universe says so. None of us
Yeah.
none of us made ourselves. So however we come into this world is perfectly who the hell we're supposed to be. No one else.
Yeah. And my thing is, what I say to people like that is, oh, well, are you telling me that you wouldn't be shit without this manufactured system? So if we were just on this planet alone, you wouldn't be shit?
That's exactly what it is.
And see, that's what I'm saying. We got to start being comfortable hitting below the belt. If people are going to hit below the belt with us, we need to clap back the exact same way. But we do it with facts. We're going to do it with facts and research. We don't have to do any emotion behind it. Because
yeah, I'm going to cut you. Keep going with the emotion because that's who we are. We are emotional and people know that about us. And we're emotional to a fault, but we are because we care about things. It's hard for us to not care about things that we think are important to us. And we have the right to do that.
Mm-hmm. And we're the most spiritually in tune with this planet. People forget about that too. That's why we get so riled up about a lot of things.
Asia, you ain't never lied, girl. I cannot walk down the street without looking at the curve of a tree and being mesmerized and watching like the cells and different times of the season here in New York where you can actually see like different parts of cell respiration happening where the leaves blossom. And then, I love that kind of stuff.
Me too.
I love all that. And it's like sometimes, late here in the summertime when you go outside and you hear literally the crickets and the cicadas like going off in the trees and stuff like that. It's just beautiful. And it just soothes me in a way that nothing else can. And we're in tune with that. Whereas other people, they'll give two shits about that, what you and me talking about right now. Or watching a beautiful, beautiful sunrise and like literally like being mesmerized by the sun. Or
if it looks a certain way, I'll start taking pictures.
Yeah. Or like I know here, like we have a courtyard in the back for all of us to be in. When it's really, really hot, I go outside with my like lounge chair, put my pillows and all that stuff in it and body pillows, make it as soft, as comfortable as possible, fall asleep in the sun to get all the vitamin D soaked into my body, head to toe. When I wake up, Asia, I'm feeling like $1 million. I'm trying to tell you, like that's
our most natural. That's the most natural way for us to gain vitamin D too, is from the sun.
I'm telling you, I do it all the time here. Like I have to find a spot from the kids playing soccer and all this type of stuff and everything else, and I literally go to sleep right out there in the courtyard with everybody. Nobody gonna bother you. We got security and stuff here, but it's like I fall asleep in the sun. When I wake up, I'm feeling good. When I tell you feeling good, like somebody gave me energy from out of nowhere. And you're right. It's like I see a lot of Black women like that. I see Black women sunbathing. I see them doing all this healthy stuff. Oh, I really love us. Like I walk down the street in the summertime, amazed at how beautiful the other Black women look. I just be like, oh my God.
Me too.
I'll be like, go girl. Me too. Go. It's good.
And these are the type of spaces that I'm in. Like, cause me and my girlfriends, I have all my girlfriends and sisters. I don't have any male friends, and I don't have friends with other races. I just for some reason it just never got to that point. But I have nothing but sisters as friends, including family members that I have as friends.
Right.
Like I have cousins. I have cousins that I consider my best friend just because of how we interact with each other. It's dual. I get to have my family and I get to have my best friend. So it's like when I hear, it's like it's hard for me to be in these spaces where I'm hearing, Black women talk about, oh well, Black women don't get along and they hate each other and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, girl, you also have to be the example too, because you can't be talking all this shit and then think that you're somehow different. You're a part of the problem as well, because how are you the only one that has these issues? And there's cliques I see all the time on Facebook. I see cliques of Black women going on trips together, hanging out, having fun.
Oh yeah, I'm part of that. I'm part of one of those groups where we have the Black women's travel groups. Yeah, and we actually have a good time. We really do. And even though a lot of us are strangers, Asia, you know, of course you come in with your girl or whatever family member, but when you interact with the people at the meetup point, yo, it is fun. Remember earlier how you talked about meetup.com?
Mm-hmm.
On Reddit, there's a group I belong to on Reddit where we have the Black Girl Brunch. We go to different states throughout the year, and we're all strangers, and we meet up and brunch it out and have a good freaking time. I'm telling you.
Oh my God!
Like,
is there like, you have a link where I can go check it out?
What? Now that you said that, since I'll put that stuff on the community page so everybody can find it on Reddit and the other places I go, because y'all know I love to play around in Louisiana. You know I love that. So
I've actually never been. I've always wanted to go.
Girl, go, and don't wait for no damn Mardi Gras festival. Just go down there. It's plenty of Black history. It's the hottest place in America. It is below sea level. It's hot as hell. Okay, so
I heard the humidity is crazy.
Believe me, in the summertime you're gonna be dying. Make sure you take your water bottle, okay, and your sunscreen. Okay. It's not a joke. I'm dead serious. It's not a joke. Like, I don't usually
Is it like Florida heat?
It's worse than that. It's like tropical heat. It's like, it's equivalent to like Jamaica heat in the summertime. Jamaica's hot. It's like that. It's like that. But Jamaica have the breeze from the water, but down there, no breeze, humidity and heat.
Oof.
But I love it though. But let me tell you, because now we going off into other stuff. But real quick, like, because
no, I like these conversations.
Yeah, because my a lot of my women on my mom's side, maternal side, and my grandmother's background, they were on the plantations in Louisiana. Because, you know, did you guys know that Louisiana used to be the richest state in America in slavery? Y'all got to look up this stuff.
No, I didn't even know that. Does that have to do with the Louisiana Purchase? Is that related at all?
A little bit, but it actually comes from Queen Sugar. Because you know how they always talk about King Cotton, right? But in America, cotton was number 2. The number 1 export in America was sugar. And the two poorest states today, currently, were the richest states in America in slavery. That was Louisiana was number 1st, and Mississippi was number 2. Can you believe that?
I can, honestly.
Yeah. When you do the research, right, you'll see. Just read it. You can Google it anytime. Queen Sugar, Louisiana's history and slavery with sugar. That it's all gonna pop up. It's serious, right? And they were rich as hell. But my women, they come from Shreveport. Another important factor about Louisiana was that during the the Civil War and stuff, Louisiana was the richest state. They were also the place where most of the battle took place. And not only did the war in Louisiana go on between the North and South, but what America neglects to tell American people is that the British people still had their hooks in America. And the Black soldiers that were fighting against the Northern soldiers also were fighting against the British soldiers that the British sent across the water to, everybody was fighting at the same time because they needed to keep slavery in its position so the fat people who were wealthy could stay wealthy, right? If you watch that movie, I know people gave him a bad review. The Emancipation movie with Will Smith. There's a lot of real history, in that movie about Louisiana. But because my foremothers are from Louisiana, I hold it dear to my bosom because as a child, I grew up a lot there. Even though I was born up, I went down there in the summer when nobody was around to watch us to go to work and all that type of stuff. We went down there. So I know a lot about that place. And then growing up and, you know, learning the history, it is one of the...
Are you Creole?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And let me make this clear for people so they can understand. Creole is a culture, it's not a people. It's a culture, right? Because all of the people in Louisiana, whether they look it or not, we all comprise of French colonizers, African enslaved people, indigenous people, and the Spaniard people from Spain, colonizers. So those four people make up all the people in Louisiana. Now, like everybody else, individually, your family may have more than one people than the other, but that is how that whole state was created. That's the mixture of people that created that state. So when you go to places like Congo Square in New Orleans, you see all of the history of the colonizers in that fourth quarter that I was at that day with the worst damn reception in the world, trying to show y'all what I was doing when I was there that day. I'm gonna go back this summer so y'all can see it. But anyway, when you go there, it literally has all the information on the monuments in the park. When you walk through the parks, when you go there to this day, you can see the water where the ships came in and docked and did their transactions, came into the quarter, and where they used to get drunk in the bars that are still there to this day. They might not be the same establishments as the past, but they're still in those locations. When you do those little walking tours with the little white people and everybody else, and there's a black guy on here, Robbie, I forget his name right now, and two white dudes that grew up there together. They do walking tours in Louisiana too, in New Orleans, not Louisiana, in New Orleans, for those particular historic sites. And he's one of the black people there that still practice the African voodoo. So when he's there, if he's one of your guys, he will actually teach you a ritual and some of the things that we actually practice in our homes in Louisiana in the morning. Like we get up and pray. We pray at night. There's different prayers that we have during the day. And it's not like the stuff you see on in the movies, like evil stuff. It's just, remember me and you were speaking a little while ago about the oneness with the earth and the different things of nature. That's what that whole religion is based off of. Your oneness with nature. Everything.
Oh, okay.
Earth, wind, water, sun, everything that the earth has to give you, how you connect to it. Like people are very genetically close to trees. Did you know that? Our genetic makeup is very close to them. Like they're heavily carbonated, we're very heavily carbonated. It's like our connection to everything that we go walk by and drive by every day, act like it's nothing to us, is so much more close to us and part of us than most people know. But that's what that religion teaches you, how to tune into that type of thing and then give respect to that and value it. Because if it wasn't for that, we believe that you wouldn't be in existence. So that's all there is to that. But anyway, I just put that out there. And it's a very interesting place because it is the only state in America that has like the majority of its past history part of the present. Like clearly part of the present. Like you can't escape it. It's everywhere you turn with an explanation to it. Like if you walk down the block, there's a statue of somebody with a whole thing you can read about who this person was, why this came to be, and it's no other city I've ever seen is like that. And I just think it's a treasure to America. I really do, because it's unapologetically just, it is what it is. It doesn't try to hide like all the other cities do. Like my city or our city, it's disgusting. We have a African burial ground down in Wall Street. People disrespect like it doesn't have a right to exist. You know that, Asia.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and on top of that, we live in a world that's anti-nature anyway. A lot of people don't like to talk about that, but this world is everything is it's anti-nature. We live in a society that's anti-nature, even though we need it to live.
We do. We really do need all of it to live. Because if any of it cease to exist, so will we.
So will we. Yeah,
will
we're done.
yeah, so will we. But okay. I want to play a couple of minutes of RSW's live today for us to take this conversation back to the beginning where we were talking about how socially the things that come out of it long term in Black women being disrespected online, on the news, the situation that happened with Angel, and etc. She gives a very good in-depth thought process to that, and I'm just gonna let it play. You can still talk if you want to talk. I'll stop if you need me to interrupt it, but I'm gonna let it play for the 3 minutes that we have before I guess I get in trouble. But I'll let it play.
Okay.
Of being a basketball in a sports is competing with the other team, right? So the white girl was doing it first, and then when the black girl won her the championship, got a ring for her team, or helped contribute to her team getting a ring. She made a gesture towards the white girl at the end, like, yeah, you can't see me, you know. And then at first, the sports news stations were hyping the white girl up, and they was praising her for being very competitive and winning, and being cocky about it. And then when the black girl did it, they made a whole media spectacle out of it and called her classless and ghetto and everything in the book because she was competing back. So that's what this is. That's the scenario right now with this whole situation. That's what people are talking about. That's what's in the headlines. That's what happened. Okay. So really, and see, I always see past this type of shit because I look at the overall picture. I don't look at just one little thing that's happening at a time. I look at the whole culture of how people are treating Black women in general. Because I'm smart and I use my brain, I use my critical thinking skills. I know that things are not a coincidence. If you keep seeing Black women being harassed online about our sex life and who we date and our standards of dating, and you keep seeing us being berated in the media for profit, for money, for clicks, for likes, for views, you keep seeing us being the spectacle. You know what I'm saying? We're always the butt of jokes. We're always the topic of discussion. We're always being harassed. All of this is all connected. This ain't no isolated incidents. So with this situation, I believe that number one, Black women are a commodity here, like I've been saying. So we make money, like our promotion, like anytime they're trying to put a story out there to incite Black women to get us pissed off, to try to get us to be outraged about something. Usually they're doing that to make money.
Yeah.
They either try to bring attention to something.
Go ahead.
What she said about us being a commodity, oh yeah, that's always been the case, and that's even from reproductive slavery up until now. We've always been the commodity, always. Yeah. Our wombs have been the damn commodity in this goddamn country.
That's the reason why they have such a heart attack about the abortion thing. They need us to put out these people so that they can use them in this system to make money.
And this is yeah. And this is why I get so pissed off when I hear Black women not bring this up. And I'm like, either you don't know or you need to do the damn research, because this is all, because a lot of it is about getting the ones who are the most, and I call them the designated abused. If you are poor, I hate to say it. I hate these are the designated. These are the Black folks that are designated. Yes, it is. It's just the truth. Designated abuse.
It's true and funny at the same time. It's messed up.
I know. I know.
It's so true.
It's not a laugh because this shit is crazy. I know, but it's they are. If you are poor, Black, woman, overweight, you are pretty much the number one target in this country for everything negative.
And if your skin is dark.
Yep. I thought I said that. I'm sorry.
The other thing that our WS #exposed said that I didn't think about, but it's true. When she goes on talking later in this live, she points out that she said, look at Angel. Angel's a brown skinned girl. If she was light skinned, they wouldn't have had that same reaction. And she's right. Because when you look at how they treat celebrities on the whole, if that woman is brown skin or darker, she gonna get every type of stereo thrown at her. But let her be Rihanna and light skin like Rihanna or lighter, nobody got shit to say. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
So she does mention that, and I didn't even think about it, but recently I had thought about certain things that happened. I was like, yeah, she's right. The way they do that poor lady Normani, they disrespect her crazy.
And I don't understand how, because she wraps circles around half these girls that are so-called in the forefront.
But she's natural. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like her body is beautiful. She doesn't need a BBL.
Megan Thee Stallion the same way, and her hair is natural. Now that to me, they're even hard. I feel like a lot of them are waiting for something to happen with her, because she's coming out looking even more beautiful than she did when all that bullshit was happening. So they really mad.
They really mad with Megan because Megan is the around the way girl. They really try to make it seem like she's something spectacular, but if you come on my block or come where I grew up, all the black women look like Megan. I don't mean
but those be the baddest. I just keep it 100. The ones who are around the world.
Yeah, that's how they look. They was nice looking in the face, nice looking in the body. No matter what grade hair they had, their hair looked nice. Like the girls on my block, when we was little, we used to rock the part down the middle of our head with the 2 braids. Go back. Either like around your head, like crowning your head, or straight back. That's what we wore for years, right? So we got into high school and started doing all those styles like salt and pepper and all the rest of them. But black women, they try to make it seem like we don't have hair. We have hair. We have beautiful, thick, curly ass hair. No matter what grade your hair is, it is curly. It's not kinky. It's not nappy. That is curls. When you comb your hair, you put the right products in it, you will see that curl defined, no matter how it looks. So all this nonsense about we bald-headed, we ugly, they wish we was bald-headed. They wish we was ugly. Because the same things that they're doing today, they used to do to us in slavery and post-slavery, where they made us walk around. There are laws on the book. I just can't remember them right now. Y'all have to Google this, where it was laws where if black women showed their hair in society, in public, you were put in freaking jail.
Isn't that Tion? Is that Tion laws?
I don't know.
Something different?
I don't know what TR law is, but it was part of the black.
That was in Louisiana.
That was
in Louisiana too. But I think that was.
Come on, Asia. I don't know everything.
No, I'm surprised because that's one of the main places they instituted that law. Hold on, I'll type it in the back. I'll type it in the.
No, put it on the screen, girl. Put it in the chat.
Oh, sorry. I'm over here in the back. My bad.
The information, because I disabled the links for the chat. So if it's information, you're gonna have to put it in the back chat. Yeah, I'll put it up though.
No problem.
Because that's so that they don't spam me with the porn, because they like to try to do that ignorant stuff. But I don't know what it's called in particular, but overall it was called the Black Codes. Okay, first they were called slave code, and then after post-slavery it was called the Black Codes, and that was the thing. Understand, we were not looking like no wolf boogers the way that they try to make us seem like in movies and shit like that. Black women always been beautiful. We didn't wear makeup, so we had our natural faces and we had our full head of hair, either in some type of bantu knot, some braids or some stuff, dreads or whatever. And the styles that black women used to wear their hair in used to make men attracted to us. This is in the history writings of America. This is not my opinion, okay? And because of that, the women that they were married to were offended by that. And they actually had the nerve to try to say that black women were enticing these men. How in the hell can a person who has their human rights taken from them do that?
They said that about us being raped on the plantation, that they were jealous of the slave masters or the slave owners leaving their bedroom to come dip into the slave quarters. But my thing is, how are you jealous of those little because let me tell you something. It was mostly young teenagers and young girls that they were going after.
Yeah.
So my thing is, how do you produce that type of jealousy for them? And that's why I always say, I think there's also a lot of Black women that have plantation mistress mentality too, when it comes to being jealous of young little girls. That's where that mind state comes from. And a lot of us don't consider that.
They do, because all of that deviant sexual behavior comes from that plantation training. Because it's not normal for grown men, old men, to be having sex with little girls.
Yeah. Oh, I also posted it's an archive.org. Basically, if you give more information, it's Tion Laws of 1786. So if you want to, I also posted it. Okay.
I'm gonna go get it that you put in, and I'm gonna put it on the while she plays. I'm gonna put it over. I'm trying to put it into the presentation. I'll take Yanni off, and I'll put that there, and then put this back up later. But I'm gonna let her play, and you could talk in between or whatever. But I just wanted to say that's real stuff, and to this day, it still hampers Black women, because out of this country in America, there's only 18 states that have the Crown Act. Okay.
That's why when people are disingenuous when they start talking to us about, oh, we wear weave, and oh, they don't like to wear their natural hair. That's bullshit, because they don't like to bring up the fact. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to get a job.
They don't like. They know it, but they don't. They have a problem dealing with the fact that white people don't like to look in the face of Black people because it reminds them of their crimes against our humanity. They don't like that. So the whiter you look to them, the more acceptable you are to them. They don't deal.
And if you are dark skinned, the more self-hating you are, then you're accepted too. That's why I hate to say it. I'm gonna be honest. The ones who I see hate themselves the most are dark skinned men.
Of course. Because they are the ugliest when you really think about it. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not talking about color. I'm talking about they are ugly because nobody. Let me put it like this.
I get what you mean, but go ahead.
I mean, feature-wise, and I don't mean just features based because of African descent features. I mean, when I was younger and Black people was different, right? Before people used to get married, women and men used to say, you have to look at the Black person's features to see if you're going to have a decent looking child. Not in any way saying that you're going to remove Africanoid or African looking features, because it's impossible because you're Black, right?
Right.
But let's say the dude, and I'm not talking about nose size, how it looks or nothing. I'm talking about the physical face. If the dude is ugly, straight up ugly, and we all know ugly people when we see them, right? Depending on our opinion of ugly. If you keep having kids, an ugly dude with an ugly woman, what is the product going to be? More than likely,
ugly child.
Okay, so that's why
they used to in certain situations where two ugly parents will come to make a beautiful child. I mean, it's not something I see often, but I have seen it.
Yeah, it happens because nothing is absolute. But what they used to tell us was the reason they were telling us that is because you don't just have a child and sleep with anybody. You have to look at this person from beginning with the features, the family, what they're doing, what they have to offer, all of that stuff we were supposed to take into consideration before you even begin to court them to think about reproducing with them or having a family with them. And somewhere along the line, we just threw all that stuff out the window. I definitely remember being taught that because I had got my first marriage. I was 18 years old against my grandmother's wishes, but she was telling me all these things. She's like, Stephanie, before you go with men, you have to think about certain things. You can't just willy-nilly. That was her thing. Willy-nilly do things because you're going to suffer in the end. Child, it's history now. She was right, but it's history.
No, especially when you 18, it's hard to get through. Sometimes. It's hard to get. I know when I was 18, I was the same.
Yeah, way. I didn't listen to shit. I listened to her about most things, but when it came to me thinking that, oh, she's trying to kill my joy, she's trying to keep me from having this man that I feel like I just gotta have. I didn't listen to her. And then in the end, I was like, oh my God, I wish I would listen to her. It's too late now. It's too late.
Yeah.
So let me, while I'm looking this up, let me let this play, and then you can interrupt me if you need to. I want to let. She was talking some really good stuff today. I really wish everybody go listen to her live completely because YouTube does my girl dirty. They shadow ban her, and she's really giving you the stuff you need to think about, where it's about you, Black women, and uplifting yourself, nobody else.
Right. Selling. They're literally using us Black women now for, for media, not, for advertisement, for promotion. That's what they use our Black outrage, female outrage for. So anytime we're being targeted, it's usually to make money for somebody, like a celebrity or a media conglomerate or something. It's something. These none of these incidents are coincidence. They use us to make money. They use us to talk about something all over our social media pages to get something being talked about. Because these everybody here in America are codependent on Black women. None of these weirdos of other races, these males and females of other races, and Black males, all of the women or people in general, not women, but all of the people who are not Black. This is what they do this for. And that's what y'all got to understand about this. We're a commodity. We're something to use to make money. And that goes for Negro males and white society. So because of that reason, they're always in our business. They're always trying to humble us. They always trying to tell us who to date, how to talk, how to behave. Anytime we're cocky or arrogant or think we are above the status they want to give us, it pisses them off. And also us talking about things and using our social media platforms are making these people money. So instead of them paying for advertisement and paying for promotion, they'll just use Black female outrage to promote things and make money. Y'all have to really understand how you're a cash cow and how you're a commodity here. You really need to get that through your head so you can understand how to move. Okay? And you need to
want to know. I'm sorry.
Negro males are not with y'all.
Go ahead. Let me stop it. Go ahead. What?
And she's 100% right, which is why I don't judge Black women who are sex workers. I don't judge Black women who do OnlyFans, because my thing is, why not? Why can't they get that money?
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Why can't they get that money? There's so many other races of women that are OnlyFans and do all that other shit that make money, and nobody says anything to them about it. But it's a problem for us. That's why I don't shame those women. I'm like, girl, get your money. Especially since some of them are living very well and not as stressed out as we are.
But you know why that is, right?
Yeah.
It's because of those same laws that you just sent to me. That I'm gonna mute my mic and I'm gonna let everybody. Naya, go lay down. My little puppy is acting crazy. I'm gonna play it to let people get the concept and the context of what it is we were talking about as far as the hair thing is concerned and our bodies and etc. Because people really don't understand that it with white America and Black people, it's like a whole lot of craziness, and I mean literally craziness, derived into why they have these insane feelings and hatred towards us, because there's a thing of them hating and desiring us at the same time, all based off the fact that people really refuse to wrap their head around the fact that there was a point in time in this country where they could do to us anything they wanted to, as if we weren't even valuable as a dog. And it is very difficult for a person or a people who had that ability to abuse the hell out of you to suddenly turn around and respect you with the same respect that they give each other. It's very difficult for people to do that. And in all actuality and honesty, it was not a very long time ago. It was not a long time ago. Like, people don't even know or realize that the last recorded born slave in America was in the 1940s.
Yep. I think I actually heard that tape.
Yeah, it was real. And that is one of the reasons, what was it, Japan, when they attacked America during that Pearl Harbor attack, disrespected America. Like, you don't get to tell us nothing to do when you enslaved black people, when you still got certain black people enslaved in your own country. And it's 1940, whatever. Yes. And if and those of y'all who know the actress, what's that girl that had the baby that played in The Killer and the Bee?
Keke Palmer?
Keke Palmer did a movie called Alice, which is a true story of a black woman and her family. Well, I think either in Mississippi or Louisiana, probably Louisiana, because Louisiana always had the worst horror stories about slavery. Okay. She was born in, I don't know, she was in the late either 30s or 20s, whatever. And she was on a plantation and freed in the 1960s. And it was tons of black people with her that were born into that nonsense. And that was not 100 years ago. And there are more stories like that when you go deep into the archives of things like that. You'll see horrific stories that people will swear to God, oh, you lying. No, this was this real person's life. And there's a whole movie about that woman's life. And if you look her up, you will read her real story. And it was true. They had her living in some backwoods in Louisiana that nobody, a remote area that people really didn't know about. And they had those people living on that property like they was back in slavery. No shit. Real life stuff. So when people do all that talking about, oh, it was a long time ago, you need to forget it. Why do we need to forget our Holocaust, but everybody else can relive?
Yeah, that's exactly my response to people. I'm like, all right, I want you to go tell Jewish folks that, and I'll really believe you.
That's the same way I feel, because don't disrespect ours if you're going to respect theirs. Just don't do it, because it is both crimes of crimes against humanity. No matter how you slice it up, it was a crazy wrong done to people that should be acknowledged and respected, so it doesn't ever happen again to all the people, not just some people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna let this play, and then her and go back to that and let you continue talking. Hold on, let me just mute so it can play out.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna mute myself.
And now, here's your Black History Minute. The Tignon Laws 1786 was created because of the threat that white women had of black women's hair. Black women had their hair adorned with gems, beads, and other accents that made them stand out from white women, and that became a threat. Due to the fact that white women were so enraged that white men were increasingly attracted to the black women's exotic style of hair, there was an order that was put out by Louisiana governor at that time, Esteban Rodriguez Miro. He ordered that black women cover their hair with a knotted headdress and refrain from adorning it with jewels when out in public. Black women should keep this in mind whenever they think about joining white feminist groups.
That's basically like the. Yeah, he could have left that part out. I was like, really? Like, you could have left that shit out at the end.
I was listening to the whole thing and I'm like, okay. He basically took history and gave his own narrative, right? Instead of just talking about the Tignon Law. But I'm like, okay. And then what was that bit at the end? What is that about? Like,
yeah, this is why. Oh gosh, but anyway, but there's trust me, there's a lot more on it. If you want to look it up, it's Tignon Laws of 1786. Like if you want to read into articles about it,
I really will, and I may even do a little piece on it because I love all things my foremother's land, because we're from Shreveport. So, well, they were from Shreveport, and I was down there in the summer. But I love all that kind of history because it shows like all of the things that we went through. But he was hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I was gonna say if you want to, you could go on. I just put the Wikipedia up. They have more details if you wanted to. If you want us to read that together.
Oh yeah, why not? Let's see. Let's go see what it says. That man was funny.
Yeah, I'm like, seriously.
He had to get that in. He could not. That was bothering him.
Yep.
But that was all over the place because when you think about, did you ever see the movie Queenie with Halle Berry? The Queen.
No, I haven't.
That movie is really good. Queenie had parts in it where it showed how they forced the black women to wear the rags on their head. Also in the other movie, she did Halle Berry did my favorite damn book, and Their Eyes Were Watching God. In that movie too, she had to cover her hair too, and that was all during those same time periods in America. So let me see how it looks to y'all. Okay, yeah, I can read it to y'all. All right, so on the screen here, y'all, it says the Tigan laws, right? So actually, it's not Shigan, but anyway, in English, I guess they would call it Tegan. I don't know. So,
Oh, they
but
pronounced it Tion, so I wasn't sure. Maybe the G is it the Y, the G and the Y, that type.
in French, it's gonna be a C. In Spanish,
Okay.
it's gonna be this T, and because this was the occupation period in Louisiana of the Spaniards, this is gonna be pronounced. You're gonna say this in Spanish, not in French, because
Okay.
remember I told you it was two colonizers in Louisiana before before the English. It was the Spaniards for a small time, and then the French. So this is the Spaniards. So this Tigon, or however you pronounce it, Tion or Tigyon. Anyway, Tignon law was a 1786 law enacted by the Spanish governor of Louisiana, Esteban Rodriguez Miro, that forced black women to wear a Tigon headscarf, I guess. Oh, they have the picture here. This is what it actually looks like. So the whole law is about you had to only, I get it now. So they had to only wear this specific headdress on their head. So now if you look at this headdress, y'all, it goes to show you that they were not bald headed. Look at all of that hair up there. You see that?
Yeah, we had to cover
So
it. That was the.
Yeah, I'm pointing that out because they always try to make it seem like we they're so stupid, because even if they go to Africa today, which are the women we derive from, right? You can go any place in Africa and you can find black women with full heads of hair down their back to their asses to everywhere. Some women with blonde hair naturally, straight hair naturally, curly hair naturally, thick afro hair naturally. We run the gambit of how all women could look, all colors they come in, all eye colors people could have, because we are the Garden of Eden. We are the origination of life. So why people try to play us and minimize our qualities needs to stop. Because just because you say it don't mean it's so. So back to this. So the background says, remember I was telling y'all about the black codes? Here, right? The Code Noir, the Black Code, was a French law that restricted the lives of people of color living in French colonies. This is way before the fourth quarters and all the stuff we know today, right? It has first been created to apply in the Caribbean colonies in 1685, which is like almost a year before. I mean, 100 years before, but was extended to Louisiana in 1724. Spanish authorities instituted a similar law first in 1769 and again in 1788. Remember, I told y'all that Louisiana was special because it was fighting not only the North and South War, but it was also fighting with the British troops as well to keep the British hold on America. This is the very time that we're talking about. So by 1786, Esteban Rodriguez Miro was the Spanish governor of Louisiana. He disliked actions some black women had taken, considering them to show off too much luxury in their bearing. I have no idea what the hell that means. He disliked actions some black women had taken, considering them to show off too much luxury in their bearing. What the hell does that mean? Luxury in their bearing? Let me read this. I'm gonna read this picture of this woman in a minute. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
white women began to urge
We were
Miro to
basically
act.
looking too good. I think that's what that meant.
Is that what that meant, or could it be that they was walking around the street too freely? I don't know. Maybe it could be both. I
Too
don't
much
know.
luxury in their bearing. I do want to look that up. I am going to look into that.
Well, that's a weird way of saying something. So it says
Yeah.
white women begin to urge Miro to act to restrict the fashion of non-whites. All right, now I want to talk to y'all about this woman right here, right? And about this description, which is not true, but let's get into it. This is again one of the fallacies and stereotypes that's created by white people about black people. Here we go. A young Creole woman in a tigon of her own creation. Note that the rosette in the tigon is repeated as either a brooch or in the linen at her neck. Okay. Painted from the historic New Orleans collection. Okay, let me explain something to y'all about that whole Creole thing, which is not true. It is another way to divide black people based off of how you look, created by whites, right?
Is that now, like color based on colorism?
Colorism, yeah. Now, when you are literally from places in Louisiana, there are three main groups of people. There are the Cajun people, the Creole people, and what they call like the Americanized people. There's no real name for it, but it's the black and white people and Native American people who don't give a damn about either culture. They just live. You know what I'm saying? So these people, like this woman here, Creole is a culture. It is not a mixture of people. It's not because your skin is light and your hair is curly and your eyes are bright. That has shit to do with Creole. Creole is the actual culture that you come from. The reason there's a distinction from Creole and Cajun is because the majority of the Cajun people are European people that descended from Europe to Louisiana through the mass migration when they first was coming here before the first, you know what I'm saying, the Civil War and the First World War and the Second, right? So during all those times that those white people was coming into America, they was settling into Louisiana specifically, they had to distinguish the white people from European background from the whites of America and all of the mulatto, octoroons, quadroons, and regular black people in that area. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how that whole thing came about with the classification of people to try to give black people who had more white lineage in their family more respect and hierarchy in society, called respectability politics, in relation to what they look like with their skin, hair, and eyes. Now, they use that trope, and that's exactly what it is, because it's not true. The trope to try to make people think that if they ever saw a black person who wasn't stereotypically what white people led everybody to believe a black person was, very kinky head, or this is the way they described us, very nappy head, entangled, hard to comb, dark skin, dark as night, dark as the sky, Brutus looking features, and muscular build. They would describe us like they was describing an orangutan or a gorilla. You understand what I'm saying? So when people did not fit that category, they tried to use the other features that black people come in as to make it as if they were a special type of Negro that belonged in a category because they had what white people want to believe, because they had French people in their bloodline, which we all know is not true. Genetics dictates how you look, regardless of who your parents are, regardless of how much white people's in your family, how much not white people's. Genetics plays a role in all of that. Like when you look at me personally right now, right? Everybody sees me, my skin is dark. The way that ignorant black people and white people would have you to believe, you would believe that I come from or derive from a woman who is either the same color as me or darker. Is that not the case? That's not the case with me.
That's the assumption.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's how that whole Creole shit came about, with the way somebody looks, because it has nothing to do with you look, the way you look. It has to do with the culture you come from. So that's what they do. Because me, I'm a dark person, but both my parents are very light people. And my mother comes from an actual mulatto black woman and a half black man. So I defy what people believe to be the normalcy or normalcy of what a black person is supposed to look like if they have two light-skinned parents. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because it has nothing to do with what you believe. It has to do with genetics. And now I'm just using that as an example to show you how that was a crock of shit, and that was used to divide and conquer the people and to keep playing on why they needed this law, because they wanted to try to promote to the public, well, you know, you got these black women running around here looking like these Creole black women that look so close to white women, make it hard for white men to control themselves. So this is why we got to do this. We got to make them
the seductress trope.
Yeah, this is where this shit comes from. So that's why
You want to know what movie? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Tell me. No,
you
go ahead. Don't be sorry.
You want to know what movie speaks to that in the most elementary way? And it's a cartoon movie. Have you ever seen the movie The Hunchback of Notre Dame?
Yes, the original one, right?
Not the original one, but the one from it's a little bit milder for kids. And I was able to digest it in a certain way as a child to understand the relationship. So look at the entire friction between Frollo, the white the old white dude, the antagonist in the film, and Esmeralda, the gypsy, the one who was dark skinned, thick, bushy. Come on, you see the symbolism in that? Come on, the dark skin, the big black bushy hair, and he was willing, and you saw how crazy he went.
He was crazy over that. And let me tell you something.
But at the same time, looked at her as less than.
Right. Let me tell you something about that. That is a real life situation that goes on to this day, right? And that today, the gypsy, first of all, that's a derogatory term for people to call them gypsies, right?
Yeah, I didn't know that when I was at the time.
Yeah, it's crazy. They don't like that. But the reason I noticed is because my daughter married a Turkish guy, right? And his mother is like one of these like old school Turkish women where a lot of people don't know that Turkish people are not white. They're what you call Eurasians, right? They're European people who are mixed with Asian people, all the freak the way back to Genghis Khan. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Right? So they are the descendants of the Ottoman Empire. Do y'all even know what the Ottoman Empire is? Look it up if you don't, right? That is a mix of like back in the days when you had Alexander the Great, when he went and conquered Persia, and then he started hanging out in Egypt and all these other places. That is where the Turkish people descend from. Okay? So in saying that, the gypsy thing comes from the fact that if you ever go to Turkey, like you're gonna see a lot of dark-skinned women that look like Esmeralda. And you really do have people there who are like Kurdish background, Russian background mixed in with the old Turkish people that descend from the Persians, right? Mixed up. And you're going to see those women are some beautiful goddamn women with bodies to match, right? And they call those women disrespectfully to this day, gypsies, to disrespect them. But yet men,
when I was younger, when I was younger, I figured out that they're actually the Romani people.
Right. They are. I was getting to that.
Oh, sorry.
But the Romani people are all of that stuff combined. You know what I mean? That's hence why they call them gypsy, because they don't have no main place that they come from. They're a little bit of this, a little bit of that, all that's combined. And they travel throughout Europe. Like they don't have no real home. Like people disrespect them throughout Europe. It's so disrespectful. It really is. So she was educating me on this because one of her grandmothers was one of those gypsy women. And one day I just happened to be messing around. You know how you fuck around at home? And she was in the living room with me. And I said, come over here, you little nasty looking gypsy. She said, Stephanie. You know, she got really upset. And she was like, please don't ever say that. I said, what's wrong, Shada? So her name is Shada. So She went on to explain to me the history of her people, how that's a very hateful thing to say. Never say that in front of Turkish people or other people. She's like, certain people that make up their people in their country, she's like, it's very disrespectful. So I learned that day. And then it's funny because, you know, like I was talking to my granddaughter, and my granddaughter happens to be half Turkish. And so the insult was just too much for her to take, you know. And, you know, after she explained it to me, you know, I apologized profusely. But the thing is, I had to explain to her, I understand, believe me. I said, I understand. Being a Black woman, I understand what you're saying. You don't have to ever worry. I will never use that slur again. Don't ever worry. Don't ever worry. So yeah, it's mad disrespectful. But those women, to this day, those men love those women. They will get arrested harassing those women, and those women, listen, I've seen a few of them, and they're beautiful as hell. And believe me, they could work that body and twirl their fingers with those bells and those things they clasp in their hair. They are something to watch. They are mesmerizing. They are some beautiful ass women. I gotta say this too without sounding like a straight lesbian. When you go to Europe, be clear. The white women in Europe do not look like these nasty looking white women in America. You hear what I'm saying? They look like real women. I'm dead up. Like they got bodies and shit like real women. Like they got bodies that look very similar to Black women. You know, they ain't gonna look exactly like us. They not like us.
Yeah.
But they look like women. Like when I went, you know, I went to France last summer that just passed. I was shocked because the women look different in different places in Europe. So I was looking at the women in France and I was like, yo, they look so goddamn good compared to the white women in America. Like, I'm serious. Like, when you look at their skin, like when you look at
they're not with you.
Sorry, we're gonna go back to her in a minute. When you look at the skin here, let me go quick. The skin here looks like nasty. It looks like chicken skin. It looks gross. The color is weird. The skin looks like it's very fragile and nasty, right? Those women over there, the muscle tone is crazy. When I tell you crazy, they look like a regular person. When I say regular person, like the density of their body is not like the people here. Like they look like if you grab them and they pull back, you'd have something to contend with. People here, you grab on them, their bodies are fatty, nasty, real watery. Y'all have never seen this about Black people, white people. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Now I'm gonna be honest. No, I haven't really paid attention like that.
I have two. Well, I guess I got too many of them related to me. I've been looking at their bodies all the time. Like, let's get your fat ass out of here. But anyway, nasty looking. So, but over there, totally different. Even the complexion, they're not as pale. They just look healthier. Let me just put it that way. They look healthier. Because I don't want somebody.
That's more so their natural environment too. It's like the thing is, America's not their natural environment, even though you know they've tried to go out of their way to make it. It's just not, especially because of where it's situated.
It's not. It's that this is not their country, even though they took it over. It's really not. They're not indigenous to this land. But I'm telling you, when you see those women, they look 100% different. It was so weird, Asia, because I had went to the Eiffel Tower and I was chilling, waiting for my turn to get in the door. And I was just looking at all those women. You would have thought I was a crazy nut job, right? I was just looking at them seriously mesmerized with. I was like, yo, they look so fucking good compared to the women at home. I'm like, this shit is crazy. They look so different, like night and day. Seriously. But, you know, I digress. But I can understand why the women here would have that reaction to Black women and how they look and their bodies and their hair and stuff in comparison to how they was looking back then and some of them how they look today. Because back in the day, they was looking tore up. I'm sorry. It just is.
Oh, no. Yeah.
They was looking like a hot mess, a very hot mess. But let me finish this up so we can get to Okay, so the law. Do we need to do the law, Asia?
What?
I was saying, do we need to do the law? But let's do the effect, right? So during the 18th century, laws restricting what Black people could wear were not uncommon. Yeah, we know that. Miro hoped that the law would halt. I don't know this Spanish word. It's called plaquage,
I think.
Unions. I guess this is about like interracial
Oh,
marriage,
yeah, it's
right?
specific about which ethnic European men entered into civil unions with non-Europeans of
Oh,
African,
there you
Native
go.
American. Uh-huh. So it's
So there you
specific.
go. Yeah. Okay. So it's recognized and extra legal system. What does that mean?
Listen,
Extra legal.
I'm gonna have to
I gotta
look
look
into that because
extra legal because I know from my own family that this particular state was a state where white men, I only know the history of the Frenchmen. I don't know much about the Spaniards, which is what we're talking about now. But when the French was the colonizer, they broke this state up where one part of the state was like white people and everybody else, and the white men lived with their white families, and they went with the slave laws and the black laws. And then another part of the country, the state, it was a state was like a white man's playground. He had his white wife. All the places were black businesses, black this, black that, and that's where he had his second family. Black women were rich brothel owners, and there's a movie that they made off of this. Let me find it with Jennifer Beals. Let me find it that tells this history because I actually had a grandmother that was in one of these brothels related to me. Sadly, I don't take pride in that because I'm quite sure she didn't want to be in there. But I want y'all to see this Jennifer Bill movies. I want y'all to see this movie because this is true life history. Where's all the stuff with her? Jennifer Bills. All right. Jennifer Bills movie. Come on, where's this movie at? Because when I first saw it, I was my grandmother was still alive, and I was talking to her about it. She said, "Yeah, unfortunately, they did that to us a lot." But you could keep on speaking about what you're speaking about. It's whenever you want to find something. If I didn't have this like prepared, it often takes a little time.
oh yeah, no problem. It's funny. I posted a link in the back chat to it's actually it references that quote that we saw because what I did was I clicked the reference link to the book where it said as far as we were something about luxury and bearing.
Yeah, we were. They used us as prostitutes. And they used to call us good time girls and all type of crazy shit like that. And
Yeah, there's a book called Wicked Flesh.
Yeah, that too. And they really did this. But the part about it was, is it this the Feast of All Saints? Is this the one? That's right. The lady was called Dolly Rose or something like that. That Jennifer Bill plays. She was supposed to be like one of these. That's what it is. Let me just show them real quick. It's hold on, y'all, and then I'll go back to that. Sorry, guys, I'm a little slow. I just want them to see that I had put this movie up before, but I want them to see it again. It's this movie right here, you guys. This Feast of the Saints. Feast of the Saints is the history of these Tegan laws. So if you want to know what that was really about and how these people use black women as their personal prostitutes and stuff like that, you watch that movie to see the history of those black codes, slave codes type of thing, why black women were subject to these respectability politics in society, because they were really good looking women, and men walked back in those days. They didn't have any laws to restrain them from hurting and physically assaulting women, so they did just whatever they wanted to do. The Wicked Flesh, right? Okay, let me put this up. How much is this? I might get this and read this. I never saw this before. Let me put this up. So this is what Aisha is showing y'all. The Wicked Flesh here is the book, and this is here.
Mm-hmm.
Black intimacy and the freedom in the Atlantic world. This stuff is really going to hurt you when you read it, because I know it hurt me. Like, I didn't like to hear about, there were little girls in those places as old as like 12 years old.
Yeah.
I really don't like hearing things like that.
And that's a recent book that just came out this past November.
I'm going to check that out. I'm probably gonna buy that myself and take a read. But let's get back to this Tegan, and then we'll hear her again, and then try to wrap up. But so we'll go a little bit more. So, but anyway, what was I at? The effect, right? So, Miro, we went to the you said plaquage unions, and well, let's start again. During the 18th century, laws restricting what Black people could wear were not uncommon. Miro hoped that the law would halt plaquage marriages or unions and tie freed Black women to those who were enslaved. That sentence right there. I could tell you 1,000 stories about stuff like this. Don't ever believe, right, when they tell you it was that simple, that when Black people were free, that was it. La la la. They skated off into the, I don't know, mystical, and they would never bother again. Not true. Y'all remember that movie 12 Years a Slave, right? That man was free.
To be honest, I never saw it.
Okay, that's Solomon, whatever his name is. He was a free man born in New York, upstate New York, never a slave. But back in those days, remember the fugitive slave law was very active. So even if you were free, anybody could point at you and go, "There goes Stephanie. She's my slave. Would arrest her." And I could tell you, no, sir. I am a free Black woman. I've been free since birth. The other person goes, "You're a liar. Get over here." And I become their property now. That happened.
Or they'll burn up your freedom papers. Some people had their freedom papers like ripped, burned, taken.
Yeah, they didn't give a shit about that. But the point is, these men would take people's wives out of their houses, take people's daughters out of their houses, take women walking down the street like we were just like a lost sock or something fancy on the shelf that they decided, oh, I like the way she looks, and I'm gonna go make her my slave. And they would just go grab her from the people and claim she was a runaway slave. So when they said this thing here and tied freed Black women to those who were enslaved, this couldn't be more real. If I don't know, this is the realest thing on this page, because they weren't safe even when they were free. That's the point I'm trying to make. They were never safe. So then it goes, while white women in New Orleans initially stopped wearing their hair in the style, Empress Josephine of France eventually adopted the headpiece. Yeah, I do know that to be true. And it became considered, haute couture, right? In the early 19th century, before decreasing in popularity in the 1830s. That is very true. She brought that back. She did. And the reason she brought that back is what they don't tell stories about from over in Europe, is that she had a certain chambermaid that she was very, very fond of, who was violated and murdered by one of the guards. And as like a kind of tribute, or kind of like a remembrance of this young girl that she had taken a fancy to, she started to rock that headdress to try to let those guys know, you better be careful whose slave you messing with, but they don't really tell all those backstories to the whole thing, but anyway, I just threw that in there because I happen to know that. Anyway, Virginia Gold writes that the true purpose of the law was to control women who had become too light-skinned, or who dressed too elegantly, or who in reality compete. Let me start again. You know what? This is what they meant when they were up there talking about he disliked actions some women had taken, considering them to show too much luxury in their bearing. This is what he means right here when the lady said, Virginia Gold writes that the true purpose of the law was to control women who had become too light-skinned and who dressed too elegantly, or who in reality competed too freely with white women for status and thus threatened the social order. She also notes that there is no evidence it was ever enforced, and the women who followed the law turned the headdress into a mark of distinction. First of all, I don't know who this woman is. She's probably a white woman who wrote this, but there's no way in the world Black women, being a Black woman, Asia, There's no way in the world somebody is gonna not force you to do something, and we're gonna do it to play down our beauty. We're just not those type of women. We've never been those type of women since Cleopatra. Black women have always been women that adorned themselves and prided themselves on their personal beauty, you know? So for her to say that just shows a little bit of hate on her page. But
I mean, it's never gonna be, but that's why there's so many other, and it's Wikipedia. There's so many other sources that you can get so much more accurate information from. In fact, I'm actually going to send you another one. It's a BBC article from this is from Europe, and it's basically an article about how Black women were whitewashed by art, because the original Andromeda is Black, but the way she's depicted in paintings, they whitewash her out.
Girl, let me tell you,
and that's just one of many.
Yeah, you talking to the Greek mythology queen over here. I love that shit. Okay?
You do?
I
learned about all that.
Andromeda is my girl. I love her story. Okay, her father, all that. I love that story. But yeah, I love that. I have a grandson named Priam. Girl, I love Greek mythology. King Priam. For those of y'all that don't get the joke between me and Asia. King Priam is the king from the story of Troy, which is the story of Achilles. You know how you have your Achilles heel and Achilles the warrior, right? So in the story of Troy, Achilles the warrior, he gets defeated by having an arrow shot through his heel at the point of his Achilles tendon, which should not have killed him. It was the 2 arrows that went through his heart. But the thing is, I had liked the story because I had read it so many damn times in English class that I was like, oh, King Priam, even though my teacher used to pronounce his name wrong, calling him Priam. His name is not Priam, it's Priam. But anyway, because they forget that Greeks didn't use F and they didn't use other letters in the English alphabet. So his name could never be Priam because they didn't use those anyway. I'm doing too much right now. But
no, I get it. I used to make jokes all the time. Whenever I would see a fine man who had like a really, really nice body, and he was like, especially if he's like an ethnic white guy, I would always say, "Oh my God, that man looked like he's sculpted by Polyclitus." You know who that is?
Yeah, Polyclitus. Yes.
Greek sculptor.
It's a Greek sculptor, but the thing is, I love that stuff. Like I love those stories. I can sit for hours and read those stories. I just really like them. But anyway,
man, I had to do so many papers.
Yeah, me too. But you see, Asia, I don't even think they do English literature like that anymore. I really don't even think they do that in the schools.
No, not too much. I learned all that in art school. I took art history class, and that's how I learned about all that. Because I'm an artist. The thing is, I draw. So when I went to school for animation for like 2 years ago, and I had art history was a part of that.
Huh? Did you draw this avatar? You drew this?
No, I wish.
Because I was gonna say that shit is dynamite.
I can draw it though. I mean, I just wouldn't copy the exact same thing, but I can draw this.
Yeah, that shit is bad. That looks like she's some kind of Greek goddess. Look at her.
Actually, I think she's an Orisha.
Oh, Eritrean.
She's an Orisha. Oh. You know the Orishas? Like Oshun, Oya, those? Yeah.
Yeah, I know Oshun and Oya and those. Yeah, but I thought you said Eritrean. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about a specific place in Africa, but you're talking about the deities. I get what you mean. I get it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful nonetheless. She really is beautiful. She really is beautiful. She's nice.
Yes, there's so many, like I just went on Google and just typed in like ancient Black women paintings. Girl, you have to check them out. There's some paintings that I've never even seen before that were created in the 1600s. And I'm just like, how are we not talking about this? Like, we should share this with each other.
I'm going to look that up tonight, now that you said that. And if it's any I could buy, they're going to be on my wall, okay?
Yeah, hello?
Tell me again, you said ancient, so I could search that too. You said ancient?
Ancient paintings of Black women. Like anywhere along that line, you put ancient Black women paintings or ancient paintings of Black women, anywhere like that, and just look at the images.
I will. And there's a couple of artists that I'll look up in particular, but I know that they used to, you know something? I'm gonna segue too much. Let me get back on point. When I was in the I'm sorry, when I was in the museums in the Louvre, right? Some of the things that they have in there, those paintings are so goddamn beautiful. Like it is incredible.
I'm trying to get my skills to that level. I want to paint like the great masters.
I don't blame you because I was looking at that stuff and I was saying to myself, I know that they curate things, they treat it to keep it up to date, but I'm like, how in the hell did they do that back then to have all those colors look so? Yeah, that shit looks so good.
Well, if you remember, I don't know if you ever taken a look. Look at the dates on when on the years that they were created. Some of those took like 15 years just to do one painting. That's how that they had the time. They
That's what I was
they
saying.
15 years of work into it. That's why.
It was so freaking beautiful. Like I was sitting there like literally lost in some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And
Give me
you know,
15 years. I'll have Black women in a paradise on a mural somewhere. Give me 15 years to work on a mural.
I know you would. But yeah, but I just love stuff like that. And I love sculpting, all types of stuff. Like I want to learn pottery, but we talking about stuff. Let me get back to this.
Sorry. We having a good time.
Yeah, I love that stuff. Let's listen to hold on.
They're against you. So stop making this a black people thing. Us black people got to stick together. Us black people need to stop dealing with white folk. You know, they always got something to say. It's not us against them. Okay? It's us against everybody. You feel me? It's not us against white people. It's us against all of society that want to use us. And like I said, another part of this is white men. If you really look at white males, all over the media talking about this particular incident, not even incident, this particular issue. Okay, they're siding with the Caitlyn girl. They're siding with white society against you, black women. They're making comments that you're classless or you're unsportsmanlike or you're just, you know, they're degrading you for white supremacy to protect white women. Okay. And that should show you black women how white males really feel about you. They don't like you. I told y'all that they don't mess with you. When it comes to them protecting the power.
Go ahead.
I don't necessarily agree just because I'm in spaces. I'm also in spaces with other races of men too, and they have actually called out the bullshit that the media, like not every single one, obviously. Of course, obviously, the ones in the media, they're going to be promoted the most. Obviously, they're going to be the ones who are calling out Angel Reese, yes, but there are also those on the lower end who see the bullshit for what it is, but they're not going to have their voices shown. So I can't all the way agree with that, but I get where she's coming from as far as mainstream.
Yeah, I think that when she started off making that comment, she was more going along the lines of trying to get black women, in her opinion, not to be like divestors who she says worships white men and do the same thing that people say black women do with black males when they are calling them terrible antebellum names and saying that, you know, they're, like Cynthia G said, overly male identified and male worshiping. I really do like the fact that Cynthia came up with that that identification because it is so true to life. I think that's where she's going with that because, you know, she really doesn't like that segment of YouTube, and I respect that because I don't really care for them either, but that's a personal thing, you know, to each their own.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care for the obsession with it, but I don't care for those who are like extra obsessed with it. Then to me, that's a little bit too much. But for the ones that are genuinely happy and are genuinely just saying like, you know, vet no matter who it is, those are the spaces that I'm in.
Yeah, because back to the original point I was making when we started this live, when I was on Sweet Life of Atari's channel, we were talking about that. We were talking about black women bringing up their self-esteem level to be able to weed through the guys, like no matter who they are, what race, like, but be clear that the main men that are committing black femicide are the ones that look just like you. They're black males. But at the same time, don't just jump into a relationship with a white guy because he's white and because you have a bunch of divestors telling you that he's the one. No.
Oh yeah, don't jump in anything blind. Yeah.
Right. You make sure that this person is somebody who actually respects you and has good intentions for you, and not just somebody trying to have some fetishized sex, or just wants to like dismiss you and dog you out because that is the character of who they really are. So, that gets a little tricky because it depends on what each individual's I guess like scope is for determining what's a disgusting person versus a good person. But I just don't like seeing Black women used by men, period. Because my opinion, and I know my opinion is not going to be shared by most Black women, is I don't mess with men on that level. Like, I have sex like everyone else, but I'm not into promoting relationships for Black women, because it's been my life experience that Black women often get the short end of the stick with many men over many different races. It's not many of us that are out here winning the lotto when it comes to the dudes. I'm sorry. This is what it is. Like, I just told you, right? I have quite a number of these palm colored males related to me and my family by people marrying them. If I could honestly sit here and tell you all the drama that comes with those situations, it would not be funny, but it's not too far removed from the same drama that goes on with a Black male. You get what I mean? And at the end, okay, maybe when you divorce, you separate, or you're no longer together, maybe co-parenting is more conducive and more friendly, but the Black woman is still taking the loss nonetheless. Because ultimately, Asia, what I'm trying to get at is, I'm not trying to say that there are no men that love Black women, because we know that's not true. But what I'm saying is, Black women, too many men out here trying to control us like we are a thing instead of a woman. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. But that's why I say it's up to us to dictate that. It's like, look, we're not about to be treated. It's like we have to say to ourselves that we're not going to be treated a certain way. Like, I think also a lot of that responsibility has to be on us too. We can't, if we know that this person is exhibiting certain qualities that are detrimental to our happiness, to our health, our mental state, we have to let them know, you will not be in my space. You will not be over here. You will not be allowed in. If we set that and we hold to it,
it'd be good.
It changes everything.
It'd be good.
It changes everything. But a lot of us don't hold on to it. A lot of us start feeling like, oh, we're doing too much. Oh, we're being too stuck up. Because we've gotten accused of that too. Remember when we tried to do that?
You need to be stuck up. You need to be conceited. You need to be as conceited as the day is long, so people know they cannot cheapen you, because they feel like you got all this history behind you. I could cheapen you any way I want because you got. No, you cannot. Mm-hmm. And we really need to go back to those days of where we're so conceited. Our nose is way, way up in the goddamn air. You're going to have to climb up here to catch me. They really need to go back to that. Because, I mean, that's really
a lot of Black women gave it up because they didn't want to seem like the difficult, angry Black women, because that's all we would we would call difficult, angry, stuck up. Now the narrative is totally different now.
You know, they're being silly because some of the richest, powerful women in this world, they are the snobbiest, most arrogant mother hoppers you ever want to meet, and they don't make no apology for it. So if it's good enough for her, it's good enough for me. Okay? Mm-hmm. And they're never at a shortage of people trying to get at them. And it's not just about wealth, because there are plenty of people that have wealth in this world. But men have a need for women, whereas I don't believe women always have a need for men. So that puts you at an advantage where, regardless of who you are, what you look like, or where you come from, there's always going to be somebody out there looking to get involved with you. So in knowing that, put the desperation down. Pick up the self-esteem and everything else that builds you to your highest self, your highest efficacy, where you're not taking no trash as the default or as only what you could get. You shooting for the stars. And if they can't get up into them stars, then they should not be getting up in you. That's how I feel about it, Asia. I'm sorry.
No, I get what I 100% agree. And to be honest, I've gone as far to say that I think we're born with high levels of I think we're born with extremely high levels of self-esteem, which is why we get attacked so early on.
Asia, you know it's true. Do you remember not too long ago, remember the white lady? That the heavyset white lady from the South that made the video, Woman's Fear channel had it, where she was talking about, oh, this black lady asked the question about are white women intimidated, either intimidated or afraid of black women, something like that. Do you remember that video? Have you seen that video?
Mm-mm.
Oh my god!
You have yeah? If you could post a link so I could.
I'm gonna try to find it right now. I'm gonna let her play, and I'm gonna go on Women's Fear channel and try to find that lady, because you gotta hear this. She's speaking to what you're talking about. Hold on.
Okay. Against you, they're going to do that. So if it comes down to them having to side with white women who are trying to go against you or call you classless or trying to degrade you in some kind of way or trying to make you inferior to them, they're going to side with the white women who are doing that shit. It's only going to be a few small minority of them saying, I don't understand the problem. But really, they do understand the fucking problem. They're a part of the problem. And even if they speak on your behalf in small numbers, that's not enough to really cause any change with these kind of situations where they just leaving, where white people are literally just leaving you the fuck alone and let you play your game and do your job and play sports and win for your team and do whatever gestures you want to do, you know what I'm saying, to prove your point that you won or whatever the case is. Because this is really insignificant. Okay, it really ain't nothing, no big deal for no white people to be in an uproar about this shit anyway. So the fact that they taking their precious old elderly ass stank ass time to berate you all over the damn internet and talk down to you all over the internet about you just making a hand gesture that a white female just made to you 2 days prior, like really, just like with the whole Little Mermaid thing, they made a spectacle out of that shit. But y'all hop on white dick like it ain't nothing. Y'all really be, you know, out here cheerleading for these white males like they your savior or something, like they don't agree with degrading your ass and keeping you in your place and humbling you. Yes, white men agree with that crap.
Speaking.
That's why they always defend white women on everything as their man.
Go ahead, Asia. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I kind of tuned out a little bit because it sounds like she's speaking directly to someone. Like it doesn't sound like she's speaking to black women as a whole. I feel like is she speaking directly to divestors?
I think she's speaking to all of us, speaking to black women, that she feels like we need to stop being, you know, I guess like hoodwinked by these people, and that's her take on it. But go ahead, say what you want to say.
Yeah, no, it's like it's hard for me to really listen to videos like that, especially when they start doing the whole it's because the thing is there are black women who don't feel that way that aren't going to. I don't know. I feel like some of these content creators are making it personal. Yeah, it's like I feel like they're trying to speak to black women, but at the same time want to personalize it and directly speak to when they knowing that they're speaking to a specific audience. And I get it. If they have a problem, then just say that. Just say, hey, I get it with some of the divestors who are obsessive, but not all of them are. There are some that are in happy relationships. There are some that aren't out here saying, hey, you need to just get with any white man that comes your way or get with any man that's not black that comes your way. They're telling you to vet. And so my thing is, when it just goes straight into just talking about that and there's nothing, I don't know. To me, I think there's just better ways for us to go about it. And maybe I need to make a channel.
No, you do. All the black women need to get out here and share their perspectives so that people do not think that we're a monolith. Because what you were talking about is we don't all act the same. We don't all think the same.
Yeah.
We don't have the same priorities. So what you're saying is a matter of fact. Like a lot of black women don't think like what she's saying, but a lot do. But when they speak on YouTube, they try to make it seem like all of us think and do the same thing when we don't. We do not.
Yeah, like we're not. It's impossible. We're not monolithic like that.
Let me see. I'm trying to type it in because I couldn't find it, but I know it was on her channel. White women fear. I think it's like fear black women. And she goes into everything that you were talking about. I wish I wouldn't have got rid of the other channel now, because I would have been able to pull that up immediately, because I had spliced that with the other lady from Cerebral's channel that was talking about why we need to keep having sex with degenerate black males, because if not, then they're going to get to the point where they become so outraged and violent that it's going to be dangerous for all black women, all women, period. And I'm like, no, you're not. No, I'm not buying that. Black women not going to sacrifice themselves to bums just so you can feel safe. No, sorry, love. We try another way. Because that's literally what she was saying. Like, and she thought she was slick. Like, here, I found her. But this other woman was like, she thought she was so slick, Asia, putting on like all this smooth music in the background, talking to us from the parent-child perspective, and like trying to instruct us that, you know, you have got to do these things, because like basically you better sacrifice yourself so the rest of us don't have to deal with this craziness. Like, no, sorry, lady, not gonna be me. Sorry about that one. Not gonna happen. So oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta go back. I have found it, but then I didn't click on it, so now I gotta go back to it.
Oh yeah, take your time. It's no rush.
Yeah, let me click on it. And it wasn't, I couldn't get it from Women's Fair. It was some dude, but I don't want to say his name. I don't want to give him credit, okay?
Oh yeah, no, we don't have to.
I don't want to give
If
him
you want
credit.
to, you could type it in the private chat.
No, I want y'all to see it, right? Because I want them to
remember if you don't, if you want to let me know his name.
Oh, yeah, you can't see it. It's unfortunately on this thing, but I won't say it out loud.
Okay? Oh, okay.
Here we go. So this is what I'm talking about.
Coming together as a community. We see you supporting each other, supporting your
All right, let me try to get it from the beginning. Why is it
your families, supporting your children, going out and fighting for your rights, being authentic in your race and in your femininity. And we're jealous. I think we're jealous because we would love to be that, I think, and we don't know how to break out of the indoctrination that we have been suppressed by our entire lives. And I'm not giving white women a pass, don't get me wrong. So this lady asks, this black lady, are white women really that women?
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes. It is what we see in you.
You remember this?
No, I'm just now seeing this video. Is this new?
All right, no, it's old. I'm going to let it play again so everybody can get the entirety. This is what you was just talking about. Hold on.
You and what we see you doing and how it challenges us and the fear of that. So we see black women and we see how strong you are. We see you coming together as a community. We see you supporting each other, supporting your families, supporting your children, going out and fighting for your rights, being authentic in your race and in your femininity. And we're jealous. I think we're jealous because we would love to be that, I think, and we don't know how to break out of the indoctrination that we have been suppressed by our entire lives. And I'm not giving white women a pass, don't get me wrong. So this lady asks.
So you see what I meant?
Yeah.
So when you were talking about that, that's what RWS hashtag exposed is speaking to. She's speaking to the background of what this white woman was saying and how historically this is what our role has been versus them. Kind of like, if you will, like the antagonist protagonist type of relationship where we're the protagonist, they're the antagonist, and these are the reasons why behind it. So a lot of times when she's talking, she does tend to generalize, but I still like her message in the fact that it is trying to get black women to understand that there are no saviors. There are no safe spaces. You have to fight for yourself. You have to secure your own positioning in this society. And you have to understand that you got to get to the point where if you need someone else to rely on, it has got to be black women coming together collectively. Now, I know I've heard lots of women on here talk about how it's no possibility of a sisterhood, unity,
that's
solidarity.
bullshit.
I feel the same way. But they tend to promote this, and they don't understand that it's detrimental, because if Black women stick together, you can elect other Black women that look out for things that Black women need every day: housing, education, employment, standard of living, daycare, whatever, right? When you keep playing into the system that is current and that is the status quo, you are always in the demerit. You always get less and less and less and less and less, because people are ignoring you, dismissing you, and just replacing you. They don't give a damn. So if we don't get to the point where we realize, like what we talked about with the boycott, to gain the solidarity and the unity so we could have some socioeconomic power, what will literally become of us if we keep picking at each other, worrying about how we can't do this and can't do that? What is going to become of us?
Exactly. And my thing is, I'm wondering if any of them are thinking or having any foresight. Honestly, I think a lot of them previously were so invested into because I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot of Black women that threw all their eggs into the basket of the community, and many of them, because it's now being damn near taken away, it's damn near to the point where it's dire. They don't know how to operate. They feel a lot of them are just. I feel like a lot of them are just throwing it away because
why?
I know. I don't know. I don't know. And this is a conversation that I've wanted to have. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know why you should never throw yourself away. If you don't believe in yourself, who the hell else will?
Exactly. This is why I feel like these type of panels that we need to have more women coming up here so we could talk like this.
I want them to, but they act like I'm the boogeyman. They act like I'm the boogeyman or something. They never come. Whenever you came and Love Wisdom came, I could actually count on my hand the amount of women that actually click the link and speak. And sometimes it makes me self-conscious. I'm like, well, what is it about me? You know, they don't want to come.
Because you're strong in your conviction, and also it could be a New York thing. I don't know, because I'm used to. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm kind of used to speaking with my own ladies from here, so maybe it's that.
You're right. I never thought about it like that, because there are people. I don't know why they're like that about us. Please tell them, Asia, we are some of the coolest Black women they ever want to meet.
We are. The thing is, we get the worst rap. I'm telling you, people tell us, oh my God, New York women are so aggressive. They're so masculine. They like to fight. And it's like, not.
Asia, please explain to them with me. We are none of those things, but it is because the environment we live in, we don't have no time to be pussyfooting with nobody.
Yeah, do they not see what this type of shit we have to deal with, just walking outside, getting on the train?
You know what? I one day might have to just put like a body cam on and let the shit record the whole day so they can see the type of shit we interact with every day. Like,
and you know what's so funny is that there was a girl who did that, I think, some years ago, and a whole bunch of Black men got on her because it pretty much outed a whole lot of them on these cams that were harassing women. So they thought it was, oh, you targeting the Black man. It's like, no, y'all are actually doing this shit.
They are, and they're not the only ones. Because I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you live in New York. People tend to think, right? Because I don't know if you ever heard that dude ask Nathaniel. He's supposed to be from the Bronx, right? Have you ever seen that dude on here?
Oh God, I call him the fucking Mucinex germ.
All right. People believe this dude represents what Black women really be doing in the relationships we have and the men we have to choose from in New York. Is this dude not a fraud, or is he not a fraud?
Yeah, he's a fucking fraud.
He likes to tell people, and it was crazy because I saw other content creators on his page listening to him like everything he was saying was the truth. And I'm like trying to tell them, y'all got to understand, this dude is a dude from New York. He's probably don't even live in the Bronx no more. Asia, let them know. He probably went off to Mount Vernon or Yonkers and pretending he's from the Bronx. Because most people in the Bronx, if they have a halfway decent life, they don't stay in the Bronx. Am I lying, Asia?
Mm-hmm.
They move to go to the residential areas, don't they? Don't they go where they can buy a home that's affordable. And in the Bronx, I'm not saying you can't find a home in the Bronx, but there are not affordable homes in the Bronx because it's part of New York City. So the further you move out of New York City, the cheaper the houses are. So if this dude is really claiming he's living life the way he's living, he don't live in the Bronx. He can't, unless he's making money we don't know
unless
about,
he's
right?
unless he's living in the upper Riverdale Marble Hill section, which a lot of people don't even consider part of the Bronx, even though it is, because that's more so like the rich area.
I was about to say that you got to have money like a mother.
Yeah, you got a crazy money.
Because I used to work years ago, Asia, in between job on the Hudson Bridge. Do you remember the bridge that it's still there?
God.
Like remember when they used to have the toll booth clerks? I used to work there years ago, like maybe like 10 years ago. And those rich people that used to be rolling through that bridge to go home, I'm like, where the hell they live? And then one day I actually drove over there after work to see, like, and I didn't even know that shit existed in New York City. Okay. I didn't even know it. Because I'm from Queens, so I don't really be doing all that stuff in the Bronx and Staten Island and the rest of them. I mostly, if I got to venture out, I mostly go to Long Island, Asia. But on occasion, I have to go to, mostly I work in Brooklyn. I'll go to Brooklyn or I'll play in Manhattan a little bit because I hate Manhattan more than any other borough. That shit in Brooklyn for the birds. But sorry, y'all. When I was telling them that, do not listen to this dude about what he's talking about women and men in New York because he's lying to y'all. Please let them know Black women are not down here in multiple relationships with Hispanic men. Am I lying or am I telling the truth?
Yeah. No, you're telling the truth.
Like, I keep telling them, like, we live in our own worlds, kind of like down here. Black people do their thing. Hispanic people do their thing. We all live in the same communities. Yes. We can live right next door to each other, but we are not getting down with each other the way that he tries to make it appear. Like, everything he says is a fucking facade. And people will listen to him like, oh, yeah, I knew. Like, for all the desperate Black women that think that there's all these different men in Manhattan or in New York checking for Black women. No, they're not. Like, they're there if you want to go get them. But there is no neighborhood where everybody's in an interracial relationship. There is none.
No. They tried to pull that in Brooklyn and like, oh, Brooklyn is mixed. And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
You can't tell them shit because anything a dude tells them on here, they believe it with their whole damn heart. Like, I was telling them, Asia, I just found out the other day, because I live here and didn't even know this shit. Like, I was watching New York 1, Asia, and they were talking about how, it's summertime. So summertime, I like to go to all the piers and stuff in Brooklyn and in Manhattan, all the way up to Harlem to, like, eat, meet men, socialize with my women, socialize with networks I have, etc. Right? Socialize, literally socialize. Not trying to go to people to have, relations. I'm talking about real socialization, contact, meet new people. You know what I'm talking about, business, education-wise, all that type of stuff. So I was telling them, I was watching New York 1, and they had an episode on Central, 42nd Street, whatever that train station is, Grand Central Station, whatever it is, where they have where you get on the train and you can go from the train to the Long Island Railroad to the Metro North, whatever stop that is. I think it's 42nd Street, Grand Central. I think, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
So apparently they have they made some whole amateur sports situation down there where you could buy tickets to watch the guys and the women play squash and something cricket and some other I heard it the other day, pig ball, whatever it is, some other game down that a lot of white people are doing, right? So I was telling the women who are here in New York and for other women that come to New York when to visit, I was saying the stuff that these guys are telling you about how it's such like a free flowing relationship thinking society in New York City all the time, everywhere you go, is not true. I said, but do you have the opportunity to meet other men and it can be plentiful for you? Yes. But you got to go to those areas where those guys are at. They're not walking down the street of your block. They just are not. Like in Queens, maybe I have more of a diversity because my borough is the most diverse. So we got everybody here. But these guys already here with their families. They're already here with their wives and all this other stuff. So what you gonna do? Go marry somebody else's husband? You know, it's like it's not true. But if they would go down to some of these sports tournaments, there are a lot of guys. There are going to be nothing but guys there watching the sports tournaments because guys like stuff like that. So I was telling them, if you go do that, you have a good chance of running across a dude that will, you know, outside of your community go, hey, how you doing? You know, strike up a conversation or whatever.
Yeah, that's how I've often met. I've met all kinds. Just being born and raised here, I've met all kinds of men, and to be honest, I've had pretty great experience just meeting different races of men, especially and also the thing is I have Hispanic in my background, so Latino men are also like around this, like they're in my family, so I also am involved with them as well sometimes. But honestly, I've had a good experience with other races of men. But it's just about getting out but I go to these areas though, like you won't catch them in the Bronx, or you're not going to catch them in a dirt hood walking around.
Thank you. You cannot say that enough times for them to get it. Like they really, really think that we're on here trying to kill their joy about their relationship possibility when it's not. We're just telling you, once you go outside of your normal, you're going to find people that are not part of the normal, and then you can have those experiences. But you still got to know how to carry yourself, respect yourself, and demand that you're supposed to be treated a certain way. You just can't be out there willy-nilly because it's something different, you know? But
I had that. I remember. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go.
Oh, I was saying, I remember I had that first experience going to college. I had never, before going out to California for college, I had never left New York. I swear, like I took a huge leap to go to a whole different setting, a whole different culture, and it was amazing. It was one of the most amazing experiences ever. And the funny thing is, I graduated high school when Obama got elected. So this was around that time when California was really riling up and supposedly becoming more liberal, and everybody was open and happy and stuff. Like I was out there yeah, supposedly. But I guess it was just the college areas that were like that. But I had a lot of fun. I got to meet so many different people. I got to learn about different cultures. And it was just an amazing experience. It kind of felt like New York 2.0, but just elevated. The weather was better. The food was much better.
Believe me, the weather is always better than here. Please. The only time this place is jumping is when it's summertime. When it's summertime, this is like the best place in the world because it has all the stuff and everything's open all night long. So you could your day is never ending. If you want to hang out like that, like I know I've done it. It's been nice. I've been like, yo, let's go. And we just be out and out and out and out. And then come back a day or two later, be crashed out. Because it's just so much stuff to do here. But only the summertime I get crazy. Like really, really crazy. I swear to God, I'm everywhere. Wintertime, I'm sitting right in this place.
Oh, yeah, 24/7 in the house.
Yeah, the only thing about wintertime I love is the fact that it's hardly no people outside. Because I know as soon as the weather changes, it's going to be everybody outside, regardless. Everybody.
Yeah, the empty streets, that's the one thing I did like.
It's cool. But yeah, I'm glad that we had that conversation because I just want people to know, like, I think that's maybe what you hit the head on the nail why I get so much flack from all these down south southern women and I don't know these other women wherever they come from all over YouTube. It's like they're just so bugged out. They're so aggressive towards me, and I'm like, yo, what is wrong with you? And then what you said didn't even factor into my head because I said it's the stereotype because we don't have the southern twang and we don't have that accent, but we got our own accent, and because we're not aggressive, we are assertive. And we are outspoken, they try to use our personal positives as a collective negative when it's not. Like they have no idea. Like when you live here, it is no joke. You Everybody's on your ass. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. They don't want no excuses. So when you live in an atmosphere like that, it's hard for you to accept people who are fucking around, taking all day to do shit, don't understand the point as soon as you fucking say it. It's hard to deal with that shit. And it's like that's a real culture clash. Like
it is.
That's exactly, that's all it is.
Often.
Yeah, it's a culture clash, because when I thought about what you had said earlier, and when people talk to me, I actually do process what you're saying, and I actually think to myself and implement the changes, right? So when you had said that to me earlier, I gave a little pushback, but then as the conversation went on, and then when you just said what you said a little while ago, things were clicking in me, and I'm like, oh, she's right, because I never thought about it like that. So maybe my intentional aggression towards her was misdirected, because the way she's misreading me, because she's basing her interpretation of who I'm supposed to be based off of what she is, and she can't do that because I'm not from down south. I'm not from, even though my people are from down south, I'm not from down south. I'm from up here. So I'm not going to take forever to get to the point. I'm not going to like mince my words, because the climate I live in, where I live, we don't do that. We do not. We're as cutthroat as it gets and direct to the point. And a lot of these people are very backstabbing. Am I lying, Asia?
I've noticed. And also the thing is, what it is with, I know there are, you know how people stereotype certain accents. Certain accents are considered much more harsher and direct than other accents. So I think that's also where that stereotype comes into play. And New York is definitely on that list of being like we're considered a harsh, aggressive tone and an aggressive way of speaking. And it's like, no, what it is you feel that energy. It's the energy. It's the energy that I guess they don't like, that they get from it, because it's so direct to the heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And in thinking about what you said a minute ago, when you said they think that we are aggressive, the reason I'm assuming, because I can't think for them, but I'm assuming the reason they feel that way is because we're so direct, like you said, because our culture dictates we don't try to coddle somebody else's feelings when we're speaking to them, because we have pleasantries throughout our day. We have salutations like everybody else. We say good morning, good afternoon, good night. But when we are conversing, we don't play with each other. We say exactly what we mean, and we mean what we say. And I do understand that a lot of Southern cultures or whatever, even when I go down south, I have issues with certain people if they don't know me, because I don't feel like I have to, how they say, code switch all the time. I don't live my life like that. I feel like this is how I am. You're going to accept me how I am, or you don't. I'm not going to.
Yeah, to me, I don't really believe in code switching. I think that's to me, it's just changing who you are to fit into a space. I don't get that. You're supposed to bring who you are to a space.
Right. It's like being a chameleon, and I find it to be seriously disingenuous.
And disrespectful.
It is, because if I can't really trust you to be who you genuinely are, authentically are, how am I supposed to deal with you? I'm always going to be uncertain about you. I'm always going to look at you sideways like, yeah, you really probably on some bullshit. That's what the code switching does to me. Because you don't need to do that shit. You just need to be polite and professional. You could be polite and professional without code switching shit.
Yeah, you can.
That's where I come from. I got to deal with white people every day when I go to work, and I'm the same fucking person, and they're whoever they are, and we can communicate and get along just fine. We don't have issues, because what I do at work is one thing, and when I'm on my personal time, that is another thing. You know what I mean? But I don't have to play at all these different personalities of Stephanie just to fit in. And I think that's the issue with a lot of them, because a lot of times when they're talking on the lives or whatever, they're one way when they're dealing with people, and then when that person leaves, sometimes I've seen this all over YouTube, they snicker behind the person when they leave. They have comments, or then they try to talk shit about the person after they're gone, and I'm like, what is that about? Like,
I stay away from people like that. I stay away from people like that.
Again, that's that culture class, because we don't do that here. We we fuck with you, we fuck with you. If we don't fuck with you, we don't. Period.
Yeah.
And there is no
and
like,
it's no hard, and it'll be no hard feelings behind it. It's like, hey, look, I don't rock with you like that. It's like we, or me and you are just two different people. Sometimes it's not even like a beef. It's just, we're two different people, and it's okay.
It's never a beef, because like I have a neighbor. Her children and mine were teenagers at the same time. They were friends, then they stopped being friends. To this day, they still don't speak. Her and I, we speak. Good morning, good night, good afternoon. We have always had that kind of relationship. So it is just like you said, either it fits or it doesn't. There's no trying to force it. There's no beef. If it don't fit, it's just, that's part of life. You don't have to be cool with everybody.
Yeah.
This is what it is. It just is what it is. And it's like, it's really, until you said that, I really didn't think about it in those terms, because I guess when things are directed personally to you, you think in a personal way. But I think it has more so to do with the perception of who they think we are, instead of just.
Especially when they can't talk, because I'm also looking at you too. See, some people will make up in their head what tone, how you're speaking, or how you may look when they're speaking to you, when they can't necessarily see you. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. And I didn't think about it either.
Yeah.
And
like,
so,
even with me not being on the camera, sometimes people may take my tone a certain way, or they may misunderstand something I said because the way I talk. And what I do is I'll say, okay, I have to acknowledge that they can't necessarily see my facial expression. So maybe if I explain it this way, they can understand it. Now, if they don't get it after I explain it another way, then I know that they're just nitpicking and they're just trying to bully, and I'm just going to leave the space. I
see what you mean. Yeah. And I have to keep that in mind, because I tend to forget that people interpret stuff the way they do it. They don't always get the message that the messenger is sending. They get the message they want to receive. You know what I mean? So after you said that, I'm going to have to keep that in mind, because you're right. And I do have an issue with people with the whole avatar thing, but that's a personal thing, because I don't like the avatar unless I'm like getting up and doing something and whatever. But to each his own. They do what they gotta do. But I don't.
I know for safety reasons. I know that's why I don't show my face for safety reasons. So that's the only reason. But because it's been so many instances of doxing and people having their personal information leaked. And
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I get
it. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, I would cam up in a minute. I wouldn't care if it wasn't for that.
Yeah. But yeah, I see what you mean. So now that's something else that I will think about for the future. But thank you for that. But in this whole broader scheme of things, I think it just is the cultural disconnect and the cultural misinformation and stereotyping that they do about us, because it's so, when you think about it geographically, there are way more Black women that live in other states unlike ours. So they have more of a commonality with each other than we do, being up here. And so I think that's where it becomes a problem, because they don't understand our expressions. They don't understand the tonation of the voice. They don't understand the reaction to certain, it's just like all of this. Okay, well, if you don't do it the way I do it, then that means you coming at me. No, that's not what that means. That means that I'm from a different culture, and you could clearly hear my accent is totally different from yours. So therefore, I was not raised the way you were. So there will be differences. And I think that they don't make allowances for that, And it's always like an area where they're looking for an issue instead of just accepting Black women are all different. Like every one of us in every state we come from has a different culture. And that's just how it is. Like, I mean, we're in the East Coast. We're totally different from people who live in Jersey and from people who live in Baltimore and Pennsylvania. We're all different.
Yeah.
And I just think that they don't put that into context when they're talking to us. They just want to make it seem like, at least that's the impression I've gotten when people push me away because they try to make it seem like I'm combative, when I'm really not. I'm most seriously not.
No, trust me, I know all too well because I've been in that situation so many times, and I still do. I still even have family members that tell me I'm doing too much because I'm being honest about certain things that they may be uncomfortable with. But it's not to hurt them. It's to get us to a resolution. It's to get us to move forward. We have to go through that pain of acknowledging it in order to move forward. How else? How the hell else were we? How else were our ancestors were able to push far? They had to acknowledge shit in order to move forward.
What you just said about the uncomfortability, that's another thing that I tend to keep dismissing when we're talking about Black femicide, and like you had spoke about earlier, when we talk about the courage it takes to address the disrespect of the hate speech towards Black women online. There might just be women who, like you said, they just too cowardly to say, I'm really not up for that. I don't think.
Yeah, they're scared. It's like, I don't want to talk about it. It makes me depressed. I've heard it. I've seen comments of saying, "Oh, I hate talking about this. I hate this because it makes me feel this way, and it makes me feel down. It makes me feel depressed." And it's like, I get it, but it's gonna continue if we don't do something about it. So it's either we face it now, or it gets worse later, and we really have no choice.
It really will get worse later. And that's the thing that I really don't think they understand, because they're hiding behind this delusion of, well, if I don't talk about it, it'll go away. If I don't believe in it, it exists. That's not true. It's going to stay, and it will get worse, because when I say it will get worse, I'm not saying that because I'm trying to predict doomsday. I'm talking about because of the fact that they're trying to come for our livelihoods. They put out an article a few years ago about intermittently moving up to taking 50% of the employment away from the entire American Black population by 2030. The article went on to say that they want to have us completely unemployed in America by 2050. So if they're telling you what their intentions are, why wouldn't you think that if things are bad now because people don't have jobs and they've been displaced and etc. due to COVID, why wouldn't you think it would get worse if more people become unemployed and more people become violent, frustrated with their situation? You really don't think that that's not going to have an impact on the violence committed against Black women and children? I don't understand what these women are thinking.
I don't either.
I'm trying to find this article of Black population. I read this and couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Why can't they just leave us alone? That's the first thing that came out of my mouth, but I know the answer to that.
That's mine every single time I see it. Every single time I see something about us negative or being spread, it's like, yeah.
I really always say that.
You are 100% right.
What happened? What she said?
That is the reason why we advocate. Yes, she's 100% right. I already know. I sometimes wonder are you able to pull up the comment? She just posted it. I sometimes wonder if Black women, yeah.
I'm trying to find that. I'm gonna go find Jackie, but I was trying to find that thing where they were predicting our unemployment. Let me get to it. What did Jackie's the last one? Jackie said, I sometimes wonder if Black women just want to run away from their own problems whenever they want to advocate for other people and want to stay in the country. Yeah, I know that's the truth. That is definitely true, because think about
it. What do we say all the time? Oh, we advocate for everybody but ourselves, though. That is the problem.
Yeah. And I don't know why they're afraid, because you come from women historically who have always paved the way for us to look out and champion for ourselves so that we can have the things we have today. Like, people, do y'all not know who Fannie Lou Hamer is? You don't know who Shirley Chisholm is? I mean, come on, y'all. All the women those are just two, but thousands of Black women that put their lives on the line, lost their lives for you to be able to go to school, walk the streets freely without somebody grabbing you and throwing you on the ground and violating you, or taking you to jail and beating you to death and keeping you in jail for the rest of your life, or forcing sterilization on you. You have no idea the amount of Black women whose bones and bodies you walk over every day due to the historical history of this country and what they have done, what they've sacrificed for you to have the freedoms that you have today. It's
that's why I don't do that advocating for all women or advocating for all Black folks. No, because they don't advocate for us. So I strictly advocate for Black women and girls. I tell people that all the time, and they can kiss my ass if they have a problem with it, because nobody else is advocating for us but us.
They don't. And even when they see us get hurt, because believe me, Asia, I used to be one of those people years and years ago, right? I used to be a person like, oh no, help the Hispanic people. Oh no, help these people. Oh no, help everybody. And then one day, I was at a job years ago, and the very Hispanic lady, white woman, and it was I think she was a Chinese, I don't know what type of Asian woman she was. We all was working together. And do you know, we didn't meet our deadline, and them bastards blamed every fucking thing on me. And they was actually conspiring together, the three of them, for me to take the fucking fall. And if anybody was going to get fired, it was going to be me. I was like, what the fuck? And I mean, you could not tell me back then that they would ever do some shit like that to me, because, you know, we was keying every time you turned around. And I was at this one's house on the weekend. We had actually taken a couple of trips to Atlantic City together, even though that's not a big deal. But, you know, just, you know, social shit between coworkers. And here I'm thinking, like, I'm part of the crew just like everybody else. And here they are throwing my ass under the bus so they can keep their jobs. And if anybody got to lose their job, it's going to be me. Listen, from that day forward,
the corporate world is ruthless. I learned that real quick, and that's why I went in there playing no games. I said, "You mess with me, I'll take this whole shit down."
After that, I was like, "Oh, fuck these rose-colored glasses. They coming off."
In fact, it took me a long time to enter the corporate world because of that. Like, I used to work, I came out of retail, and the only reason why I didn't was because I had so many girlfriends that I was just cool with. Like, it just was always just amazing. But once I got to corporate, it's too much. It's like, it's cutthroat. It's too cutthroat. It's cliquish. It almost feels like a bad high school.
I was gonna say that because I was looking at Jackie's comment, and I was gonna say, it's an adult version of Mean Girls. Right? Until you said it. But look what Jackie said. Jackie said she used to be the same way until she came across social media, particularly TikTok, and saw how people really felt. Now, Jackie's speaking volumes because, my head was turning left and right when they started the Black Girl Follow train, and white women were on TikTok yelling, cussing, screaming.
Oh, my God. Having a goddamn exorcism.
Acting like they wanted to kill every Black woman they saw. I was like, yo, what is wrong with them? What is the mental issue that they have? I'm like,
but you know, that sent a message. That sent a message to me, though. But you know, that should have been a loud message to Black women. No, look at the reaction at us coming, and it wasn't just white people. It wasn't just white women that had a problem with it. It was Black men that also were loud about it too. Like, oh my God, they forming together like Voltron against the Black man. And I'm just like, are you serious?
But they need to. They need to form together like Voltron against the Black man. So that way Black women are not evicted the most out of everybody in this country. Because Black women really got to understand, a depression is on its way. So for those of you that are in situations where you barely making it, you better grab another Black woman that's barely making it, and you and her raise those kids together. Make sure your lights and rent is paid, and you got plenty of food in that refrigerator, and you keep every problematic man out of that household, because it's going to get bad in this country. they getting ready to try to throw the American dollar out of the World Bank as being the universal currency. If you don't think that's not going to shake up America, you better think again, okay?
Oh, it is.
Because at that point, if they're successful, our dollar will mean trash, just like everybody else's money in comparison
it won't mean
to
shit. Yep.
right. And if you think that's not going to make your life difficult, it most certainly will. So the things we're talking about here today is about Black women realizing that when all else fails, you only have another Black women to help push you up, hold you up, and get you back to being where you were if it comes to that, because there's no Black males looking to do that for you, no white women, men, or other trying to do that, not even the government to a certain extent. They live up to their responsibility and liability, but outside of that, you are literally on your own.
Yep. So I meant to ask you a question too.
Go ahead.
What do you think about Black women who say that we can't just be concerned about that? Oh, we have to be concerned about all women and not just Black. What do you think of those types that think that say we have to be concerned about all women and not just us? What do you think that's really about?
I think that they are being, my personal opinion, not political, but politically correct. I'm gonna give you my real opinion. I think they're a bunch of punk bitches afraid of being called to the carpet, of being threatening to other people. There's not a group of other women in this world that would give a fuck about what anybody else thought about them protecting their own group. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the same way Black women need to be. Like, fuck all the bullshit. Don't be afraid to say that you're entitled to some shit in this world, in this life too. Because other people out there, they feel it and let you know that shit every day with how they move through life. You better not tell them they're not entitled to act like an asshole. Like, think about any horrific fucking story you've seen with either a Hispanic woman or white woman or Asian woman do some crazy shit to a Black person. They feel like they're entitled to that shit. They feel like, oh, who the fuck are you? I'm who I am, right? So if they feel that way, why in the hell wouldn't you feel that way? Why wouldn't you? About the women you actually embody. You're the one that has to go through these trials and tribulations in society when you sit down like a fucking punk and you let people screw over you by coming on YouTube and talking shit about us for years and years, and you don't get together and go, hey, Black women, all of us, come on now, it's enough of this shit. The same way white women did when Andrew Tate was on here trying to teach their little boys to be women haters. They got their shit together real quick, gathered him up and snatched him the fuck off of here. Black women need to be the same way, because you're the ones who are actually dying out here. Those white women may be dying too, but they ain't dying at the rates you dying at. So why would you sit there? Why would you sit there and act like you up for the slaughter? You not up for no damn slaughter unless you choose to be. And Asia, I'm sorry, the majority of them are up for the slaughter because they mentally are fucking weak. They run around talking about how they don't want to be, I don't want to be called a strong Black woman. You need to really be.
I'm kind of getting annoyed with that too. Like, the thing is, it's like they're taking it to a whole nother level. The strong Black woman trope was used against us to not have us defend ourselves. Like, what part of that don't they understand? If somebody's trying, people got to think about this in the case of war strategy. And I hate to go there, but we have to think about this in the case of psychological warfare. If I'm trying to easily attack you, right, and you have such a defense up that makes it so difficult for me, what else can I resort to but to call you names to get you to disarm yourself?
They do that to us all over this platform. They do it to us with the dudes trying to like mentally break you into being into relationships with them to get them to have ample sex with you, which is the only reason why they want to be bothered with you, because they ain't trying to do nothing else, right? The other people on here, they do the same thing to us to break us down mentally so that they could use us for promotion and steal whatever we create so that they could take it to another part of the platform and make millions of dollars off of it and trademark, copyright, and everything else, something you came up with. And when you tell Black women, it's as simple as, if you decide to do something in life, first learn to protect yourself first, then pursue the adventure. Like, you see how they screaming out that term passport bros, whether you agreed with them or not. Some white dude came along and saw all the hoopla about passport bros, went and trademarked the shit so that
Yeah.
Now that every time somebody does that, this bastard is getting paid off of our shit. Well, the blackmail shit. Excuse me.
Yeah, basically.
And not one of them idiots thought, let me go do that. Let me do that.
You gotta remember that all they thought about was hate black women. You gotta remember that's all. That's the only thing that's programmed into their microchip. Hate black women. Hate black women. That's
but
it.
But black women could learn a lesson from that. Black women, before you come on TikTok, YouTube, or any other social media, it's gonna get hot. We're gonna start coming out and adorning ourselves and rocking the body, doing our hair and putting on that makeup. Before you put any fucking tutorial on this YouTube about how to do your makeup the way you found the way to do it, you go patent that shit, trademark it, copyright, whatever the fuck you got to do, incorporate whatever, so that anybody that comes on your video and decides to take your shit, snatch it, and run, you have grounds to sue they ass for the money they make off of what you created. You better get in that mindset. You better stop letting these fucking people take advantage of everything about you.
We have to be business minded. That's the thing. It's like we're business minded everywhere else, but when it comes to this, it's like I don't get it. It's like the business acumen turns off. It's like we need to be the same way.
And they play games. Believe me, they do, because I have been trying to copyright the name of this channel for a fucking year, and they're giving me bullshit left and right.
What are they saying? What, they giving you a hard time as far as like
talking about, oh, they backlog, they hadn't got time, get a chance to get to the paperwork yet, everything's still pending, because of COVID, all this bullshit. In the meantime, the white dude go get an attorney, his shit is done like that in a matter of minutes, when you don't even need an attorney. You just need to know what the fuck you're doing and to pay for it, which is what you did. But because you're not doing it the way they want you to do it, where it employs them, they give you a hard way to go. But that's cool, because while it's in there, you can do what you want to do. But since my shit is in there, I still will see you in court if you try to take what I
once you file, that's it.
Right.
Once you're the first to file, anybody that comes behind it can't do it. So
I mean, even if they, you know how they do it, they'll put a little spin on it and shit, right? Because they allow them to do that. But my point is, black women, get legally savvy so that when people try to steal your shit from you, you have a recourse of pulling their ass into court and going, nah, babe, you're going to pay me for what you took from me. And that's it. Because black women, when we came out with the lashes, right? People want to talk about how disgusting we look with eyelashes, no matter what type we wear. Now, I personally wear the magnetic eyelashes, right? Because when I get up and got to run out in the morning, I ain't got time for all that glue shit to be drying and all that. With the magnetic, you just put the eyeliner on, the lashes immediately stick onto the magnetic eyeliner over, right? So let's say a black woman comes up with, and you know she will, it's summertime. So you know she's going to come up with some beautiful adornment for the eyeshadow to go with those lashes, because we like to be colorful in the summertime. Before you do that, black women, please take the time to put in your paperwork before you come on here and show your creativity to the world, and one of these people take your shit and run with it. It don't cost that much. To do a regular patent is like $250. I'm going to find that dude that I'm subscribed to. I'm going to put his video up on my community page. He literally walks you through the copyright process without an attorney. He's the only white man I found on YouTube that literally told the truth. So
yes, please, if you could send that.
Now I'm going to put it up on the community page. I can send it to you too, but I'm going to put it up. But I have put him up before and people just ignored him because he's the one that taught me how to do it. Like, it's easy as hell. You pay the money, you go on the governmental website, you fill out and they have videos on the government website to walk you through the process so you don't make mistakes. And then you just apply for it, pay it, and then you got to wait. That's all to it. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, I actually filed one last year. It's funny because they sent me an alert. I actually have some mistakes that I had to redo.
Yeah.
But it's nothing big. For the most part, I got it through. I just had to correct certain things on the signature.
I'm gonna see if I can find him right now.
Yeah, because what I do is I copyright my artwork. So if I catch anybody trying to sell even an imitation of it, they got to pay me.
Let me see if I find him, because he made it so simple. Like 1, 2, 3. Everybody else was like withholding information, making it an issue. And it was like, what are you doing all that for? And this man walked you through the whole process, nothing to it. Like, I was like, I even wrote him and told you, thank you so much for that. Thank you. Because he really was on point. Damn, see? Next time I freaking what do you call it? Get rid of a page, I'm gonna really have to like screen record everything so that I remember everything that I had, because it makes no sense. Where is this man? Yeah, but black women got to start doing that, because all these other women do is wait for the black women to come out with something trendy, nice, or whatever, and then they take it and they go claim it, and then they're making all this money off of something they didn't even come up with. And it's so, you know who did that? It was this white woman that took the wraps that the African women wear and the Asian women wear with the babies on their back.
Mm-hmm.
She had went to some country, and this is not new, because the African enslaved women and the ADOS women have been doing that in America forever. Like, even me and my daughter, when she had her first baby, I taught her how to wrap her baby onto her body so that she could do work and the baby could stay calm. And she was concerned with, leaving the baby by himself. I said, no, you just put him on your body. You can go about your whole day. He'll be right on your back, sleep. And then you just turn him to the side, turn him around to the front, breastfeed him, burp him, and put him back on your back and go back to your business. And that way your baby stays calm. He's not one of these crazy babies that's out here screaming and acting like they got nothing going on upstairs. It really does a lot for your kids when they're wrapped on your body. So anyway, and the thing about it is, Asia, you can leave them wrapped on your body till they well into their toddler years, if you wanted to do that kind of stuff. And I was telling her, in addition to soothing the baby and creating the bond between the mother and child, it also helps you strengthen your body after having a baby, and it helps to pull your womb, to contract your womb back into your body because of the weight on your back. It helps to pull you upright, which pulls in everything back to its normal positioning, along with the breastfeeding. The hormones that's released in your body from the breastfeeding helps to shrink your womb quicker, pull your stomach and everything back into place so that you can get back, like bounce back like that. So, all that type of stuff is important for, and that white woman, she came along, she saw those women doing what I'm telling you about, came back to America. I can't find him right now. I'm gonna have to take my time and find that man, but I will get him for y'all, right? She came back to America, right?
Mm-hmm.
She put some long cloth pieces together, wrapped it around her body the way she saw those women doing it, created a multi-million-dollar company overnight.
Wow, and this is a black woman?
This is a white woman. Off of somebody else's shit, okay?
Oh, that's usually the case. Yeah.
Nah, but I'm just saying, I'm telling black women this story like an example. If you have something, before you come on here showing it to the world, make it yours. High empowered, make it yours. Like, go do legally whatever you got to do to lock it down and then show it to people. Because if anybody tries to steal it after that, you could sue their ass in court and get your money back. I'm serious. Like, there's a black woman that my daughter and I both used to use with the kids when they were small, because we didn't use Pampers. We used natural diapers. You remember the diapers from back in the days?
Mm-hmm.
So this black woman, she did the right thing. She did everything to lock her money down. She came and she had cloth that was like all types of beautiful kente cloth and other things for the babies. and she made her cloths waterproof, stain proof. This black woman went off. And my daughter, she has a channel. She used to have a channel dealing with all that stuff with newborns when her son was a baby. He's 5 now, so she's not doing it anymore. But she used to teach all the black women about the natural diapering and all that type of stuff. And she became that woman's ambassador. So she would bring the diapers and show them the diapers weekly, daily, whatever the woman sent to her, to show them how it worked on the baby. And then she also did the thing with the wraps too. So all this stuff is out here for black women. Just, I want you to lock your money down. I don't want you to come up with stuff, create stuff, and then you be looking on YouTube or TikTok and you see some other type of woman getting interviewed about what it is you created. That's my point with all those stories. Asia, you can have the floor. You can have the floor, Asia.
No. I was listening, just soaking in all the information.
Yeah, because a lot of times black women, because we're so consumed with the ghetto nonsense, we don't do our due diligence in knowing all of the things that we're supposed to know that help our everyday lives. Like, and black women are so goddamn creative. You cannot tell me that there won't be a black woman that comes out with some trend or something this summer that everybody's going to be doing. But
yeah.
Before she comes and shows people, everybody needs to be telling her, look, girl, go lock your stuff down legally before you go on public social media, because you know they're going to take it and run. Don't give them shit to make more money off of you. Make them pay you. Even if you come on here looking the most beautiful you've ever looked, get that shit legally held down too. Don't come on here with that, because they're gonna take it and run.
Yep.
Look what they did. They complained this shit about our damn what do you call them shit they put on the head, and they complained about, why you going to the
bonnets? Yeah.
And now white women got their own goddamn brand of bonnets for white women. What the fuck is that?
Yep.
You see what I mean? Like, when you create something or you bring back the past to the present, because all this stuff is stuff black women used to do way back in the days that was everyday stuff, right? We just saw that in the whole Tigan law, whatever, however the hell the Spaniards pronounce that, right? We just saw that head wrap. If that was something you wanted to bring back tomorrow, before you do that on YouTube, make sure you patent that shit or copyright or whatever the hell you got to do to make sure nobody steals that from you. I don't know the legal terms or all that, because I don't know it outside of the copyright, but whatever you got to do, trademark, whatever, make sure you do that before you come on here and show people how to make one of them things, because it looked real simple to me.
Yeah.
Really simple. Now think about if people started wearing them things and fancied them up and put all types of shit on it, like African jewels, those seashells and all types of stuff to make it really, really pretty. You don't think if all black women started wearing that, everybody else wouldn't want to join in?
Mm-hmm. Oh, they'll make fun of us for it first, because it's like, oh, they got on another hair hat, they got on another hat, blah blah blah. But then when we start walking confidently in it, then it's different.
They can make fun all they want, but as soon as one black woman look damn good in that, which any of us who put it on and rock it the right way, we will. They can make all the fun they want, but they will be secretly somewhere trying to do the same shit you doing.
You remember the days when having a big butt was considered having a ghetto booty? I don't know if you remember those days. It was called a ghetto booty because having a tight one was considered model worthy at the time. Because remember, this was the days when models, and people tend to forget about this. Models used to throw up, used to force themselves to throw up so they could have this skeletal, bony look that they used to rock back in the day.
Be anorexic.
Yeah, bulimia and anorexia. They had documentaries about that.
And do you know why they stopped doing that shit?
Why?
Do you remember the year that the European designer said, this year in Vogue, we're going to have an all black women display from all over the world? That was years ago. I don't remember what year it was. And I think it was that Lagerfeld guy. I'm not sure, but I think.
Karl Lagerfeld?
Yeah, I think it was him. He had the Vogue cover was all black women. They had never, ever done that before. All black women, the whole runway, The whole catalog was black women. Empowered is saying something. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
It was all black women, right? We gonna come to you in a minute, Empowered. One sec. And after that year they did that, more black models was everywhere. People start getting thicker, bigger. The first introduction was that English lady. That English lady, the English model, the one with the bad attitude that she throwing shit phones and stuff at servants in the house.
Naomi Campbell?
Yeah, she was the first introduction of nice big healthy legs and a big behind. Remember her?
Yeah, she was pretty much. I thought it was Iman though before her.
No, Iman was fucking beautiful hair, skinny, fucked up nobody. I'm sorry, Iman, if you hear this. I'm sorry. Her daughter right now, people bigging up her daughter because her daughter's a white man, a white man of some fame, David Bowie. Do y'all even know who David Bowie is?
I know who David Bowie is. Yeah, I actually listened to his music growing up. I got into him through my homegirl, but she likes alternative music and stuff.
Now, David Bowie was a big thing when I was a teenage girl. Okay?
Right.
He was a big deal. Matter of fact, everybody from UK was a big fucking deal, right? So, but anyway, their daughter is ugly as fuck.
I've never seen their daughter.
Look her up. She's ugly as fuck. But just because she's David Bowie's daughter and Iman's daughter, remember how you said sometimes two ugly people could make a beautiful kid? Well, there are times when two decent looking people make horrible looking fucking kids. And that girl is one of them. Look her up to see. People like to think because they're mulatto, they got light skin, funny hair and eyes, they automatically beautiful. No. Not always the case. That is a very ugly girl, but they blow her up like she's the shit. Now, Iman has another daughter who's older than that girl, who actually is fucking beautiful, but because she has a black father, a basketball player, I forget the name of the basketball player Iman was first married to when she was real young. But that daughter is fucking gorgeous. But you don't never hear nothing about her because she's dark skinned.
Oh, wow.
She's
yeah.
Real dark skinned. But the half white daughter, she's the fucking best. She's trash. When I say trash, like she's busted. Completely busted.
Wow.
Shit, I say the same about my own fucking relatives. Like, I got a couple of cousins. Their fathers are white. Their mothers are black. They do not look good. But it's just because they have light skin and curly, whatever type of hair other people are more comfortable with on what they think is not a black woman. They run around, oh, she's so good. No, she's not. I could bring my other niece or cousin and blow her ass out the water. She's not. Just because her skin is light and her hair is inclined to curl, you all infatuated with her, but she's not nice looking like that. I'm being honest, like I'm being serious. Like,
no, I get what you mean. Trust me, I get what you mean. Because some people will uplift the most because for them it's just about the skin. That's all.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm not trying to disrespect my little cousin, but it's the truth. Like, she's busted, but because she's not, in their eyes, she's not traditionally black. How the fuck is she not traditionally black? Give me one black woman born in America that don't have some white person in their family somewhere. I'll wait for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm up and down on the whole biracial and black thing too. The thing is, there are too many hateful ones that exhibit the same mentality as their black and white, as their black dad and white mom, especially the ones who come from that black dad, white mom dynamic. Because a lot of them exhibit that same anti-black women self-hate, anti-black women hatred.
Most definitely. But where I was going with it was, Asia, was you not selling me on the biracial shit, because every ADOS woman in America is a biracial woman, because her whole makeup is a colonizer, an African, and an indigenous person. That's what makes up ADOS people in every damn state in America. So what are you talking about?
The thing is that they have to recognize that. The thing is, it's not just about us recognizing it. If they don't and they're on some bullshit about it, then my thing is, it's like, I'm not going to accept that, because I can't accept you as one of me, and you're telling me that, and you're walking around thinking that you're better than me because you have a different parent than I do, because I come from 2 Black parents and you come from another. So until that gets worked out, for me, it's up and down. It's like I'm not all the way with it. And then you have some that don't see themselves as Black. It's like, no, I'm mixed. I'm biracial, and I'm good with that, because that's what you are. If you have a white parent and you have a Black parent,
don't care about that. They can see themselves however they want. But all I know is that the little girls and boys in my family that come from Black women with different fathers, they categorize and they are told you are Black. There is no such thing as biracial in between. You are Black. Because your mama is Black, your existence in this life will be Black. And yes, your father is whatever he is, but he don't have to live your Black life for you. And when people look at you, they're going to see Black first. They ain't going to ask about him. That's how we deal with them. And we ain't had no problems, because it is what it is. Like, they could be as light as they want, but when you look in their face, it's Black. It's Black. And that's it.
I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on that. For me,
it's not about agree to disagree, because I'm talking about my family. What other people do in their family is their business, because I don't give a shit. It don't affect me.
Within your family, that's understandable. That makes sense.
It doesn't affect me. Like, I'm telling you, because I had explained to people several times, I am a Black woman that comes from historically slavery, a family of Black women where we traditionally don't have Black fathers. Our fathers often have been forced by the condition, whites, Spaniards, indigenous, and then based on location and proximity, the fathers have been Black and Native, Black in this, Black in that, or white in this. And there's like, maybe you could count them, the ones that have an actual Black father that comes from a Black woman and a Black man. That's me particularly. That's my story. That's not everybody.
I got you.
Yeah. Like when I tell you my situation with my mother, right? She's a so-called biracial Black woman. And my father is a Black Native, right? Then you have me. I consider myself Black. I don't care what's going on with my mother and father, right? But then my children, one set of my kids come from Guyanese Cooley, right? Or no, sorry, the Guyanese call them Douglas. And and then the other kids I have come from a Jamaican Cooley, right? Meaning those 2 men were Black men where one of their parents was Black and the other one was an Indian, a full-blood Indian from both countries, right? I'm just telling the story. Those are my kids in particular. So you have, okay? And then you have my daughter, where she comes from the Guyanese man, who's Guyanese and Black, right? Indian and Black. And she has children with a Turkish man. So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's different for me, but in the genetic makeup, but the way we look, the way we think, we are Black because we come from Black women, regardless of the dads. The way that they wrote it in the law, that's the way we believe it. And that's the way it is, because only Black women can have Black children. I can't have a white kid.
That I agree with. That I do agree with.
It's like, it is what it is. So that's the reason why I said what I said about all those kids that are supposed to be biracial related to me or coming from me. We don't talk that shit. We don't even have that in our vernacular because we don't believe it. You know why? Because we don't make the other people more important than the Black. That's why. We don't make them more important because honestly, if you really, really, really thought about it, then I wouldn't be considered Black. Because I don't traditionally have 2 Black parents. But because my mother says she's Black, because she came from a Black woman, that's all she gives a fuck about. And so she's Black.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, people, it is what it is. But Black women, regardless of all that stuff we just talked about, When you come out with something that everybody else wants to take advantage of, lock down your money. Do what you got to do legally to make sure that everybody knows it's you who are the originator. So then, empowered elevation station says other races of women are simply jealous of Black women. They copy our style. They try to capture our very essence, but they will never be us. She's absolutely right, and we saw that in the what is that Tegan laws or Tegan laws, whatever it is, with that Spaniard man. We saw that because they were getting uptight because in their words, I can't remember it verbatim, but they felt like Black women was feeling themselves too much, walking around in public a little too free for them.
It wasn't just that. It wasn't even that. It was the fact that the men liked it. If the men didn't, if their men didn't care or didn't look, they wouldn't have gave a shit.
You know it. That's the way it is today too. Ain't that right?
Yeah, it's still that way.
Yeah, because like, please, and I don't even personally, I don't have nothing against white men. I told you, I have too many people married to them in my family, but I don't like them personally. My own child has one, but I don't like them personally for myself. Can I get along with them? Well, yeah, but we ain't gonna be bumping and grinding. That's just not what we're doing, right?
Yeah, and you know what? And that's okay. It's like I don't know. I've always been the type that I've respected Black women's choices when it came to that because I understood the situations that we were in. Even in the days when I wasn't necessarily agreeable with, because I've changed a lot. I'm gonna be honest, I was heavily brainwashed into the whole stay Black, only date a Black man, blah blah blah. But I've always had an attraction to other races and men too, just naturally. So I couldn't do it. But at the same time, even when I was in that phase and I was kind of like forcing myself to, I never got at other Black women who did date out. Like for me, I always understood why, because I got what was going on in my community. I was like, because I was part of the fight. I wanted to change things and all this other shit. Not realizing how dire the situation was and how bad it was because I was young and still learning. But oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say two things. I was gonna say you can only change things politically through laws. You know what I mean? That's the only way. Black people really got to understand that. If you want, and I'm not saying that directed at you, I'm just speaking in general, right?
Yeah.
If we want our communities to change, we got to get the lawmakers to change the laws to make it that way, the same way everybody else does. And for me, this is just a personal thing based off what you just said. I don't have no right to tell another Black woman how to get down in her life. I don't have no right to tell her who she's supposed to sleep with, who she likes. That's her business. That's her body. She do her thing with what she was given. You know what I mean? And I think if more of us actually felt that way amongst each other, like a collective of Black women, we would be better for it. The hell with what everybody else got to think, including Black males. Black women have suffered enough under the tyranny of America, the tyranny of Black males. We deserve to live and be happy in this life in any way that individually makes us happy. And if you want all the white men in the world, girl, I'm for you. Go ahead, sister. If you want all the dysfunctional Black dudes in the world and hopefully you don't get killed, go for it. Go do your thing.
Oh, that I'm not recommending.
No, I'm just saying. Listen, that's her thing. I can't tell her what to do with her life. I'm not advocating for it, but if that's what you want to do your thing. All right. If it's Hispanics or any other man, do your thing. Because we got to be compassionate towards each other. Because we don't personally like something, don't mean we get to like. I think we need to chill with that. Like,
yes. Oh my God, I'm so glad you said that.
Don't be so harsh towards. I don't like that shit either, Asia. I don't want to see no Black women killed by Black femicide.
Me neither.
When that girl got stabbed the other day, I literally was in my kitchen cooking and I sat down at the table and I really felt that shit. I was like, that's crazy. I'm like, all because this girl had come to the realization now that she was done with that part of her life. She wanted to go fulfill her dreams now. Why would you cut her? You don't have the fucking right to cut her down.
Exactly. This is why I keep saying to people, these people are talking like these dudes almost damn near have the right. Like, oh, you should have known this. You should have known that. Well, why would you do it anyway? No, she shouldn't, because she's not a fucking
She's not a thing. She's a fucking human being. But because we have been conditioned so long to be thinking that anything people do to us in this country, we're supposed to swallow it, suffer in silence, and accept all types of abusive behavior. No, you are not.
Or we have to do perfectly. Like, oh, and I hear this a lot too, that, oh, well, it's exacerbated in our community, so we can't operate the same way. And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? So you telling me that we can't operate the same way because what? We don't have a group of men covering the bullshit that we're doing? That's the only difference.
That's a fucking excuse. That's a fucking excuse not to take the action you supposed to take in these dire situations. It's urgent like a motherfucker out here.
Yeah.
When you got Black women being killed every day and our children as horrifically as they're being killed, that should be more than a wake-up call to every Black woman. Safeguard yourself. Stay away from these motherfuckers. I don't care what they talking about. Get your shit straight before you worry about any of them. Make sure you safe. Make sure you here to see every day life has to offer you. Don't ever let nobody take your time out of life because they got a fucking personal problem. Because that's all that shit is with them motherfuckers. They got insecurities, Asia. They have been conquered. They have allowed themselves to be defeated. And they feel like, oh, because we live in a patriarchy, the Black women is the only thing lower than me in this life. So I have the right to take her life if I want to. Only when the Black woman does not fucking, I hate to say what I gotta say, but I gotta say it. They're only allowed to do that shit to you when you are not prepared to take their fucking life first. No matter how the fuck you do it.
And see, if we send that message, a lot of Black women are like, it's like they're afraid to send that message. Like, look, it's either your life or mine, and it'll always be mine over yours.
That's the way you're supposed to be. Self-preservation is the first rule of nature. What is wrong with these people? What's wrong with them? Like, why are you letting people convince you that you're supposed to be beaten down? You're not ever supposed to be beaten down. Actually, your real place in this world is for people to fucking adore you and damn near worship you, because you are so unique in this world. I really wish every Black woman would understand that. There is no other thing as magnificent as you. There's no other like you in this world.
Yeah, and also stop downplaying your gifts to make other people feel better. I hate that too. When we start downplaying who we are, start downplaying our gifts. Basically. So what I've noticed is that we can't even compliment each other without somebody else coming in and saying, well, this person also looks pretty too. Well, this person also looks good too. Well, what about this other person? It's like, we're not speaking about them. We're speaking about us.
What I would say to that,
you have to include others. Why can't we just keep it on us?
And I would say that is fine for them, but right now this shine is for this person or for whatever you're talking about. And if you can't respect that, then you need to go on and exit out of here, seriously, because you're not going to be allowed to diminish anybody over here. Go on and take that somewhere else.
Yeah, to me, that's like going to a cancer walk and then asking why we're not talking about diabetes.
Right. Exactly. Like, and that is part of that whole respectability politics that was created a little later on after that Tigran law or whatever the hell it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they started to understand that Black women were creating all of these little associations and fraternities to empower themselves. Oh, okay, so these Black women are creating businesses. They're owning things. They're coming together to go to college. They're coming together to do this, do that. Oh, we got to find a way to stop that. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
We will start talking about their position in society so that we'll knock that chip off their shoulder, knock them down a peg or two. And that has always been the way that the majority of society has related to us. But if you know that, you're supposed to put that in your brain as a default and use that as your starting point to go forward. Like, I know they're going to throw that shit at me. So, boom, get out my way. I'm still going. You're not stopping me. That's
I call it the spiritual fortress.
Yeah. You need You need that type of resilience because everywhere you go, like you heard that white woman say in that video, right?
Mm-hmm.
They already see the tenacity in you. They see it. They see it in our sassiness, in the way we come up with our funny little phrases and slang or whatever, the way we have our mannerisms that everybody copies, you know, like from the snapping of our finger to the moving of our head, whatever we do, they want to imitate it because they see in you, like that woman said, the things they don't possess, and it puts them. I don't even really believe her when she said that stuff about makes her afraid. No, I don't. I think what she is aware of the fact that once these people who are truly ignorant to their strength and their power, if they ever do wake up, we're going to be in a lot of fucking trouble. That's really what I think she wants to say. But she can't say it because you know how some people are, they can't let the full cat out the bag. And
there's a scene I would love you to play. I'm not even sure if you've seen this movie before. It's called A Bug's Life. There's a specific scene. Oh, you remember with Hopper when he was talking to the other grasshoppers about why we need to go back to the ants, even though they had all the food that they wanted. Hopper basically told them it ain't about the food. It ain't about the resources. It's about keeping those ants in line.
What?
That line? Yes, you never seen that part?
I seen the movie, but it was so damn old. I don't remember it. Yeah, you got me going back years here. Yeah, but you know what?
If you could pull that up, we could watch it. They have the clip, just that clip alone on YouTube. And it's one of the most popular clips.
I'm gonna find it. You said it's the one where he says what? A Bug's Life, what?
It's put A Bug's Life Hopper's speech. It should be under Hopper's speech.
Oh yeah, just popped right up. Oh yo, they got his death and everything. They got when he arrived, when he yo, they're going off with this movie.
Because the message in it, that's why.
Yeah, because I know why he had to control the ants, because ants are very they could move like 8 times their weight. And when they come together, they could wreak havoc on the ecosystem. They really can. All right, let me get
the I put the title in. I put the exact title in for the exact video. If you want to copy and paste it.
Back to it. Yeah, let me go back. You put it in private chat? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to stop doing the private chat.
No, it's cool. Oh. A Bug's Life. Then they all might stand up for. Okay, let me go back. Let me go back to this. Get rid of this and put that exactly in it. But a lot of people had this. This movie is like so old. Oh my goodness.
1998, I think.
Yeah, it's. I remember it was. Yeah, it's like as old as one of my daughters. Yeah.
I was a kid when that came out, and that scene always spoke to me.
Yeah, it's as old as my daughter Epiphany. She's the same age. When she was a little girl, that movie came out. Yep. And I was like, oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. I'm having a little trouble because I didn't do it right. I'm getting there. Hold on. You heard the State Farm commercial, right? Because I didn't do the right thing.
Oh no, I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, the State Farm commercial came up because I did the wrong thing. All right, I got it. Let me copy it. All right, I'm going back. Hold up. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, but I understand. But stand up to us. Okay, here. Let me get ready. Let me get it ready, and then I'm gonna come back. All right, I'm coming. All right, y'all. Let me mute up.
That stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant. One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. They're puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one?
Are you kidding?
Well, how about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. That's why we're going back. Does anybody else want to stay? There was that.
Okay, you want to hear something really creepy?
Mm-hmm.
That same speech or storyline was given in that movie Emancipation with Will Smith when the main slave hunter was a child. He was talking about how he had befriended the black woman who was the house slave, and the father wouldn't feed her, so she was all the time always very hungry. And the little boy used to steal food and feed the house slave. And one night the father caught him. He beat him terribly, and then he stabbed to death the black woman who he gave the food to. And when the little boy asked him, "Why did you do that?" He said, "You think they're dumb, but they're very smart." He said, "And if you feed them, or if you give them any amount of the opportunity to live the same life that we live as we know it, we will no longer have the life that we know. They will take everything from us." So how is that different from what just happened right there?
None at all. Hollywood recycles stories all the time.
Is that because that's the mentality and that's the philosophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you see that movie Emancipation with Will Smith, when you get to that part, you're gonna hit that whole thing from the Bug's Life. That whole scene is gonna echo that same speech in your head. Like the thing he was telling that little boy was so wrong, but so insane that's the indoctrination of us versus them. But we gotta keep what we have. They coming to get what we want, and all that white fragility and all that other stuff. That is all of that wound up in that one little scene right there in that Bug's Life. That was crazy.
Yep.
Like, first of all, you don't have to be an enemy of the ants. So what? The ant outnumbers you. If you do the right thing, which is to be fair, you don't have to worry about the ant rising up against you. But because you're so mentally ill, where you feel like you're the only person that should have shit and they should not, you worry about the ant rising above or rising up to go against you, and you create the conditions to make that shit even enter the thought of the ant's mind. They don't see that though. They don't see that because they think they're entitled to everything and no one else is entitled to anything. That's their problem. They really do have a fucking undiagnosed mental illness. I've said that so many times.
But I hate to say it, a lot of that has also been enhanced by the way other races of people have acted towards them too.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is, because when they run around the world colonizing people and not treating people fairly, not paying them fairly, and considering their humanity, what else do they fucking expect?
Yeah. But the thing is that the narcissism is still there because they see how many people are willing to participate, give up their own self-respect, sell out their own community, especially within Black society. How much, I hate to say it, but the sellouts of our community are the men. I hate to keep it 100. Always has been.
Always have been. It's crazy because I was watching the story of Shaka Zulu the other day, and he actually sold his people out for some hair dye to make him look younger. Some old trinkets to put around his neck as a necklace. What else did they give him? Tobacco, gunpowder, stupid stuff. Stupid shit. And he ended up finding out, the story of Shaka Zulu. By the time he found out that they were not his friends, he ended up gathering the whole Benin Empire to fight against them and run them out of Africa. but he died of old age and battled scars and infections. So they just came back after he died. But as long as he was the king, they didn't dare put their foot on African soil because he would tear their ass up. Shaka Zulu was nobody to fuck with. He really was not. Shaka Zulu was not playing with them. And his story is he was the bastard child of a former king who disrespected his mother. And this boy had such rage and revenge in his heart for the honor of his mother that as soon as he could, he took his father out and took everything his father had to restore his mother to her rightful place. That's his whole life story. If y'all, have never heard of him before. Shaka Zulu is where Shaka Khan got her name from.
Yeah, I've heard of Shaka Zulu, but the thing is he's barely talked about.
No, but he wasn't playing with those British people. He's one African king or emperor, whatever you want to call him, because he had an entire empire. He bust their ass. He didn't take no shorts with them. No shorts. None.
Yep. And then I think about, some of the few African queens we had that stood up. To me, the most notable is Queen Zinga. Like, I swear she almost comes across to me as something surreal because of the stories that I've heard,
there were many more like her. Many. Like, if you look on here on Google, it's like the 12 fiercest queens and pharaohs of Africa. Because I know white people have you thinking that pharaoh is an African term. It is actually not. It is something that was created by outsiders for Africa, but there have been many women, because pharaoh is just a title. It doesn't have anything to do with a gender. That's stuff that outsiders brought to Africa, right? And also, same thing with Cleopatra. Cleopatra was a title. Do you know how many Cleopatras there were outside of the one that had an association with Mark Antony? Several. And the thing that they never tell you about those ancient cultures is that Cleopatra's father, what was this man's name again? Give me a minute.
Was it Ptolemy or something
Ptolemy, like that? Yes, King Ptolemy. Ptolemy was all about women's rights. Like, his daughter was not just somebody that, I'm under the protection of my father. This woman was a woman's activist during her time. She was an attorney. She ran business. They never tell you anything about that in the Cleopatra story. But when you read real Egyptology from Egyptian historians, you learn the background to all of these people, and they were not white, contrary to what white people think.
Oh, see, and that's why, to be honest, I never really checked out Cleopatra because I thought the Ptolemies were Roman because I was fed the history wrong. They said that the Ptolemies conquered Egypt from I guess wherever they came from.
No, that is a title. Remember what I said? It is a title. That is not his name. That is what he was called. He has a real name. I don't know it right now. I forget.
That's what his name is. Ptolemy. Okay.
No, that is what he was called. It just means king. They had like so many titles for the word king, ruler, whatever, right? And that's something that comes from the white people side. I don't know right now off the top of my head what they were calling them back in those days, because the whole history has been so whitewashed, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So if those people you're talking about actually existed, they probably did. But the fact of the matter is, has nothing to do with Cleopatra's story or her father's story, because they were just having those titles interchange with what the Africans use versus what the Europeans use. And they're always going to try to make, Europeans are always going to try to make the most historical moments in time or the figures in time white, because they know they weren't. Like, how is that even possible? We are the first people on the earth. So how would you supersede something that we didn't do already? How does that make sense?
Yep.
It doesn't.
Like, not at all.
And then you have to also remember that they have only been in existence for like 8,000 years. We have history into the hundreds of thousands of years. We've been here a long time, a long goddamn time. They don't have as much history on the face of the earth as we do. So how would they be those people? That's the thing, the common sense that, not you, but just in general, like, People got to put it together. Like, there have been people way before they even came into existence. Anyway, I guess we should wrap it up because we've been here forever. But
oh yeah, I didn't realize it's like 4.5 hours.
we just talking and talking. But that was a really good point that you brought up with the Bugs Life speech. And people really need to commit that to memory because it's the divide and conquer, y'all. That's what it is. Like, the more we fight amongst each other as Black women, I'm only talking about Black women, not the Black community, but Black women, the more we will continue to be impoverished, being taken out of here by Black femicide, being treated like the way they treat us on YouTube and everywhere else. But all of that could come to an end. Once you recognize who you are, step into your power, dig up some of that courage and energy and disposition of the Black women of the past, bring that into today and stop being afraid of sad stories that actually happen to Black women and stand up and make sure that shit don't happen no more. And it's real easy. We start with the boycott on YouTube. Get off here. Hit them in their pocket where it hurts. Take their money from them, they will respect you. Take their money from them, you get their attention. Take their money from them, they will listen. You sit here, you do nothing. You let people disrespect you. You give little to no pushback. They will further abuse you. That's in every facet of life. You have got to stick together. Your economic power is strong in this country. Your influence on this entire world is strong. Use those two things to manipulate and get what you want the same way everybody else does in this world. That way, we don't have to worry about the safety of little Black girls, somebody snatching her up and throwing her into human trafficking, or violating her, taking her life and putting her in a refrigerator, or doing some of these other horrific things that have been done to our little Black girls. Or most importantly, you don't have Black males coming on YouTube instructing other Black males how to manipulate young Black women into becoming mothers before they need to, becoming impoverished and living abused lives when they don't need to. When you start loving yourself and realizing that we are all we have with each other, and in order for us to make it in this society, we got to rely and depend on each other and be strong for each other, care about each other, do things that would benefit each other. That's the only way we're going to progress in this society. That's it. It's the only way. We got to fight for laws that protect us and empower us. We have no other choice. Otherwise, just lay down and die, because that's what's going to happen to you. If you don't fight for life, your alternative is to die. That's it. Am I wrong, Aisha? Or you add what you want to add?
No, you said it. You pretty much said it. That's pretty much the gist of it. I mean, for me, it doesn't get much more understandable than that. But
I mean,
we're not gonna reach. I think I kind of just come to the conclusion we can't reach everybody, and I think that's also a frustration a lot of Black women have too. That no, we're not going to be able to reach 100% of us, and we need to just kind of accept that. But as long as we continue to uplift the ones and showcase the ones that are moving according, I think that'll be more influential. I feel.
True. So we don't shoot for 100.
Yeah.
We shoot for more than 50%. We shoot for the majority. Majority rules, right? So as we speak behind the scenes to try to find out how we're going to recruit these women with any of the platforms you talked about, we will share that with other people, and we will build and build and build like everybody else before us did, till we get to the point where we can make action and make a change. That's it. That's all you can do. There's no way in the world we're gonna get every Black woman, because every Black woman ain't gonna give a shit about what we're talking about. But for those, like you said, that will, they're going to come, and we're not gonna have to do a whole lot of convincing them.
Yep.
And that's all we need. That's all we need.
Yeah, we need the ones that are ready.
That's it. And then you know what the best part about that is? There's always that thing of reach one, teach one. So the more we reach, the more they will teach. And that's it. That's it. That's it. Listen, this was a dynamite live, in my opinion, with all the information.
I loved it.
Like, I appreciate it. I really wish there was like more of us up here just really shooting it and having a real, you know.
Yeah, I thought one of the ladies would come up on the live, but
maybe next time. But
yeah.
I appreciate you. I really do. I really like when Black women come up because it gives other Black women the perspective outside of mine. Like, people will go away from here tonight not listening to the majority of the stuff I said, but what you said. And that
I hope it helps.
It will, because they'll see like, oh, okay, I never thought about it like that. Because what I'm doing is what I always do, because that's who I am. But you and everybody else who comes up to contribute, you are refreshing. You are new. You are something else to consider that may put the wedge in there that I couldn't get.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and that's the thing we do. We do need more voices, and I want to get to a point where it's like 12 of us on here just chatting it up.
I wish
like that.
Listen, let me tell you something. I wish my platform, and I would like it to be where I could come on, start a conversation, have like 5, 6, 7, 10, 11 people, like you said, if I can afford it, fit y'all up here. Because, you know, with all those people, you got to go up and plan.
Mm-hmm. I forgot. That's right. I think it costs more. I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, so I got to throw that in there. But, you know, I like being a jerk like that. But anyway, if all y'all up here talking, I would like to have that type of platform where y'all could do that and I could step off, do shit, and come back, and we still keep it rolling. Meaning, I don't have to be the center. I don't need to be the focal point. I would love to just be the ignition and y'all be the fire. That's how I like to be. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't need to have all of that. But I really like the result. That's where I get happy. Like, if I could put the little thing in there and then watch the shit grow, that's what I like. I like that.
Me too.
I like that.
And plus, I like what you're doing on your page. Like, it's to be honest, you have a lot of substance. That's what I like about your page. It's like you're posting shit that's actually relevant to our lives, to our everyday lives. And I just get pissed off that you don't get the amount of circulation that you're getting. But I feel like, but still, you know, I feel like a lot of that is shadow banning too. I think a lot of that is YouTube also, because it makes no sense that you're not. Because I'm gonna be honest, I had to search for you because I knew about your page before it shut down, the first one.
Okay.
And then I went to go search for you, and I'm like, what the hell? They took her page away? And then I realized you had the backup, and I was like, okay, well, at least she was able to come back on.
Yeah, no, they threatened me with it, so I told them, fuck you. I do it myself.
Wow.
That's literally what I said. You know, like when they write you that shit, I wrote, fuck you, YouTube, and I do it myself. And I meant that. And eventually, what I plan to do, Asia, and I'm not cutting off my nose to spite my face for those that may think that, I would really like to get a decent amount of Black women and leave this platform completely. And I don't mean for some shit like Patreon where people got to pay. I mean, like, I've been looking at this fan base shit. I don't know how it works, but it's Black owned, and there's a lot of Black people from YouTube over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Black people that I'm subscribed to on YouTube. Like, there's this Black man. He's a professor. His name is Conscious Lee. I don't know if y'all know him, but he's very intelligent, young Black dude who's a professor. He came from a background of both his parents being incarcerated, but he chose that was not going to be his future, right? Mm-hmm. So I liked him, and he also looks like one of my sons, so that's why I really liked him. I was like, look at this guy, look like one of my kids. But anyway,
you see, Matriarch, she said fan base is abusive. The men on there, like, apparently, she said it's an abusive. The men on there are really abusive.
Is that right?
So they allow a whole bunch of BS to be said about Black women too on there, and that's supposed. I'm not surprised.
Is that it? You know what? She's probably right because it's owned by a Black male.
Yeah,
she's probably right. And well, I'll go check it out. And if it's not good, then it's not good. We don't need that shit. Ultimately, I'm learning how to do apps myself right now with my Google goddamn certificate, right?
Yeah.
So give me time. if I figure this shit out where I can make my own fucking app like YouTube and fan base or whomever, I will come out with it. And it will be.
I thought about that. I'm like, why can't we come together to create our own private social media space?
Listen, we can. We just need the women to come together, put it together, get the silent and angel investors, get the money. That's some shit we could collectively go to fucking what's that place? Goldman Sachs and say, yo, listen, all of us want to do this. Come help us out. They will come. And then we could, and all of us, even if they don't come on their own, they got markets.com where all of us could go on there and put in the application for loans for the same program. And all of us just be like a create our own little publicly trading place amongst ourselves to put in and get back with each other. That's all the shit that we could brainstorm outside of YouTube with Black women if they're interested in doing that. It's really that simple. Because, I mean, all it takes is for us to get an attorney, write up the contract of how everything would be shared equally amongst us, and then we go for it. Like in that, and whatever profits we get, we will split it equally against each other. And if we could make it publicly traded, do you know how fucking rich we would be eventually as a result of that?
Yeah.
I mean, and it's not something that, let me tell you something. It's never anything that is unbelievable or unachievable. Put your mind to it and just fucking do it. I'm sitting here learning how to do this shit right now. I just submitted my first like raw type app to them. So I got to check it tonight to see what my grade is. They're teaching me how to do this shit. Believe me. When I complete this program and I get the certificate and I know what I'm doing, whether I get a job or not, I can create my own shit. I don't need anybody's permission. So that is something that I never thought about until tonight, but it's something all of us women out here need to think about. You don't need, listen, Black women, you don't need, hold on, this Major, hold on, let me put you up. How you doing? Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Pretty good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, cool. I just came up real quick because you guys were talking about having your own space.
Yeah.
And the one good thing that I learned from Fanbase that I got from Fanbase is Discord. And I know you guys have probably already heard about Discord, but Discord is awesome. Like, so through Fanbase, I ran into another group on Discord and I got into that group. It's more of a financial literacy group and it's run by men, but it's really cool. The people are really nice. But the point is that I started to go on Discord in order to take these classes that I was taking. And I learned a lot about Discord, and I actually built a Discord called Matriarch XX. And I really just want to have a space where women can come and be amongst each other. Obviously, I'm a Black woman, so it'll probably be mostly Black women, but I'm not discriminating against other women, but I do want the foundation to be Black women because I feel like we are the mothers, we are the heads. So it should be something that, like, if other races end up coming into it, they need to know like what it is, you know? So yeah, but the thing is you don't necessarily have to come to my platform. You can build your own. You know, Discord is very private. It's extremely private. Like, you can literally like stop people from coming in. Like, you can make it to where people have to come in through a link or they have to come in through a payment or whatever. And it's cool because they have these audio rooms, and in the audio rooms you can do video conferencing. Up to 25 people can be on the video at a time, and up to 100 people can be in the room at a time. Like, you can give classes. It's so freaking awesome. And that's the reason why I told you about this, because it's just so easy to build, you know what I mean? Like, I just went in there and I built it. There's still some things I have to put some bots in there just because I know once people know about it, the guys are going to try to come in and be weird. But, and I want to be able to have a gate for them. But the point is that you can build one, you know what I'm saying? So if you want, you can hit me up on Instagram at matriarch XX, and I can give you the information. Like, I'm not trying to charge you or nothing. I'm really just trying to bring us women together, and it really sucks because I feel like I'm so alone.
No, you're
not.
Not at all.
Yeah, I feel like I'm so alone, and I have so much information to share, just like you, Simply Stephanie. I was on your other page, and it was funny because you popped up in another content creators live one evening, and I was like, "Oh, there's Simply Stephanie. Where you been?" You know. So, and then I went to go look for you, and this came up, and I was like, "Wait, this is a different page." You know what I mean? So, I was really confused at that point, but anyway, the point is I really like what you're doing on your page, and I know that you have a spirit of wanting to help women.
Yeah.
So I really like that about your page. But I've just been so busy. Like, I live in Ecuador, by the way. I don't live in the
How is
States.
it?
Wow.
It's amazing here, you guys. It is really, really nice. It's not a lot of Black folks. There is a province in Ecuador that's called Esmeraldas. That's all Black folks. In fact, I just ran into a Black woman today from Esmeraldas, and it was so cool because it's like, soon as you see each other, you just run towards each other. Like,
did you do the head nod?
Yeah, no, we ran. When I tell you we ran towards each other, me and this lady, we don't know each other. I ain't never seen this lady before in my life, but because it's Ecuador and it's not that many Black people around here, it was nice to see her, and she felt the same way. And she speaks Spanish, and I speak English, and we really didn't speak that good of each other's language, but we were still trying to talk to each other like for a long time. Like,
go on your phone and get that new app that's interactive where it can translate for you in real time. Like,
what's it called?
You gotta, I don't know the name. Just go in there. You're gonna find it. You got an iPhone?
Yeah.
Go in there and look under all the translation apps. It's one that where you can have a conversation, hold the phone, and the person could talk, and it'll you could talk into the phone. It's gonna translate it literally right back to the person and tell you what they say. Just keep looking in there. Wait. Let me see if I have it on my phone. Hold on.
Oh, I was gonna say, because I know I need that too.
Yeah, hold on, because I had that on my phone. Let me make sure I still have it. Hold on, because I have found that it's something that came out new. Because I wanted to go to Italy, but I didn't get there yet. Hold on. And I do not speak Italian. What's that translator? Oh, God damn it. I don't have it, Matriarch. I thought I had it on here, but I know it's there. Because when I was looking for a translator for Italian, I saw it. I want to look for it. I'm going to look for it again, and if I find it, I'll put it up on the community page, okay? But I know it's there. It is definitely there because I did see it. You there? Did she fade out?
Hello?
Faded out.
Okay.
Matriarch, you there? No, it's the connection because she's in another country.
Oh, okay. That's crazy though. That's dope. She called in from Ecuador.
She back.
Okay. I think I was muted.
Yeah, probably. So please look for it. I'm sorry I came up short and didn't have the name of it, but look for it on that app because it's in there. Because I saw it and I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna use that. But I never got to, I guess I didn't do what I was supposed to do because I don't have it. But look for it, okay?
Okay, I will.
And you said it's on Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram, Matriarch XX. So if you want to send me a message or something, that would be great. Or if you have an email attached to this account, I can email you as well.
Yeah, I do. I have both, but that email so jacked up, and I don't go in there and check the email. Y'all, I'm a bad content creator.
It's okay. It's okay. Listen, you're one person, and that's the thing. That's the reason why I created Matriarch XX, is because it's like, it's not about me. It's about women coming together. And what I realize is I am alone here, and I'm trying to do so much, and I need other women. I need your support. We need to help each other. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I really just wanted it to be about women helping women. Like, you can go off and create your own thing, right? I don't care. The point is that we're connected, right?
Mhm.
That's it. That's all I really care about.
I'm gonna
And
look for you. I'm gonna look for you tonight and subscribe. And then
okay.
me and Asia, we gotta do this thing to try to hook up to. Did you hear earlier? We trying to do the boycott to get
I
black women.
didn't. I came in really late. So
Right.
what
So
did you?
we wanna. Okay, there's a petition that I have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Floating around. We have over 2,000 signatures, and
Mm-hmm.
according
Over
to
3,500 now.
over 3,500. Now,
Mm-hmm.
according to the rules of the change.org, we should have been got media coverage. But
Mm-hmm.
because it's black women, they are dismissing and ignoring us, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I still keep trying to reach out to my local news to try to get them to pick it up. Even the rinky dink newspapers, I'm writing to people every week, calling them, emailing, leaving messages. They're not biting. So
Okay.
next step is I'm going to start reaching out to my representatives and bringing them the stuff I have and showing them that there are deaths linked to the disrespect and hate speech on YouTube towards black women. There have
Have you
been.
heard of a girl named Asia McGowan? I think her case is also would be notable to use to take that because she was directly targeted from online. She was stalked before she was killed.
I'm gonna use her. I'm also use that crazy dude Frank that shot up the train station here in our city. I'm gonna use him too, and all those.
And what about that video from BitChute?
I was just getting ready to say that. I have that on my computer, so I have that video still. I'm gonna take that as well.
What about the Peso Man video? Have you seen that one?
That's the one we talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, they took that one down, matriarch, from the actual website it came from. That didn't come from YouTube. That came from a website called BitChute, right? BitChute.com. BITCHUTE.com.
Okay.
Right? So when all of the outcry came out about that, they took it down and they said it was against their. All of a sudden now it's against their guidelines. But when you go on that website, you can find more people like him. Just spend a little time on there. You'll see what I saw.
Okay.
So anyway, we want to try to get a slow clap away from YouTube with the black women to like pull them slowly off of here for a month to 2 months to 3 months, whatever it takes to hit YouTube's pockets so they can understand that black women are not up for grabs. We're not here for you to disrespect us and have people on here promoting hate speech towards us, creating videos telling other people to take our lives, telling other people how to violate, sexually assault our young girls, and manipulate our young women into pretty much, like slavery and destitute states of life by dealing with older men who are only going to use them and then discard them when they're tired of playing with them. All this type of stuff goes on here. Like they're on here trying to groom little girls into dealing with grown men. And this is ridiculous. And no one, and even though there are laws in this country against all of this stuff that no one is enforcing, because it's only affecting black women and black girls, nobody cares. So some of us have to lead the charge where others will follow, where we start coming off here. And once we hit their pockets, start taking their money away from them, they'll have no choice but to listen to us because they want to make money. And we have that power as black women because we're the number one consumers in this country. So if we don't pay them, they don't get fed. And they have to listen to us and things will change. Otherwise, they'll just lose we just walk away completely and then they just do what they got to do, But we have to take some type of stand. And that's the only thing I could think of using the example of what the black women did on TikTok. When they did that boycott.
What did they do on TikTok? I'm not on TikTok.
They boycotted for a week and they actually damn near shut the entire app down.
Oh, wow.
Based off of a week. Because what was happening was that white women and others were stealing the creations of all of the black people, mostly black women, taking their dances, taking the skits, everything they were doing, and trying to pretend like they created it and they were making the profit off of the creativity of Black women. So
yeah, they were doing that. Yeah, they were doing that all over. They've been doing that all over.
And now here on YouTube, the whole thing is YouTube has turned the dehumanization of Black women into a money-making situation where they have allowed Black males to create false narratives about gender wars and all of us, all Black women having really low morality and respect for themselves, to make it a situation where it's a free for all for people to disrespect us. So we have been on here long enough trying to tell Black women to stop patronizing these people's channels and those conversations, but they keep doing it. So since they won't stop that way, maybe if we all just start physically removing ourselves from this platform, when they lose money, they will be forced to make the change to stop the hate speech towards Black women, which leads to Black femicide. Because they make fun of us being killed on this platform here all the time, and nothing is done about it.
Yeah. There's so much. There's just so much. I'm over here in Ecuador, and I'm not really on social media. So I am on social media, but not like that. You know what I mean? And I'm mostly on Instagram. And Black women are the majority of the people on the planet. You know what I mean? Like, when we decide to get to a place where we understand who we are, which are the governors and keepers of this planet, like we are number one, then shit will change. But I think the ultimate problem is most of us don't realize the power that we have. Like, and that's the reason why I really like your channel, because you be trying to tell people and help women, and but it's like, I feel like it's such a struggle when it comes to Black women, trying to get them to move, you know what I mean? And do things and start a movement. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying, like, TikTok is huge, don't get me wrong, but it's a smaller platform. Like, it hasn't been around as long as YouTube, and it's just a different setup. It's not technically even from America, technically speaking. But YouTube, I think it's a great idea. I just don't see Black women doing it. Like, I don't.
I know what you're saying. So they got to be shown so that they follow the lead. Black women will follow other Black women regardless if enough of them do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why we got to move slowly towards it. Like I said, a month.
Okay.
So if a lot of us leave for a month, and then whatever stragglers are left behind, they start spreading the word. Well, they're going for a month because they're boycotting YouTube for the hate speech towards Black women on YouTube. No one is listening. Not even our petition are they listening to when they're supposed to, right? Okay. So the longer and more people that do it, it will eventually catch on to as many people as possible. And even though, and I'm being real with what I'm about to say, it could take up to a year or 2 years. But if you continuously do it, enough people will catch on, because people talk all over YouTube. They talk. And people go into everybody's chat, and they will spread the word whether you want them to or not. Because there are going to be people that are going to say, what's happening? What's going on? Where's everybody at? They're going to tell. And if we, like I said, we can ask other content creators to join us, spread the word. That helps make it move faster, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That was literally what was going to be my next thing. Like,
I'm going to try to reach out to as many big content creators as I can. I can honestly tell you, there's going to be many of them that are not going to be trying to hear this because they don't want to lose their money.
Exactly.
Right? So you don't deal with them. You want to plant the seed in their chat so that other people can see it, and then we grow from there. Right?
Okay.
That's what we want to do. if we could do it that way. Otherwise, we got to spend a lot of time campaigning about what we want to do, putting it out on many, many platforms so that people know what we want for YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Put it on Twitter, put it on Instagram, put it on TikTok. TikTok is the best place to spread it. You know what I mean?
And on top of that, isn't there a Black Femicide March this year again? It's supposed to be like, isn't it supposed to be for October and October? I keep seeing it. It's like it's somewhat being spread around, but not all, not too all the way.
Asia, if you have that, please send it to me. Because
Okay.
I think that from what I remember, her feelings were hurt so badly, she decided to give up on that.
You talking about Rosa?
Yeah, I
heard this is something different. This the two girls that actually used to be with Rosa are the ones organizing this. Like, I don't know what happened, but from what I'm hearing, they separated from her. I guess I don't know I don't know the details because they didn't go into it.
Yeah.
But there's a march that's supposed to happen. They actually let me see if I can find it.
Please do and send it to me.
Looking for it right now so I can post the link.
Because if it is, I tell you what, I'm definitely gonna be there because I was at the last one. I'm definitely gonna be there. And I'm gonna honestly tell y'all, for all y'all scaries in the back, show up. It is a national park. There is federal police, state police, local police. If y'all don't know, Washington, D.C. is one of those places where they have multiple law enforcement agencies working all the time, always present. You could get arrested for a state charge, a federal charge, and a local charge all in the same day, playing around in Washington, D.C. Okay?
Yep. I just posted it. They have it on Eventbrite too. It's of course the ticket is free. You just have to sign up.
Yeah. Thank you for telling me because I really thought nothing was happening. I had no idea.
I wasn't sure it was legit at first, but then when I started going around just to make sure, because I'm like, okay, well, I don't see Rosa a part of this, so I wasn't sure if it was legit.
Yeah, that's how I really felt. I didn't know what was happening. I was like, but I was there with those girls and those women. Let me not call them girls.
What is it?
Let me fix this so it shows all of us, okay?
Okay.
Let me see if I can do it. No, it only allows us 3 with this. Oh, we're good because it's all 3 of
yeah.
us. All right, we're good. Let me get rid of my stuff. Hold on 1 minute. I'll put it back later. But yeah. Thank you, Asia. I had no idea, man. I would listen. I'll definitely be there. I wish it was summertime again, because y'all, Washington, D.C., that is not a place I frequent, but I went into that Black Museum. I had a good damn time. I went around to see all the stuff. I even took in a basketball game, a women's basketball game. I had some fun, okay? Y'all get out there and do the same, all right? I'm trying to tell you, it was fun. I was like, wow, this is a lot of fun. I'm going to go back, and now I have a reason to go back. I got a reason to go back.
Is this in DC? I can't really see.
No, this one is supposed to be in LA this time. They're having it in Pershing Square.
Wait a minute, it's cutting it off, right? All right, so let me tell you. Yes, right.
And then you can scroll down too.
Let me go.
Yeah,
how's that looking? Oh, good. That's cool. I ain't been to California in like years and years. I'm good.
Yeah, I like
I'm good. I love
and it's on
Cali.
a Saturday. That's perfect.
I'm going.
Me too. I'm definitely making it.
I wish it was in the summertime though. Oh my God, you know how much fun we could have had in California? Oh,
I know, but you know what? I think they wanted to avoid, because in LA crime gets real high in the summertime. So I think that could be
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was gonna say Cali is so cool. Like, you could take the regular train in Cali to what is that they have out there? Come on, y'all. What's that train that goes across country? Amtrak, right?
Yeah.
I took the train to the Amtrak and I went to a place called Marina del Rey. Me and my daughter. We was on the pier watching the whales jump up and out of the water. That shit was so beautiful. I'm like, California is the greatest. I'm like, I could never see some stuff like this back home. This is
If I could afford to, I would definitely go. Definitely live out there.
Yeah, just start saving right now. Start saving right now, and you'll be good. Even if it's like, go ahead.
Sorry.
What you say?
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I actually want to hear what you have to say.
No, I was gonna say just start saving right now. Even if it's like $5-10 you put away a week. Don't let nothing like that ever slow you down. Do not. It's ways to make money always. You guys, I told y'all before, get that like Acorn app. You can do a little investment, right? Make a little money with that. Get M1 Finance. You could buy fractional shares on M1 Finance. You don't got to pay for the whole stock. You could put like $20, $40, $50, buy different stocks, make your pie, your portfolio pie, put the percentages in how you want, and it will invest for you automatically. Robo invest. You hear what I'm saying? And that way you don't even have to worry about it. You come back, see how much money you made, how much you lost, but most of you gonna make it because you could do like moderate risk and just rack up cash. And you could use that stuff to travel with or supplement your lifestyle. Please, y'all, don't be sleeping on these like app investments because it's you could do that. You don't have to have like TD Ameritrade like me or one of those other platforms where sometimes you got to pay a lot of money to get stock. You don't need to do that. There's another one I'm gonna check out and do a video on it for y'all. It's called SoFi. It's SOFI. I saw this the other day on Fast Company. I had never seen this before. I didn't check it out yet, but I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bring that because I told y'all I got to do that other video about AI and how to make money out of it. I'm still working on that, and I'm gonna do that one on the SoFi. I'm gonna do the SoFi show y'all. Maybe I'll set up an account or something, but I have to show y'all how that works because all y'all got to do is when you set this up and you put money into it and you get a certain amount of money. If ever you low on cash, you just sell a few things. How long did it take me? It took me 3 days to get $1,000 out of that account. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be 1,000. It could be $10, $15, no matter. But it takes 3 days to get your money. So don't sleep on that stuff. Let's say you got to pay a bill. You need your money for the bill or part of the rent. Go get your money. Go get your money. That little bit of penalty you got to pay is nothing in comparison to being able to live your life the way you want to live it. That's it.
It's funny that you bring up trading because I actually am a trader.
Oh, okay, good.
Teach trading.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing that I plan to do on the Discord is start setting up. I already have everything set up, right? I just need to eventually start to promote it so the women can come. But the point is I really just want it to be a platform where women can help other women. You know what I mean? Because I really feel like these women be getting caught up in desperate situations with these men. And like, I've been traveling for 7 years, y'all, almost 8 years around the world. I've been in like 70 plus countries and I've been funding 50% of it with trading.
God damn.
Yeah.
So matriarch, would you tell him what I just said was not a lie, right? I didn't just make that shit up off my head. Tell him.
It's good.
I didn't make that up. It only took me 3 days to get the money out because I wanted to buy something. I was like, shit, how do I do this? And I called them up and they was like, oh no, they walked me through it. And I was like, okay. And they was like, no, how do you want it? They was like, you want direct deposit? You want us to send you a check? You want us to wire? I'm like, no, I want it to go into my bank account. They're like, okay, you do
Wait,
this.
are you talking about through Acorn?
No, I did that through TD Ameritrade.
Okay. I have a different app, but I used to use TD Ameritrade when I first started out. Yeah.
You know they changing, right? May 26th, when I go into my account, it tells me they're changing from, I don't know how it's going to work, but Schwab is taking them over. Or at least managing them. I didn't read the thing. I just was looking at the little notification. I'm like, what can I do about it? Either I stay here or I go.
There's a lady here who's been telling me all about that. She had like a IRA or something with her, I guess, old company or whatever. She's retired now, older black and from America, and she's actually from LA. Anyway, she was telling me the same thing, that they're like switching over, and
yeah, they are. You went out. Make
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now a little bit. You went out. You cutting in and out. Move
Okay.
move around.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, believe me, if I didn't try to go get what I needed, I wouldn't even know, because I don't really be paying attention to it like that. I'm a lazy investor, but I still do it nonetheless.
I'm a very active investor, but I'm not active like I spend all my life trading. Like I literally spend like maybe an hour a day online, and like maybe sometimes I spend maybe 5 minutes online. It just depends on the day. But yeah, I've been funding most of my traveling, and that's how it started. I really wanted to learn how to trade. I had a friend, actually a guy from America. I had a really good friend, and he had just made a bunch of money on the stock market.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, so what'd you do? And he was just like, he told me these random things, and then he told me to like look up these random things, and I did it. And then every time I had a question, he just told me what not to do and what to stay away from. And if I had a good idea, he would be like, yeah, that's a good idea. You know what I mean? And so that's how it started. And I started day trading, and then realized very quickly that I can't day trade every day because I don't have enough money in my account.
Yeah, I would never do that. That's a rich person's game.
Yeah, I realized that very quickly. But then I started next day trading because I didn't understand. I didn't know anything about trading really. You know what I mean? Like only the things that I knew were from movies and stuff like that. So I started next day trading, which is basically swing trading. And I made so much money the first month, and it was just a hobby, and I was like, whoa, okay, this is interesting, you know. And then I moved to another city, and then I made more money, saved up a bunch of money, and then decided, forget this, I'm about to go travel, right? So I started traveling. I traveled all over the place. And every time I ran out of money, I would well, not ran out of money, but, got close to getting close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would start trading again. And so, yeah. And the crazy thing is, I really didn't know, like, I didn't trade like a regular trader. I didn't learn anything from anybody else. I just figured it out because of what my mentor told me.
That was me.
I figured
it out too. Yeah. Go ahead, but I still got more to learn.
Yeah, well, now I do options trading, and it's so liberating. Like, it's so liberating. So that's what I want to teach on the platform in Discord, the Matriarch XX platform in Discord, that's where it starts. Because what I want to set up in there is like where women, first of all, I just want to get Black women making money. Okay, that's the first thing, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Then once we start making money, we can start supporting the women who need us, whether it be single moms or just young women who want to start a business or go to college or whatever. You know what I mean? Just support them through a grant program. I want to create a grant program in this Discord, where they apply for grants, but we need the stability of the women who are the investors first. We need the managers. We need women who understand how to balance budgets and things like that. So I can teach you guys. Once I teach you guys, then we can go out and start, instead of these women having to run to men to get all the support, because most of the women that could support them don't have a network to find them.
I was saying that earlier, but go ahead. I'm loving this.
Yeah. I'm just sitting there listening.
Yeah, so while I was traveling and I'm posting everything on Instagram, people are like, how are you doing this? And Black women especially, were hitting me up like, girl, tell me your secret. I have all this money to donate. Where do you know any places I can donate? And honestly, what I was doing at the time is people were donating to me Cash App, and I was literally sending the Cash Apps out to women that I knew.
Yeah.
Like out. I was just sending, I did keep maybe like 10 or 20% of the money if I needed it. But if I didn't need it, I was sending that money out, and they were sending it to me. The people were sending the donations to me, but I wasn't keeping any of the money. I was just sending it out and sending it out because I had money. I was trading. I was fine. So anyway, that's basically what I'm trying to do now again, but just on a different level. You know what I'm saying? It's just start teaching us so that these women don't have to go to these men. These women literally hit me up like, where do I send this money? And I'm like, I don't know. You can send it to me. You know, but now with this organization, we can start helping each other, really.
Yeah.
And I'm not about taking people's money. Like, don't get me wrong. I do want to be able to live my life and support myself. You know what I mean? Which I'm doing, but I'm just saying, I'm not about to, like, you know, get to a situation where I'm desolate and I'm just giving, giving, giving. You know, I do want to have abundance flowing to me as I do right now, right? I want to continue that energetic transfer, but also I really just want to share it with you guys. Like, I really want to, I have it figured out, man. Not all of it, but this portion I have figured out. And then, you know, Stephanie, you have a portion that's figured out. And Asia, you have a portion that's figured out. And we come together in this group and we actually put our heads together. And actually, you know, all this energy that we're spending on these fights, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a sector for it. There definitely should be a sector for it. But at the end of the day, we're only gonna rise if we actually put that energy into us rising. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so that's where I'm saying there's a sector for that. And that sector I wanna push. I want to push that sector where we are helping each other, enlightening each other, educating each other, helping each other to heal.
I agree.
That's pretty much it. Like,
No,
that's
I
pretty much
agree.
it.
And I think that that honestly, you know how that goes. We live in a capitalist country, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the more Black women know how to create and make money and live better,
Mm-hmm.
the more functionality we'll have in this society. And the better we live, the better we'll feel, the better we hopefully will act, and we'll do things so that we get to the point where we don't have to ask anybody for anything.
Right. You know how many women friends I have who have gone to men because they needed help and they didn't know any women who would help them, and they end up getting pregnant?
Nah, you know, and before y'all do that, Google is your friend, okay?
Yep.
Even if you don't know what you're doing, keep typing until some shit comes up close enough to what you want. Please don't ever put yourself in a position where you like Jada Smith and Set It Off, having to get banged out by some nasty, gross ass dude for a couple of bucks. Don't do that to yourself. Don't. No,
Yeah, and even worse about that scene, it wasn't even for her. It was for her fucking. I wish I would for my damn brother. Hell no.
yeah, and then his ass turned around and get killed anyway. I would have brought him back and killed his ass again. The fuck I had to do? You crazy? Like, I said, oh, they so nasty. Like, I can't with that shit. And it's crazy that you mention that, because every time Black women have to go ask anybody for anything, we always got to put our bodies up for collateral. It's that's no cool. That's not
Right.
not cool.
I'm the type of person. Okay, I don't have any kids. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm 42 years old. I don't have any children, right? But I have business ideas. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I've gone to friends, I've gone to family, and I have friends. I have like really close friends that I grew up with who married into like billionaire families. Okay, Black women.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I go to them to get support, you know, for the programs or projects that I'm trying to do, and funding, because I take care of myself. I have nothing. I don't need anything personally, but in order to like help other women, I need support from other women, like, you know, so I need help, which is what matriarchy I feel is about. Matriarchy is about a community. So I was at a point to where I kept looking around for funding and sponsors or whatever, and they wouldn't do it for me because I didn't have children.
What?
And I'm like,
wow.
And this is why matriarchy is XX is so important to me, because I definitely want to help the women that have children, because they always need help. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. The single moms, you know. But like, and whatever, whoever it is, they need help. They got kids, they need help. But there's also single women out here like me who are super bright. And I have ideas for growth, but I need help. I need funding, So I just feel like that's where it is. And I feel like if I could teach other women to make the type of money that I'm making, then we can we can put our money together and build communities. Because I'm not trying to have $1 million in my bank account. I'm trying to make money so I could go buy some land and have $1 million in the soil.
Hello.
So I just feel like it's so important for us to come together right now. And I'm so frustrated with these bigger platforms, women platforms, because I really feel like they are just siphoning money out of us and they're not doing anything
we were
with
just
it.
saying the same thing earlier.
Keep talking, y'all. I had to feed the dogs, but keep talking.
Oh, no problem.
But yeah, no, girl, matriarch. We were talking about that exact same thing earlier. It's like the shit. Like I don't really like the things that are going on in. I'm just gonna call them the black nigga sphere.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't be concerned about. Like if they want to sell out their platforms, if they want to dismantle their shit, we shouldn't even care about any of that. It needs to be about what's going on with us and what we need to do financially and what we need to do for our safety first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm with you 100% on that. And honestly, just listening to you is inspiring as hell, because I've been trying to get myself together and just learning about day trading. I don't know anything about it. I've been scared to even jump into that lane.
Come to Discord. Come there. I can teach you.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm going to put my email in the back chat so you can have it. You can reach out to me anytime you feel like.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I'm really about helping women get there. And I have the most beautiful blossoming formula for you guys. And I just don't even really know how to get it to you, because all the women are distracted by these bigger content creators. And I don't want to be a big content creator. I have no desire to be a big content creator, but I do want to have access to the women who are following these big content creators and be like, hey, I have something really cool that would really help you and I can teach you. And I'm telling you, I'm a beast when it comes to trading. I know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm doing. Like, even like the guy my teacher who was teaching me options trading, he was like, yo, you are good at, like, you really know what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to share it. That's it. I just want to share it. That's it. I just want to share it. So that we can come up. And I don't care if there's 10 people in the class or 100 people in the class or one person in the class. I don't care. I just want to share it, because I know as soon as I share it, more people are going to come. More women are going to come. And as soon as that happens, we can start moving resources around, because that's really all it's about. Like I said, I don't want $1 million. I don't want to be, as soon as you get in the bank, as soon as you get over $20,000, they looking at you. They trying to figure, especially as a black person, they trying to figure out what you doing with that money. Like, did you know that? So I'm not trying to have a bunch of money in my account. I'm just trying to get the money, move it, buy the land, and then move on to the next place, buy some more land, and just create a bunch of communities.
Yep.
Period.
That's how it starts.
I think that's a really good idea. Very good idea. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, good.
I got your email.
Great. I had to step off for a minute because my little animals were getting restless. But that's an excellent idea. And more women need to be like you, as generous as you are. I appreciate it. And I will be there.
No problem. I'm just happy to have an opportunity. I'm so happy I happened to just jump on. I was on YouTube and I was like, I don't know. You popped up. You just popped up. And so I was like,
yeah, I'm glad I did. I'm glad you popped up too. Jackie has a question for you, Matriarch. Can you answer that for her?
Yeah, hold on. Let me figure out how to work this. Jackie, okay. That's the weird thing. They kind of know they have the power to do it.
No. The question on the screen, she said, do you have access to her Discord, to your Discord? She wants to know about the Discord, she's asking.
Oh, the Discord. Okay, so Discord is an app that you download, right? So download the app, and then once you create an account, find me through Instagram, Matriarch XX on Instagram. Once you find me on Instagram, then I can give you the link to the Discord. I can give you the link so that you can get into it, because I'm gonna have to give you the link.
Gotcha.
That's what Jackie wanted to know. She wanted to know if we could actually access the what do you call that, Discord through the Instagram, but you just said you have to give it a link.
Yeah. Just because honestly, now that I have you guys interested in coming, tomorrow I'm gonna have to put some bots in there. Bots are just, it's just different, weird social media robots that do stuff for you. So I'm gonna have to put some bots in there so that like men can't like try to, because I really don't want to. This is matriarch. This is natural born women, Matriarch XX helping natural born women. Okay. And I just want it to be a space for us, because I really feel like since I've been traveling for the last 7 years, I've been to a lot of communities. This is how I know this is what I'm supposed to be doing, because literally every place I went, I was in a community, and most of them were Black communities. And these communities were so dysfunctional. And the reason why they were dysfunctional was because of the men. And I'm not trying to blame men. I'm really not. It just is what it is. Like,
no, honey, trust me, this ain't that space. We know exactly what the hell is up. So we're with you.
Like, they're distracting as hell. Every time the women would come together and try to do something like garden or just be women and just love on each other, and you know what I'm saying, they would come in and like deflect, and like literally we would be doing we would get all this money or have all this support, and then but we're not doing anything with it. We're not growing our own food. We have a whole place. We should be growing our own food, but we're not. Like, that's just weird. And then on top of that, you're just trying to have sex with everybody. Like, no, like these women need to focus. They need to focus. And that's what I was getting frustrated with, because it was like, as soon as I would get some woman in this community to like, be like, yeah, let's do it, her boyfriend would come in, her dusty ass boyfriend would come in and like just fuck everything up. And so I was like, I really can't do this. Like, I can't. So I would end up leaving the community. I kept leaving the communities because I was like, I can't fight, And then it would be like, I would always rent a really big house when I would leave, because like I had the money. So I would rent a big house with a bunch of rooms, and any single moms who had kids, wanted to stay there, they could come and stay there for super cheap, like $50 a month, like for a nice house, and I'm spending like $400 or $500 a month because it's in the tropics, on these houses, and they're paying $50 for all three of them, you know what I'm saying? Which was fine with me. But the point is like, then their boyfriends would come around, and it would just be like, then they would start drinking and smoking. And there was this other woman. She was so frustrating. She was awesome, but she was frustrating because she kept wanting to come and live with me, because she saw that it was a beautiful space, right? Got the other lady, her 2 daughters, right? We jive and we cooking together. We having fun, right? So she wanted to come. She had a little girl, but she wanted her boyfriend to be able to come with her. And I'm like, this is not the space for that. He cannot come. He needs to be taking care of you. You know what I'm saying? And paying, like, but they got kicked out.
That's what pisses me off. Why is it always Black women bringing dudes to better spaces? Why is it never the other way around?
Right.
They're brainwashed into thinking that that's the stupid shit they're supposed to do.
Yeah. And she literally told me that I had her and her kids out on the street. First of all, you grown. Okay, that's number one. Number two, it's not my fault you got kicked out of your house. And you have a man. You have a boyfriend that you had a baby with. Y'all serious? Like, why isn't he taking care of you? He just sees that we're doing well over here, and he wants to come in and be the king and take all the credit.
Yeah,
No,
that's all.
like, no. And this dude was ridiculously annoying. Like, he would chant all day, smoke weed all day. Like, I don't smoke or drink. Okay. And the woman that was living with me, she does smoke, but she would always go outside and smoke, right? Out the yard and smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't really drink. And she had 2 teenage daughters. They were awesome, by the way. And it was really cool. And I really enjoyed them there. But like every time he would come around, because they would come visit and stuff. Every time he would come around, he would just start chanting like really loud. Like, let's say I'm doing a live, he would just come behind me chanting like, duh, 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 like I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you?
The devil, a disruptive devil.
Yeah.
You know what? In the future, you need to have those women sign a waiver. You come here with your kids, no men.
Well, that's the point. So once I went to Tanzania, that was the last place I went before I came here. When I was in Tanzania, I realized something wrong with the men. Okay, that's when I actually realized, like, okay, I can't have them in my space at all. So Matriarch XX, like I said, starting out, financial literacy. Well, whatever, trading. And then from there, and then also just like spirituality and stuff, just getting yourself together, right?
Yeah.
And then putting our resources together and then building community upon that. So this is like something that is about to really blossom. I'm an Aquarius, I'm a 3-time Aquarius, by the way. Okay. Like, I have a lot of leadership stuff blossoming right now. And I already know the path that I'm going on. And I know it's going to be really fun. Okay. And I'm just so happy that I get to share it with you all. I'm just so happy I get to share it with you.
I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm happy. Just this whole entire conversation. I'm just glad to hear. It's just nothing but positivity, us uplifting each other, giving out information, and oh gosh, it just feels so good.
Yeah. And also my vision is to help other women create their own Discord spaces, because I don't believe that Matriarch XX is going to be like some corporation conglomerate. I have no desire to do that at all. My desire is to train you guys to start your own stuff. You know what I mean? We all have communities. I'm a community within myself. You're a community within yourself. You're a community in yourself. And we can trade resources amongst one another's communities. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So at the beginning, yeah, we will be together. We'll be doing stuff. But eventually, I want everybody to kind of break off and do their own thing. That's the point.
It's supposed to be the point. Everybody's supposed to be independent and know how to take care of themselves and sustain themselves. That is the way you're supposed to do in life.
Yep.
I got to put this shameless thing in here. That's really why I hate when they say lead. Like, you don't need anybody leading you. You need somebody to give you the information that you need so that you can flourish. You don't need to be handicapped by somebody else's direction and instruction. You have a brain. Sometimes you got to learn different ways of using it, but that whole lead thing is like master slave type mentality. I cannot get with that.
Yeah.
But ladies, please say all of your last comments, because I don't want to go, but I gotta take my dogs outside.
No, I know it's getting late. It's almost midnight.
No worries. I'm glad I got to come in. I'm Matriarch XX. You can come and look at my page. It's still very new, but there are some videos on there. Also, you can find me on Instagram at Matriarch XX. Please DM me if you're interested in learning how to trade. And we'll get you in the Discord. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
I will. I'm always willing to learn. Let me tell you something. Every day to the day I'm gone, if there's something for me to learn, I want to learn it. It just, Matriarch, everything you learn enhances, it piggybacks off something else. And then the more information you know, the more unstoppable you freaking are. It's just like, she just gave testimony to her whole life. Are you an expat or are you just a remote nomad? What are you doing?
I mean, I don't really know those labels, but I definitely want to be here for a while because I want to buy property here, build some communities here, and then I want to go next to another country and do the same thing in the tropics, because I really do feel like it's important for Black people, Black women, to be closer to the sun and be eating fruits and, and like getting closer to nature and stuff. You don't have to live here forever, but I definitely want to build these communities, because I've been a part of a lot of communities where they got volunteers coming in, right? So I have the whole blueprint in my head, like the whole freaking blueprint in my head. So that's what I want to do. I want to set up opportunities where women can come and volunteer, and or women can come and live in these different communities, right?
I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, shit, if the Peace Corps could do stuff like that, why the hell can't you?
Exactly.
And it's just, it's something that all Black women need to start doing. Like, try something different. Try something different. All right, so Asia, you want to give your last commentary before we break out?
Oh, yes. Honestly, I don't have really much to say, because we kind of got it all out within the almost damn near 6 hours we've been on here. But it was, I know, but it was fun though. It doesn't feel like it. We had a good conversation. So
let me tell you something. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I enjoyed Matriarch coming up, telling us everything she did, everything you had to say, Asia. I'm very appreciative of the hopefulness for the future, for all the endeavors. Naya, get from over there. Black women can do and learn from these opportunities. And that's really what it's about. Reach one, teach one, and keep paying it forward, y'all. Keep paying it forward.
Yes.
I'm gonna be quiet.
I just gotta say one more thing. Yeah. Thank you, Simply Stacy, for holding space. Thank you.
Stephanie.
What did I say? Stacy?
Yeah. It's
Sorry. I meant to say Stephanie. I did not mean to say Stacy.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Simply Stephanie. I thank you so much for holding space for this. Like, seriously, because you are always holding space for us, and enough women aren't even recognizing it. And so I appreciate it, because this is a really beautiful thing.
You know what? I know I wasn't supposed to talk again, but I just got to say this. I'm very patient with Black women, because I'm one of them. And I haven't always been this feisty character in the chair.
Yeah, you're definitely feisty.
Yeah. I was too once, the very naive, wanting to be loved, looking for belongingness little girl that turned into this crazy woman here. But I know all the some of the stages we go through, and how life is not very kind to us, but we still always try to do the best for everybody else and not so much for ourselves. So I get it with a lot of Black women. And if they don't have a taste for me right now, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow eventually. Tomorrow they will, because we are really moving into a new era. And all of this popularity contest stuff is about to be for the birds. And people are going to start following women. The thing about patriarchy is leading, and patriarchy is to be led by somebody, right? Men need to be governed. But when it comes to matriarchs, we lead by example. So you're leading by example. And it shows, because you aren't that popular right now. But eventually, you about to be popular, like super popular, because women are going to see, like, dang, I need to pay attention. She doing something right. So.
I mean, they need to pay attention every day because of their own benefit, not mine. You know what I mean?
Of course. But it starts somewhere, like you said, right? It starts somewhere. They have to get that spark, because right now it's so many people that sleep. So many people that sleep.
And it really hurts our children, because our children have such an excellence inside of them that if they had some of the most nurturing and sparking environments, you never know who you got in your household. Exactly. And a lot of that stuff comes from, Black women understanding their value and then stretching that out towards their kids. Naya, don't do that. Come here and wait.
Okay, we're going to let you go now.
Naya's being crazy right now. I'm trying to hold her. But good girl because she came right back. Yeah. All right, Asia, go ahead and speak, girl, so we can wrap up.
All right, no, I'm finished. That was it. Listen, we had a good conversation. I'm looking forward to the next one. Matriarch, I'm gonna send you a DM because I want to join.
Okay.
Your Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be looking for it.
I'm gonna reach out to both. I'm gonna reach out to both of y'all.
Okay.
Tomorrow's my lazy Sunday.
And also, Matriarch, you have my email in the back chat too, in case like you ever want to send anything or.
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, I just screenshot it because it was easier. Yeah, I got it. And I'll send you a email too, so you got my email.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much. I
You're
really
welcome.
appreciate both of y'all coming up. I know the ladies did too. Jackie, thank you for all of your in the chat contribution. We appreciated that. Y'all have a good night. I'm about to get tackled by two canines over here.
All righty then. Y'all have a good night.
You too. Peace.
All right, bye-bye. Good night.
Night.